Oh no, we get Jason Sands in the space. He claims to be the first-hand whistleblower. So if we want to give the floor to him, maybe we should go that route. Dev says no. No LARP.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, I think Dev wants to ask a question, but Jason, do you want to chime in or not?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't normally do this, but been kind of, well, I've gone through all of my legal channels, including my publication approvals and things like this. So I'm planning on going public later in the year anyway. Figured I'd at least give you guys an opportunity to speak to me. I've had a lot of other people saying things about me and all this kind of stuff, but I'd like to give you guys a firsthand talk so that you guys can ask some questions.
Do you want to go ahead and give us a rundown of your background and your story?
Yeah, sure. 22 years in the Air Force, retired in 2007. Started off as an airframe guy, cross-trained into Intel. Ended up at Nellis Air Force Base at my second tour of duty and got picked up for the program. After that, I got out of the program after about 3 years. Continued my career, became a planner, several other different jobs for the Air Force. I've been a contractor ever since. Just doing DoD contract work. I've been maintaining my clearance all the way through the career. When I started off as an Intel guy, I've kept it ever since. So I've had about 30 years. Various SAP-SAR programs, to include the one you guys are discussing, all the UAP things and stuff like that. So I've had a lot of different experiences in that. Plus, I do have some personal experience that I've also had with UAP and HI.
Thank you for sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead and mute your mic, and then we'll. I think UFO Mean Girls was next.
Yeah, wow. So I wasn't ready for that one. I guess I'll just continue with the question I had, and then I'll direct another question to Jason at the same time. So, well, both of you really, what was it, what went down in those forums and personally in the IC community when those MH370 videos resurfaced? And why hasn't there been anybody to come out and basically just state the fact that they're a hoax? Two, Jason, can you describe, obviously you heard about this space or you heard about the chatter. I can only assume that's through Steve and AKA and possibly other people. So there's a network there. Can you describe the program that you're talking about? Is it the program? Is it the program that everybody's looking for?
Yes.
And what was your role? Like what exactly is it that you did or did you find, etc.? So those are the two questions I have.
Do you want me to go first? You want me to let the other guy answer part of the question?
Up to you guys.
Well,
it's all good to me.
Okay, well, I'll go first then. Yes, it is the program everybody talks about. It is a reverse engineering program, as David Grush had mentioned. The program does have vanilla side to it where, yes, we do have stuff that comes from different wars and adversaries and equipment that we're trying to reverse engineer or at least figure out, just to defend our nation against some of the people that are out there. But then there's another smaller group of scientists and engineers working on this exotic material. My job, to answer that part of your question, was I was doing what it's called red teaming for the program, which is where I and a small team of individuals would go out from location to location all around the continental U.S., wherever they sent us. We would go out and just monitor the telephones, go in and out of facilities, trying to figure out where the security vulnerabilities were. And then we would report that. After our 2-week mission, we would report to the director or the leader of that particular organization, and they could invite whoever they wanted from their staff to come to that briefing. And then 90 days later, we would give our final report as to, here's what we have on your mission type. Here's all the information. So our team literally, unlike, say, people like Lazar or other people that may have come forward that had only a piece of the information, my team actually was listening to all of the scientists, all of the engineers, all of the leadership from mission to mission, listening to thousands of calls each time we went out. So we got a very good picture of what was going on in the entire program, unlike other people that are stovepiped into just one piece of it. So that was where my expertise came from.
So do you have an idea of the core story then? Seeing you're this close to the program, do you have an idea of what the core story is in terms of what we do know, or this inner circle seems to know?
Yes. What do you want to?
Which is
what part of the core story? There's a lot of rabbit holes in that one. Some of them are not quite big.
Well, the core story meaning, right? If we establish that there's a there, right? I would imagine that the people are looking for or trying to find a consensus on the core aspects, which would be: has there anything been recovered? Has there been any sort of bodies? Do we know where they come from? And possibly, is there any sort of communication? So I think those are like probably the inner parts of the core story that at least like people like Kit Green and Put Up are getting consensus on. Um, and I would assume that someone this close to the program would know these things, or at least some of these things.
Yes, and then yes, on the missions we did intercept traffic that dealt with what I believed as an analyst, and the other guys as well that I was with found very strange. And we would talk about those things, and some of those dealt with some of the other races that are involved. They were mentioned, like the tall whites, the grays. Yes, we heard things like that coming out of it. That there were certain labs that actually those that were participating in that kind of activity. So there must have been some sort of material retrievals as well involved. As a matter of fact, they tried to recruit me into the retrieval program early on, but I refused because I thought it was kind of gross, picking up bodies and things like that. Didn't like that. So when I testified, there were things that we went over in great detail that I can't talk about. Dealing with exact names and exact places, I can't go that far. So that I can just tell you that in general, we're in my estimation, we're not alone. Yes, we do have some contact. How much of the reverse engineering is going on, I'm not a scientist, but I could tell you that I believe that yes, there at least has been some research over the past 80 years or so that the program's been alive. So take that as you would like. I went in as a skeptic myself. I didn't particularly care for it one way or the other, but after I got done with that, I just thought, what on earth did I just experience? And I've kind of felt that way ever since. So
Yeah.
that's
Jason, thank you for sharing that. Could you just one more sub point on that great question? What you learned about, I guess, the broad picture, the broad perspective, did it seem to supersede or go beyond our understanding of the scientific method itself?
yeah, I would say that the scientists themselves were quite frustrated in many cases. They were, number one, stovepiped, and they couldn't talk to very many other co-workers, scientists that may have been working on something similar to help them to discover something about whatever they were looking at. And then there was this, like I said, this vanilla reverse engineering part of the program, the scientists were completely fine with researching and collaborating because it was stuff that had, say Russian writing on it or Chinese writing, and they could decipher that. Very obvious that it was an avionics pod and they were doing this with it or that with it. But this other stuff just was totally dumbfounding the scientists and the engineers, and that's where, honestly, that as an analyst, I had to take note of that and realize that, hey, there's something else going on here. So
That was a great response.
Awesome. And if I could just get a response for the MH370 question from AKA.
Wait, about MH370?
AKA, if it's okay, why don't you go ahead and add on to whatever Jason just said based on the same question? Like, broadly speaking,
Okay.
do you think that what's going on supersedes our understanding of science, or I guess reality, even in that sense? And then we'll circle back to UFO Mean Girls question.
Okay. Well, the first thing I want to do is just thank Jason for coming forward and disclosing this through. You went through the full process through. Was it ICIG or DoD or elsewhere?
I went first through the congressional whistleblower program under the NDAA of 2022.
Okay.
I was
Okay.
then told by some of my what I call friends now in Congress. They asked me to go to Arrow since they just newly stood up, so I got to meet Sean Kirkpatrick and interviewed with him. And again, that was all classified, the conversation I had with him, so I don't want to get too much detail on that, but I did go there. Again, underneath the veil of the NDAA, and then I was asked to go see the ICIG. So I followed all the same process. The only thing that was different between me and David Grush, whom I greatly respect for what he did, and anyway, but was that when we were doing the ICIG, I was not under a lot of duress like David was. I know he suffered a lot of different threats, but for me, the most I ever got was, some suspicious activity that kind of led me to believe that perhaps I was being monitored or watched, but nobody ever kind of bodily threatened me and things like this that David had happened.
Not yet.
I hope not. I'd like to think that I know the people in the program. I know that they're still actively in the program, and they know me. They know I'm not a bad guy. I'm just trying to get to a better place in all of this. That's why I came forward. Yeah.
Hearts in the chat for Jason real quick. I'm on the same page. Doesn't matter what your intent is. Some forces might harass you.
Well, I'd have to say that I guess just to tell you a little bit about my background coming forward as well, it's just that I think a lot of people found it, my rendition was kind of refreshing, but just that the reason that they found it refreshing was because I'm not adversarial. I understand the people in the program and I know why they're doing certain things. And I also get why, there needs to be a little bit better transparency on their part, but it's going to be difficult because they've, since the beginning, you got to understand this was the McCarthy era that started this. Everybody was calling each other Russians and commies to their neighbors, and everybody, didn't have a trust level that was really doable to be calling each other neighbors even at that time. So, yeah, there was a lot of things and decisions that were made early on in the program that kind of, if you think about it, the program people are kind of in a bubble, and that culture is still kind of alive, and so that did cause some of the decisions that they made. Maybe need to be updated now because they've been around since the beginning.
Yeah, well, I'm going to reemphasize real quick. Thanks, Rob, for letting me co-host. But this is a quick reminder. I really do think this is the biggest story in human history. And so I'm not trying to blow any smoke up your ass. I don't even know who you are. I don't know who AK is or Steve. But
So are you the guy
if
that's
my
in the?
priors serve me correctly, I
Hold on.
honestly think you're gonna go down in history. Like just coming out and doing what you're doing right now. even though you're like 3 degrees removed. Like, you're a hero, in my opinion, if you are who you say you are.
So Jason, let
What
me
was the
ask your.
earliest year the program started? Like, how far back does the program start? And again, we've had now like 4 or 5 IC people come in here to basically vouch for each other and this story, which again, I understand.
Yeah.
But my question with why has there been so much silence with the MH370 stuff? If when that video resurfaced, there hasn't been an official statement by anybody one way or another. When we're here for disclosure and transparency. But so that, and again, what is the earliest date, Jason, that you know of for the program in terms of when it might have started, and under what administration or under what even Air Force, was it under Vandenberg, Twining? Like, do you know when it started and what the organization handled that?
Yeah, I have seen some originating documents that state 1954 was like the official paperwork date, but I'm sure there was other things that happened before then. Whether they're documented or not, I do not know. I was not even born back then. uh, but you're talking Eisenhower, Truman era kind of time frame. I do know that Holloman was also part of all that time frame as well. That is a place of some of the activity. That's definitely a place that you could hang your hat on and do some research on. So getting back to the MH, what did you say, the MH370, or that was also something you wanted to address?
Well, Jason, I've got a quick question for you. Were you in?
Yeah, no, what? So like, people have been relatively quiet about
Hey,
it.
real quick,
It came in full force, so I'm just wondering why has
UFO
everyone been
Mean
so quiet
Girls,
about that video one way or
can we
another?
try to, I don't know if he can hear me, but I want to try and center both AKA and Jason Sands, if that's okay. I don't know, Rob might disagree.
And can we get around to the hand?
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
think
let's do that. We've had like.
UFO Mean Girls was up, but
Well, just let him
Yeah,
answer the question real quick, though.
yeah, go. Let's let him get to the question.
but
Skibble.
can you hear Jason, UFO Mean Girls? It doesn't matter.
I
Just
hear.
okay. Drop out real quick, come back, and then you want to answer his question?
All right, so we heard. Is this the guy from the James Fox documentary? Is this who this?
Yes,
Is that who you are, Jason? Okay,
it's,
perfect.
I'm exactly who that is. Yes.
Thanks.
So you're, just to be clear, you're the guy that Steve has been talking about, right?
Yes, Steve and I met back in 2021. He is correct in that it was in reference to the stuff that you've been talking about. Um, and he called me because ever since I started to sort of help out with the task force, with some of my Black World expertise, I guess, to try to make sure that we weren't looking at videos that we already had in our inventory. And I was trying to tell people, hey, this is one of ours. This is not something we need to worry about. Let's spend our resources better over here on this unknown thing that we don't know anything about. So that's when Steve and I kind of connected, and he just, he's a really good guy. He was trying to just figure things out just like everybody else, just like I was when I first started the program. And yeah, he's just a really good guy. I actually talked to him today personally after hearing him on the show, and reconnected with him, and we had a really good conversation.
You talking about Courtney's show?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
but yeah, I felt bad that he had been through what he'd been through, but
Wow. Thank you for honestly, spaces are kind of a minefield. So thank you for just coming in here to talk with us. We haven't heard from David John Lanier yet.
Can
So
I answer the question though?
okay, go ahead. Yeah, UFO Mean Girls. Go ahead and rebut or whatever, and then we'll go to David.
Well, no, I mean, I've stated the question. I think AKA is more specifically suited to answer this, but again, you guys seem to come out in full force today for this, but with the MH370 stuff, like it's just been it's been dead silent one way or another, And if you've been part of this community, you've noticed that it's kind of been very divisive for a lot of people. I'm just wondering what it was like on your side and why, where do you stand, and why has there been no statement on it from anybody?
Jason, you got anything on that? Okay.
Yeah, I do. Being part of the IC community and still part of it. Hang on a second, I got somebody at the door. But yeah, it's been kind of.
Should we have AKA go and then you
Yeah,
can
let him
respond?
respond while I answer this.
AKA, what are your priors on the MH370?
It might be put up live in space.
Yeah, I will just say I don't. I'll just do this. This is personal. Once again, this is my own uh, analysis of the video footage. Is absolutely been doctored up. As much work has been trying to, uh, you know, argue against that video footage is basically uh, untouched and completely native. I don't agree with that at all. That's all I really have to say about it.
Cool. No, that is a great answer. All right.
Yep,
Thank you.
I'm back. But I agree. We've had a lot of my Intel folks that I know and I call friends, and they're all very well educated. They say the same thing, that this is something that's kind of on the fence of, well, the angles look good. The clouds are hard to replicate from multiple angles, as was in the videos. You guys have heard all the arguments, but there's always a negative side to it, to where somebody that just really wants to spend that amount of time, and the current technologies, it's quite possible that it is a hoax.
Do you have any suspicions, either of you, James or AKA, that hoax wasn't just like someone in the public, but someone, or sorry, basically, do you have any suspicions that it was that hoax came from inside the government?
I doubt it because you guys are giving the government too much credit as far as their visual effects skills.
Yeah,
That's
I would
fair.
doubt that they would spend the amount of resources would have been quite huge to do something silly like that, when really what was all that was needed was for us as a nation to respond to help in the search and rescue operation. Why would they concoct a governmental level UFO hoax?
Well, and years after the search even concluded, right? Sorry, it's a silly question. That was a big story,
Yeah,
but it's kind of irrelevant.
yeah. In my mind, it doesn't make sense that the government would have hoaxed it. It would have been somebody else hoaxing it, if anybody else. But
Right.
you know,
Thank you, guys. I think we need to go to David next, and then I believe JJS.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. I want to say hi to Linda real quick. Um, I'm a big fan. She's helped me out a lot, so I'm super anxious in these spaces for obvious reasons. But Steve invited me to his space yesterday, and I listened to it, and it kind of like reawakened my drive and interest in this subject, which is really um, NHI presence and intention. So, I've had a lot, quite a lot of personal experience with both the craft and the beings. I'm not going to get into my whole story. I know Linda can vouch for me. I've spoken with John Ramirez, Bob McGuire, all these, several people. So, my question would be to the two that are in here who are part of the intelligence community, or I'm assuming. Is there any recognition or understanding or awareness within this program or programs that the same craft that have been ascertained through whatever means are also being seen over people's homes, and some of the beings, because it's my understanding that there are several, it's not just one, are also being seen in people's homes, on people's properties. And, um, you know, when discussions are had concerning quote unquote malevolent by our standards behavior by some of these NHI, who from the NHI are the perpetrators, and will that ever be broached officially? Thank you.
I can tell you that, at least in my estimation, because I don't know it for a fact, but I would say that yes, there is a faction that does have ill intent, or at least has a negative viewpoint of, you know, interacting with us. The other ones seem to be more kind of benign, where they're just begrudgingly uh, asking for different things from the program, and maybe even from other people around, that are claiming to be abducted or having experiences. There does seem to be a theme where they are interested in some cases our spiritual growth, our intellectual growth, and some of them have some very deep compassion for us and feel sorry for us in some cases. And yeah, because mankind can be quite messed up sometimes. So, but the malevolent, the ones that are maybe the ones that are evil-minded, I guess, in some people's estimation. I've only heard it being from some kind of reptilian race, but I did not get exposed to anything that said anything like that in the program. But that's only something that's been in the public, so I can't verify that by any of my experience in the military.
Thank you. I want to say it was Chester, and then JJus, and then Chris, and then Experience.
Yeah, great. Okay. So in the community, there's this word, the phenomenon, which is by many of us considered to point to a basket of different aspects of this phenomenon. And in that basket, you could perhaps contain multiple different types of flesh and blood or biological beings, but also there could be what I've heard the term non-biological being tossed about. And my question only is, are all those on the table, Jason?
Yes, I would say that cloning, DNA manipulation, all of those things are in the realm of possible. From what I know of the program, those are all things that were part of the biologicals or biologics, and synthetics, even Android, all that kind of stuff. I would say artificial intelligence. All of those things are things that have been known for quite a long time and have been worked for quite a long time. So even the humans in the program, let alone the NHIs, I have no idea how far advanced the NHI themselves are in those things. I imagine quite further along than we are, but you can already see how it's affecting even our society. But within the program, they actually have other and even more advanced knowledge of some of that.
Okay, thank you. Then also to extend further, and I kind of try to get there, are there is there consideration that there could be beings or entities that are not anchored in physical reality, that they exist in another plane of reality, be there such?
I would say that outside of my military experience, but now that I've kind of been known by the IC community, I've been approached by many people that are experiencers that do have uh, testimony, and they're credible people as well, that they have seen some things that I would say that are very much like, ghosts and interdimensional, all kinds of different things. it just blows my mind, probably, and blows a lot of other people's minds, to just how many rabbit holes you can go down with this. But all of those things I have heard, and from people that I actually trust and are credible in my mind.
Okay, great, great. Well, then this kind of paints the picture of the dilemma that a government or governments would be in trying to share all of that with a lack of actually being able to explain much about it to the public. And so I kind of feel for their position. I understand it.
Yeah, I would say that yes, that's something that I definitely heard in the program, was the struggle as to uh, their understanding as to what could be even divulged. I think for the most part, they always erred on the side of just keep your mouth shut kind of thing, because they didn't understand it themselves in some cases. Other times they did understand it, and there was a good reason for them to not say anything. Uh, One thing I did not agree with was that, people are just going to lose their mind if we find out that we're not alone. I think that's kind of a farce. I think that's, if you got 70 or 80% of our society, as well as other nations around the world, that believe we're not alone, I don't think that's going to shock anybody. I do believe, though, that there's going to be some consternation with, Christianity and other religions, because the way I look at it is, when it comes to religion, I just happen to see the reality of it, because if you open the Bible, you can actually read of, you know, some of the firsthand witnesses that are in the Bible as well, stating some of the same exact things that I was seeing. Uh, so I think, when you talk about, I think somebody mentioned something about angels and things like this earlier on, that, yeah, that could probably be interpreted as part of the experience as well. So very much something where I don't understand it all. I'll be honest, with everybody here in the audience, that I just, I've heard some very strange things, but they are coming from very credible people.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm done. I just want to say thank you uh, for all of that, because I'm in the camp that kind of views all possibilities as something to be open-minded about. And the angel demon aspect, I can get that and understand that, but I do not think that that would be the whole basket. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so you talked about the beings. Uh, there's like lore that we're working with these beings. Is there any truth to that?
Yes, I would characterize it also. I know you didn't ask this, but yes, there were instances where we did capture traffic where there were interactions in the labs. Um, they didn't want to be around the humans. They shunned it. So to me, that led me to believe that it's kind of a tenuous relationship. In other words, they don't like sharing any technology with us. Why would you give, a monkey a pointy stick, kind of a thing? I think is what the way they look at it. Just as we would not do that, to a tribe in, say, South America that is just still hunting and gathering. Why would we hand them, an AK, 45, and say go out and hurt yourself? So I think that's very much the same way in the program. So it's not like a full-on technical exchange where, they're giving us tons and tons of things. I think it's much less than that. I think it's kind of just helping us to figure things out that they think are not going to harm us.
So we're actually having interaction with these beings, like programs, is what I'm asking.
Oh,
You think?
that
Yeah.
I would say maybe from our standpoint, there may be a program. I don't want to talk about that if it's classified, because it probably has to do with something that we would be working on. But there was nothing classified about NHIs at all, ever. Um, but I would say from the NHI standpoint, um, that they probably didn't view it as a program, that it was just something that they were like, well, let's see if we can help these scientists, and not cause any more harm or damage than has already been done. Because I think a lot of times we tend to just take whatever we're given and weaponize it.
So they were guiding the scientists to do the right thing with whatever technology they
Right.
had from other species as well.
Yeah, I would say so. That would be kind of my take of it. Yeah, that kind of fits what I was hearing and understanding.
And do you think that Congress is going to have another um, like, are we going to hear any more from Congress about this after the James Fox movie?
Um, Possibly. I know I've been asked that question a number of times. I've not heard anything solid, but I've heard other announcements made by congressmen over the past few months that they do want to get some firsthand people to come forward. At least the ones that are advocates for disclosure want that.
Well, is this the route that people are taking now? Like you said you talked to Arrow. I'm curious about that. Like what your impressions are of Arrow. Do you think now, and you've just come out on Twitter today, about an
Mhm.
hour ago. So I wonder, like, is this the route that you think whistleblowers are going to take now on Twitter? Because it does seem strange that the past 24 hours, all of the people who have come out and sort of like supported this, and then you look at Arrow and what they're doing and what they've said and the perception from whistleblowers in the community. So I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Yes, I do have my opinion about my interactions with Arrow and the last report that came out. I believe the last report is what people said. It was pretty sloppily kind of written in the first place, and I do agree with that. For a congressional level report that had a lot of errors in it. Um, Knowing people in the community also, like Ramirez and the rest of those guys that have some real experience, I would say that, yeah, you've got some. If you look at that report and you hear some of the, no kidding, people that have been in the trenches for many years, journalists included, that did the hard work in the investigations, that reports, if they really, really did their due diligence on a whole, uh, archive of UAP data and events, that it was a very poor rendition of all the things that we've known, even from Project Blue Book and all the other things that came before. It kind of just, to me, it just doesn't sit well. Um, and I'd say it kind of fits what Sean likes to do. He's a very good scientist, but I think when it came to the investigative work with the whistleblowers that came his way, I think maybe investigation wasn't his strong point. So that being said, I wish that, or I'm hoping that Congress does continue the investigation, because I think that's the part that really needs to happen. Because it's one thing to have a scientific opinion, and you can already see just from people arguing back and forth about all sorts of different scientific things in academia. You've got one guy being paid to come up with one theory, and they are arguing with another person that's got another theory about where the data is pointing. So it's to be given that Sean would say the things he said. He wasn't in the program like I was. I'm kind of disappointed because I'm like, that's not what I said. If he were to take me at my word, I would have said that he kind of didn't do me justice in that report either. So that's just my opinion.
Appreciate it. And let's get around to the hands too. I know we got a bunch up. I know Chris, and then Experience, and then Matt, and then Tom. Thanks, guys. And saw Green Street jumped up too. What's up?
Okay, hey, so your name's Jason, right? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I came in kind of late, so I know that you were talking about. I think I heard about a reverse engineering program potentially. Can you just kind of give me a brief history of kind of like your introduction, what you stated, and I just got a couple questions after that, if you don't mind. But yeah, just kind of tell me the gist of everything because I missed that part.
Yeah, all I stated was just that, yes, there is obviously a reverse engineering program, just like every other nation on Earth does. If you capture an enemy aircraft or tank or some new technology, you're going to grab it and you're going to try to reverse engineer it. You're going to do all that stuff. So yes, there is a reverse engineering program. However, when I was doing my line of work, which was to go out and do the red teaming. We actually were intercepting phone calls and things like this between site to site, scientist to scientist, engineers, leadership, and they were all they would talk about those, kind of adversarial things that were captured from like China, Russia, whoever. And they would be talking about that in one light, but then there was a small cadre of things that and scientists that were discussing stuff that seemed to be totally foreign and from someplace else, that they couldn't even decipher the language that was written on some of the parts. That there was these parts operated in such a way that it didn't make any sense to their scientific background and what they'd learned through school, and just a complete frustration on some of the scientific and engineering parts. So that's all I said about any kind of reverse engineering.
Gotcha. So I'm an Air Force veteran myself. So you were in the Air Force, correct? Is that what I understand?
Yeah, 22 years, retired in 2007.
Awesome. Thank you for your service. I actually was in during that time. So I just wanted to ask, can you share what your MOS was, or what your
Oh,
title was in Air Force?
I was a 1N6.
Okay, so you're in Intel.
That's correct.
Do you know? Are you able to say what department or what specific job in Intel? Or
It was initially telecommunications, security, and then we merged into another. I think it was 1N8 career field or something, or 1NO was also another thing they merged into. But they still kept the telecommunications security and monitoring program underneath the umbrella of those particular AFSCs.
gotcha. So you're in basically crypto and signals, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so I missed the part of where you, I guess. So how did you, or did you just intercept communications, and that's what you were talking about? What's kind of the gist of what you're whistleblowing about? I guess it's a good question.
The concern has to do with some of the things that were going on at the time, where there is some craft that I knew were in our inventory, and they're kind of regularly reported as UAP. And some of the activities I started seeing was coming out in these stories in Indonesia mainly, that caused me some concern that there was some contraband or even other sorts of things that were being exchanged from the inside of the chassis of this craft, or the cargo bay, whatever you want to call it. Um, and it raised some hackles in my book. And I thought to myself, this looks an awful lot like something I already know about, and I wanted to make sure that things were still on the up and up. So I had some concerns, and as I was saying earlier in this particular, when I got talking here on this particular Twitter, um, or on this particular podcast, that those concerns are things that I wanted to bring forward, not in an adversarial way, because I was part of the program. I know why they do what they do, but um, I'm not here to get anybody, in trouble or put people in jail. I'm just saying, hey, if the culture has changed to the point from, when I knew it in the 1990s into something where they're utilizing some of these uh, really cool craft for things that are questionable, that needs to be looked at. And all I've asked Congress to do is please just investigate this. I don't want to, put people in jail or anything, but if you can get some kind of oversight in this is why I believe there needs to be a little bit more transparency. Maybe not public transparency, but at least in a classified sense, to where at least Congress can keep the oversight that they need to, and get the reassurances that the technologies are being used for the intended purpose.
We're not getting like nothing burgers and shit on these skiffs. Yeah. All right.
Right.
I want to throw it over to Experience. You got your hand up. What's up, dude?
All right. What's up, y'all? What's up, Jason?
Okay.
Sounds like 22 years. Sounds like you got a lot of wisdom in your voice. OG, you've seen a lot of things. So if you are the one that's going to be in this upcoming James Fox, is this the one where you had an interaction with an actual blue bang, or is that somebody else?
No, that you're correct. I still don't know what it was. I think the Intel community, when they saw me give that rendition, it was just a trip up to the work site to do training, totally outside of my duties. We were just on our way up to Black Mountain for the day to train air crews, and that was all we were doing. And this event occurred. But you guys will get to hear all that in James' film. I don't want to. I don't want to
Yeah,
say.
I don't want to go give away too many details. If you can, I understand that. That's fine. So my question to you is then your exposure to this, or the initial exposure, is you doing intel
Yeah,
work, intercepting calls, listening to some of these scientists riff about stalled progress and what they're trying to study or research or reverse engineer.
yeah.
Is that your first exposure to this? And did your encounter happen afterwards? Like how would you say how much exposure do you think you've had to the phenomenon?
Um, it's kind of been something that's followed me around most of my life. I just, as a kid and a young adult, I would say that the instances I had of encounters were just kind of UFOs and golly gee whiz, what was that I just saw? And then I just tuck it away and not think about it at all. I've never really had an interest in UFOs, really. Maybe I've read one book in total out of in my entire life. The rest of it has just been stuff that people have thrown at me since I've been kind of in the intel community, and they know who I am. They ask me questions about stuff, and so I kind of get read up on things from that. Um, but that's kind of the most exposure I have. But the encounter I'm going to, or you guys are going to be seeing in the film that's coming, um, is just after I was exiting that program, and
Okay,
so
that's
I
interesting.
had been, yeah, I had been fully read in up until that I guess earlier that year, and then I was going up range, and that happened. The encounter.
Okay, so the reason you're being read in is because part of your job is to track or trace these calls. So you're already exposed to the information, so they have to read you in. Is that how it works?
Well, reading in is another thing that people ask me about constantly. I only had one read in, and it was the umbrella program. In other words, I can go anywhere in the United States, and as long as I had a legitimate mission reason to be at a given location and plugging into the telephone lines, I could listen to whatever program was there, so I wouldn't have to get a read in. So let's say like I go to someplace in Arizona 1 week, I wouldn't have to be read in necessarily to any programs they had down there. Now, the people that worked in that facility would have to, and they could have any number of different compartmented SAP programs that they had to get read into, but I did not.
Okay, cool. I'll let somebody else go. Appreciate you answering the
Yeah, no
questions.
problem.
Thank you, guys. I also shared estimate of the situation has got a GoFundMe campaign, shared it up above. Everybody, please support that. It's got a couple days left. Support the community. Matthew, what's up, man?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Jason, for being here. Experience rather, took my first line of inquiry was I wanted to confirm that you were in fact the guy Steve was talking about, who posted on the internal intel forum about the encounter with the blue being. So I guess we got that covered. Looking forward to hearing more about it. Next, I want to go to, I hear what you're saying. It's about some of the things that were raising your concern and brought you to come forward. It sounds to me like some of the Michael Herrera type account, that sort of thing, is what maybe is kind of instilled in you the commitment, willingness to come forward. Is that a fair way to characterize what was of concern to you?
Yes, that and just the fact that I had some exposure to the program. I think mainly the task force at the time, back in 2021, 2022, when they started to introduce me to Congress and other folks. The concern mainly was just that they knew I had been in the program and that this was something that, quite frankly, is hard to penetrate, even as a congressman who needs to get oversight. And I have to say that even when I was giving my testimony at Congress, they asked me about the program name. I gave it to them, and they were like, I don't know what that is. And I thought that was kind of shocking. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with that. But yes, I do know Steve as well. He and I kind of connected back in 2021, as I said earlier in the program.
That's fascinating. Thank you. So my next line of inquiry is, I think, I asked that because it's good, in my opinion, assessing someone like yourself. This is all such a wild west of accounts and information. It's hard to believe, and that's why so many people struggle. So understanding what someone's motivations, I think, are central to being able to ascertain and with discernment what they have to say. So thank you for that. But my next thing, a respectful, not pushback, but just I'm going to frame something, posit something to you from, like, you're the first most inside person probably I've ever spoken to one-on-one. So I want to know is, like, I've been looking for you. Where have you been? And where's everybody else like you? Like, whether the grounds to, this stuff warrants oversight. It's not constitutionally sound. Great. There's some illegal funds and budgeting stuff going on. Great. But I'm thinking more broadly, more philosophically. My mind goes straight to, if I had this kind of insight, that there are people in positions of power that understood more about the nature of our existence and reality, and were withholding that from our fellow man, to me, that's like the highest of high crimes. It's like locking a small child in a closet and thwarting and retarding their development and robbing them of the experience to grow up with full access to the world around them. That's like doing that on a planetary scale to me. So I don't know if that resonates with you or makes sense, but I always struggle with this. Like, if this stuff is true, where is everybody else on the inside who gets that? Like, I'm ready to hear from them. So it's not a criticism, but it's more just like of a conundrum for me. So how does that strike you? Does that make sense? And maybe where is everybody else? And maybe, are we going to hear from them too?
Well, I can't speak for them. Right now, we're going through a bit of the rules of the Fight Club is that you don't, tell somebody about Fight Club because everybody's not quite sure how this next round is going to end up, or this year is going to end up. For me, I can answer your question, at least from my point of view as a whistleblower, but I don't speak for all the other ones, other whistleblowers, that is. I agree with you that the fact that NHIs exist is a given right for anybody in mankind to believe or not believe, honestly. And I think that's the travesty here is that I get the part about the national security, and that if it has something to do with a weapon system, we don't want our enemies to know about what we have in our inventories. I get that. That has to be classified. However, are we alone or not alone? That is something I think, like you said, is kind of a travesty that can't be spoken of. That hey, that we do have other peoples out there and other civilizations. That should be something out there for everybody to know, because I think it gives better context for what is really going on here on Earth. Because I think the mantra has always been that we're alone in this vast universe, even though statistically speaking, I've heard from mathematicians that it's really astronomically untenable to a certain point, that to think that as many stars as we've already recorded that are out there, that there's absolutely nothing out there really. I think that's becoming less and less an arguable point as we've moved forward and gotten a little bit smarter about the universe itself. So yeah, I'm with you. I wish that the things that I've heard could be a little bit. I'd love to walk this walk. Let me put it this way: I'd love to walk this walk with somebody else and not be alone in this. But I've been alone ever since I started coming forward, and I don't like that feeling. But I'm hoping that some other people that may be listening that are like me, that they realize that this might be our only time in this lifetime to get this right and get to a better place. Because I've said before, I don't want to be adversarial. I get why the program people are like the way they are. I get what the everybody else wants is some kind of disclosure, at least to admit we're not alone. That at least that one fact would be okay to put that forward. It's not going to create any problems. I don't see any real problems coming from that.
But on its face, Jason, that sounds like provocative and exciting, but I think it does probably go ultimately back to what Elizondo said, where it's kind of sobering, or it makes us like somber, because like this is so big, what you're talking about right now. And
I agree.
you know what? I'm just gonna go against my instincts real quick. I shouted your praises earlier in this space before I even realized who you were, but I really do think you and AKA and Steve, anyone who's actually who they say they are, and they're coming out and talking about this, you're a hero. I mean, that's huge. This is massive.
Well, thank you. I also believe it's very huge. I would like to say also that I feel like I'm a normal guy. I just got exposed to some really strange stuff, and just like you guys going into seeing things like I have, you go through that, and yeah, I got a very profound feeling of, after I finally figured it all out and tried and came to my own understanding about what I'd seen and heard, that yeah, this is kind of really thought provoking for mankind. If everybody had this same kind of experience, yeah, it should mean something to you and something to everybody, that just knowing that we're not alone in this universe is a big thing, honestly. And I totally agree with you, because it changes the mindset that we have about ourselves.
Look, I'm just gonna say this real quick and then shut up, because this is a great space. Thanks, Rob. But for real, I can't even figure out how to talk about what I experienced just with my stupid little network. But you're in the government, so it's got to be even weirder. It's just a totally whole new ball of wax. So thank you again for speaking out.
Yep. Well, I was planning on going public later in the year, honestly, but I heard some good discussion going around tonight.
Well, it's awesome that everybody's listening in, and we appreciate you with the discussion, Jason, for real, coming forward and talking to us tonight. No doubt, there's a lot of questions and a lot of people that want to jump up and ask questions. So, respectfully, let's get around. I know Tom had their hand up, and then Skyfire jumped in as well. What's up, Tom?
Astral, my friend, thank you so much. Jason, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us here tonight, and thank you for your service. Just two pretty basic questions. The first one may seem silly, but I feel like it's still a question that kind of bridges the gap between, say, my camp, the experiencer, and then the other camp of people who don't really think anything's going on. I would like to hear you speak about the elusivity of this phenomenon. Why is it that it's so difficult to capture concrete evidence of it, whether it be photographs, samples, any type of evidence that you can think of? And why does it seem that the military/government has the ability to do that more so than the average citizen? I mean, like, I have my own answers for that question, obviously, but I'm curious to hear your take on that. And then I guess my second question is a pretty simple one. Is it discussed among your, the network that you're a part of, the people that you speak to that have had links to these programs and maybe have seen things that are pretty extraordinary? Is there a prevailing notion amongst them that we were perhaps created by these forces, where our religions may be a result of interaction with these intelligent forces around us? I appreciate your time, man. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I would say that within the program itself, that the thought of, I guess, what other people would think are like ancient history for us, like in the Mahabharata or what's mentioned in the Bible, are probably the only really things that have documented any eyewitnesses that have had some of the similar experiences we're having today, but they're doing it in a sense of a religious thing or theme. Um, and when you look back on that, it kind of touches on your first part of your question, where, why aren't what are the NHIs doing? What is their agenda? Your guess is kind of as good as mine, but if we take what things we do have that speak of this contact that's gone back probably, in my mind, at least 2 millennia or more, um, there is a theme there, and they don't like to, be known all the time. It's almost like this was where we were meant to be. That we're indigenous to this planet. They are not. They come and go. Sometimes they seem to have, even in today's, encounters from people, they say that some of them come with messages. Some people say that they leave them with, a nightmarish sort of experience. Um, and how you parse all of that, your guess is kind of as good as mine. I like to think that uh, the encounters that I have had were all very, good. I didn't ever have a nightmarish experience. I think sometimes people that do have nightmarish experiences are maybe it's a sort of a uh, misinterpretation of what's going on because they're in a strange place. And yeah, just like you're scared because it'd be like looking at something that a monster sitting in your room because some of them look very strange. So that's kind of my take on all of it. But the standoffishness, I think, from the NHIs is a telling that maybe they don't want to interface with us because they don't want to stop us from finding our way forward on our own. Because it would seem to me that if they are as unique as they seem to be from these encounters, because you've got people that tell you all these different races have come here, and all of them seem to have a totally different take on things. Um, that perhaps all of them were given a chance to find their own way through, and become a unique society and civilization of their own. Maybe they have respect for that, and that maybe they're just waiting to see what we become. That's the best I've got on any kind of a theory as to the overall NHI presence and why they're not totally involved with us all the time.
Thank you so much for taking the time to answer all of our questions tonight, Jason. Really deeply appreciate it, especially being that I am an experiencer and have a very different perspective on this than someone who has never seen anything. It's very brave of you to come forward, and we're rooting for you, man. Seriously, this is a good place for you to be. There's a lot of great people here, and we are hoping for the best, man.
Yeah, well, thank you. And I did want to tell everybody in the audience as well that I'm in a very precarious year right now, and I find it, well, one of the reasons I'm motivated to talk tonight is just because I want to give you guys the opportunity to talk to me directly, because I've been hearing a lot of different theories because people just don't know. And I want to make sure that the path is as solid as I can make it going forward, because I want to help Congress eventually. Hopefully later this year, I'll get to have an opportunity to speak with them as well. Um, and actually have more public appearances. That's what I've been working on this past couple of years. Matter of fact,
Dude, and I honestly think this gains more respect to come on and do that. Like coming on and being transparent and taking questions like this. So we'll keep it going. We got a bunch of hands up. So thanks again, Jason. Skyfire, and then Steve Greenstreet got his hand up too. So we'll jump around to the room.
okay.
What's up, guys? All right, sweet. Thank you, Jason. Red for Skyfire News. Can you speak a little bit more about this forum that we're hearing people talk about, where it sounds like UAPTF people are there, speaking about UFO-related matters? And is there anything in the public domain that you think people should look into, or that you felt was validated as a result of information you learned in that forum?
In the forum, I would say that yes, I totally respect everybody that has contributed, and everybody in their expertise levels, and whether they agree or don't agree with UAP. It's been fantastic, honestly. I love hearing both sides of it. Um, and at the same time, what is it? Well, are you looking for something in particular about what it's telling us? Because I don't know how to address that part of your question.
Any cases or anything in the public that you felt like extra validated? I know when we asked the previous guy the Wilson Davis memo, so anything like that's already public that you felt
Oh
people
yeah.
thought had
Well,
credence?
I can tell you that in the forums that yes, that the Wilson memo definitely was it had arguments for both for and against it. I am for the fact that yes, that memo is correct, and it does sound very genuine to me. Um, and I've been asked several different times in several different ways about it. And being an analyst myself, I think it's legit. that's my opinion. I'm welcome to my opinion. You can disagree with it or not. And even my friends, we sometimes disagree, but that's good to debate it because sometimes the truth is outed that way. But for right now, I've heard the arguments both for and against, and I think that, yeah, the Wilson memo is legit.
Nice. All right, Stephen, what's up? I'll go ahead, throw it to Green Street. We've got a bunch of hands up too. What's up, man?
Jason, thanks for taking questions. Is Jason Sands your real name?
Yes.
Okay. And I joined late, so if you shared this information, I apologize. You were part of the UAP task force?
Yes.
Okay. From when were you part of the UAP task force?
From 2021 until Arrow stood up.
Oh, okay. Wow. So were you there? You weren't there when Jay Stratton was there.
I think if he was there, it was just that first year I was in
Yeah,
there.
because he left January 2021. So you served with Brennan McKernan?
Yeah.
Okay, with Brennan McKernan. Okay. I spoke to a few UAP task force analysts, some of which you probably also worked with. I won't name them, but a few of them spoke about the hitchhiker phenomena. Are you familiar with the hitchhiker phenomena?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Over there at Skinwalker Ranch. Yeah.
Okay, and they had personal experiences with the hitchhiker phenomena. Have you had any personal experiences with the hitchhiker phenomena, or are you familiar with anyone close in these programs that have experienced a hitchhiker?
I have not. However, I do have some friends that have. Yes.
Okay, and then interesting. Okay, and then you mentioned the blue alien or the blue entity. But you stopped yourself short from getting into too many details, saying that we would have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Wait and see for what?
Well, it's just I know James Fox. I go over all that in James Fox's film. I don't want to spoil it for him or you guys, and that's
Uh,
I'm holding back is because I know he's working real hard on it. So,
okay, so for a movie, okay. And then, is there a reason why you decided to be a whistleblower on Twitter Spaces rather than going to like the Washington Post or mainstream media?
well, this one, well, those are all possibilities of to do all those kinds of things. Um, this one seemed to be a good discussion tonight, and I wanted to be part of that because it seems that there's been a few other times when my name has been mentioned. I felt bad that I couldn't participate at that time because I was still going through my DOPSR process, which is your pre-publication thing.
You still can. Like, this is an opportunity for you guys to connect and make an article for the Washington Post. Like, you guys can fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
here it is.
correct. And that's the whole thing is that the opportunity is always there, but I'm not a glory seeker or anything like that. I've just wanted to set the story straight. Um, I'm working towards my retirement just like everybody else, and I feel
Are you
like this is the only time. This is the generation where I've seen all the celestial bodies kind of aligning on this topic,
Mm. Are
and
you
I
still
don't.
in government? Are you
Yeah.
still in? You are still in government. Oh, okay. I
Yes.
did not know that. Okay, you're still in. So, what agency are you in?
I'd like to leave them out of that. Because my employer knows that I am a whistleblower, and I promised them that I wouldn't mention them at all because I don't want to do that.
Uh, okay. What's the best piece of evidence you have to support the story you're telling?
Um, I guess it's just that I've been verified through Congress, Arrow, the ICIG. You can still get into the systems and see what I was read into. Yeah, I've been to the places I've said I've been. Um, People have looked up my medical records, up my yin yang, and all of them have said, yeah, he's who he says he is. That's the best
Okay.
evidence I can tell you is that that's there. I'm not going to carry out. I've never carried a UFO on my back if that's what you're getting at. That's an impossibility. And being able to drop it like in Sean Kirkpatrick's lap, I couldn't.
So you know where they are,
Please,
right?
please do.
Do you know where they are? Do you know where the UFOs
Yeah, he
are?
spoke with
I
Arrow.
have a good
Yeah,
idea, but
he
they
was.
could have moved them since then. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for taking my questions.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I know. Go ahead, Kimmel.
I just was curious to know from Jason or Steve why they felt the need. I mean, was basically did this all culminate with Steve's story with Courtney, or was it actually Courtney's story that I know she said she was in contact? The NSA basically reached out to Courtney because of your story,
Yeah.
and she eventually had a space with Steve, and I've talked a whole bunch with Steve over the past 48 hours, but I just am wondering what's causing you to come forward right now when you are.
Well, I'm a thoughtful guy. I'm also a, somebody who's approachable, and I do listen. I've known Courtney for quite a bit now. I think since about New Year, I've known her. We've talked, and she's visited me here where I am, and we get along pretty good. And I've always intended to talk to her, some other really great people like Leslie Kane and James Fox, and Chris Mellon, all these really great names and stuff like that. I'm very honored that they're all out there doing great work. But since New Year's, when people saw that little video of James Fox with my name on the clapperboard, I've been wondering myself that, I know I'm working towards publication, but I don't have that yet. But I just got that approved through the Dopster program last month. So
Wow.
I couldn't let Courtney or Leslie Kane or anybody else run with the story, or Colt Hart or Jeremy Corbell or anybody else that would be interested in that sort of thing. I just really wasn't ready. But this is the month where all that is taken care of. I've got all my legal blocks gone through. I've gone through Congress, the whistleblower program, like I said earlier. I've gone through the ICIG. I've been through Arrow. I've done all of it. I've done everything by the numbers, just like David Grush did. So,
Jason, I'll just say it again, man. Sir, like, thank you for doing what you're doing. I know this is crazy, I'm sure, on
yeah,
your end.
well,
No, that was a good explanation, I think, of why, because a lot of people are wondering, even myself, of why Twitter Spaces. I think Stephen asked it too, of like why Twitter Spaces, why right now. But if this were honestly, like, Spaces, if this were the avenue, this is the people who are in the forefront and studying the topic and really up to the game of what's going on.
mm-hmm.
So appreciate it again. We'll go around to the room. I know Experience, and then Chris, and then Danny Silva. What's up,
All
guys?
right.
All right. So thanks again, Jason, for this. So I just wanted to nail down something here as far as the act of why you're whistleblowing. You ran intelligence or telecommunication
Mm-hmm.
intelligence. You heard something that alluded to a craft that you possibly have familiarity with that was overseas and potentially some nefarious or contraband being moved, which is a big no-no and bad thing if it was happening under people's nose. Is that what you're whistleblowing on essentially?
Well, that's what raised my hackles, and I knew I had to come forward at that point because when I was in the program in the '90s, early to mid '90s, that was not on the horizon. I had never heard any of the program equipment or vehicles being used for that sort of thing, and here was something that honestly raised my hackles, and that's why
Gotcha.
I was concerned. That's why I went forward.
Okay, thank you for that. The other question I would have is, there's been release of some program names that are you can't specifically say it was reverse engineering. The Kona Blue thing came out. If that was just a proposal, are there names that you are aware of that are not out in the public right now that you were familiar with potentially being connected to those programs?
Kona Blue, I didn't even know of that one, honestly. But it makes sense to me that the Department of Homeland Security would be a good uh, agency to handle the sorts of things you'd have to do if you did have material that, say, crashed in one of the continental United States, because you've got to have some sort of an agency that can work with the legislatures and the local, law enforcement and everything else to do a retrieval, let's say, in any given state here in the United States. The Department of
Right. It
Homeland
was just
Security
a
is the only one.
proposal, and it never got moved
Right.
under DHS. Right. It got
So,
denied. So, but are there any
right.
other programs that you are familiar with that has not been publicly
Oh
stated out
yeah.
there? That
Shoot.
okay.
Yeah. I've been read into hundreds of different programs that I can't speak of, but yeah, they all have their own program names that are not ever divulged in public.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate you answering my questions. Also, I will just state you coming out is definitely bold, but I will also say just prepare yourself because you are going to get scrutinized and all your background is going to be looked into. Just stay strong. If you believe in the truth and what you're saying is the truth, then, we appreciate that,
Yeah.
bringing some light to something that's very serious.
Yeah. Well, I've been preparing for 2 years. Like I said, I've already got all my legal ducks lined up. And as for the backlash, I've already dealt with quite a bit already. So
Thank you, Jason. And
Gotcha.
guys, Experience 703 at Experience 703. I trust this guy. Give him a follow. We've got a lot of requests coming in. And again, Jason, thank you for being here and just let us know when you need to check out. But we are going to start cycling some people out so we can get some people requesting up here. So shoot up your hand if you're a speaker now. But for now, Danny, go ahead.
Hey, Mr. Sands, thank you for stepping forward. It's real big for us, and it means a lot. We saw last year, David Grush came forward. It was amazing. It was farther than the UFO topic has ever been with the hearing. We also saw what it didn't accomplish, at least to this day. We don't have quote unquote full public disclosure.
yeah.
What are you planning to do to either take it further than David Grush or do differently? Or are you kind of just going by that same game plan where you're going to be trying to convince Congress to look in the right ways? Because we need that public, that public proof, quote unquote, if that's possible, or just what's the plan for that?
Well, to be honest, the one thing I was hoping, and I offered to Congress and the ICIG and even Arrow in the investigation was I offered to them. I said, "Look, I can walk you into these places if you need me to, but I'm sure you've got other whistleblowers that could do the same because." Matter of fact, some of the other whistleblowers probably have even more recent information about the program than I do. If you look at me amongst the others, I'm probably more like the 1990s history expert, and they have other stuff to add to what's happened since the 90s. But I would like to see action, honestly. But it seemed like we just didn't get to that point where, from at least my point of view, I was hoping they would ask me for that kind of help. That hey, let's go walk out to this particular location and let me try to show you where I worked and all this kind of stuff, if that's going to help. I'd also like to reach out to some of the guys that I knew in the program and tell them, hey, it's okay, you know me, I'm not a bad guy, I just want to make sure you're okay, that the program is on the right path. You need to say something. You can't just keep using the cover story and not saying something. We're in an era right now where there's been a lot of other people that's aside from me that are coming forward, and all the whistleblowers seem to be of the same theme, that something is happening that needs to be looked at, and that can't be good, because if you've got what David was saying and other people have been saying, if there's 40 credible witnesses that hold clearances and are verified, just as I am, that's probably the largest contingent of credible witnesses and insiders all saying the same thing. That should speak volumes to this nation. And that should speak volumes to the Congress, that doesn't just happen. Because I don't even know who these other whistleblowers are. how could we all, not knowing each other, come up with the same sort of problems and concerns? Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely it does. So basically, is this going to be, and I'm kind of boiling it down here, the more whistleblowers getting speaking on the same things, you think will convince Congress more and more, rather than it just being only David Grush or only David Grush and you?
Well, yeah, I think it's necessary, though, because I think, like it or not, David did a great job, by the way, and I totally respect him and Fravor and Ryan Graves. Those guys are great. I mean, they did a fantastic job breaking the ice on this. But I think the one thing the public really wanted to see was that, okay, now we want to talk to the firsthand people. You know, I think that's kind of just a thing that it's a way to honor the public people and tell them, look, here you go. Here's some firsthand people, and this is what we have to say. And yeah, some of it's going to be repeated from what I've even said tonight, devoid of any classified information that I cannot discuss tonight, and I won't discuss tonight. But that's, I think, where we're at right now. Is the public wants to hear from the firsthand people, and I think that Congress needs a little bit of a push and a little bit of fire back into the mix to try to get a little bit more of this pushed through their end, because they've got so many things on their plate. And I'm hoping that maybe the public push will help even Congress get people behind the next set of legislature and new NDAA or whatever's going to come. And I'd like to also offer that I've heard a lot more about what can and cannot be done at this point. And I think we're a lot closer to some better ideas on how we can tackle going forward without upsetting the program and what it's there for, upsetting public, upsetting the Congress and people that have been, playing the cover-up game forever. I think we have a lot better idea on how to move forward. And I'd like to talk at least in some meetings with some of those people and try to get to a better place.
And Mr. Sands, you consider yourself firsthand. Can you, I believe, you probably already said it. Can you restate how you're a firsthand witness? And I'll bow out here. Thank you so much for coming forward.
Yes. Firsthand to me means you were either in the program or you had firsthand knowledge of the program. And what I mean by that is that it's not just the vanilla side of the program, but you had the in-depth knowledge of parts of what was going on. But to me, that's, you were actually there, you actually saw, you actually were participating in that program. That's what a firsthand person is. Then you have the other cadre of firsthand in category that I would say is that somebody who does have like a close encounter that is also considered a first-hander.
Thank you, Mr. Sands. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you, Danny. If there's not anything else, Danny, we're gonna let you listen and bring up some other speakers. But for the time being, I think Average Chris was next. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Jason. So we talked earlier. So you were in signals intelligence. So I just what I would like to do, if that's okay, is build a timeline. Right. I know you had a long career in the Air Force. Again, thank you for your service. I appreciate it. From one airman to another. So from there, can you kind of give us a timeline? Because it seems like, I think you said you got out in 2000. What was it? 2007.
Yeah.
And so that's ironically when I got out. So from there, where did you kind of go? Because obviously you probably stayed in the intel community. And how did you come across UAPTF and became a I guess employee or whatever you want to call it? How did that happen? Did they seek you out? Did you apply to them? How did that work?
In 2021, well, let's straighten out the timeline. So yeah, went through, retired in 2007, as I said. Then I became a contractor, DoD contractor, pretty much through and through. where I was doing all kinds of different things from software testing to intelligence, subject matter expert. Gosh, what else have I done? I helped DHS do some of their accreditation for some of the federal systems, or the Stennis Space Center, and worked for AFCENT during the Afghan era of things. Just various things where I was just using my skill sets the best I could. When I got involved in the task force, I ended up in working as an instructor down in Florida. And at that point in 2021, when it was kind of the task force was still building up the academia. The way that the forum is generated is that you can you have to, number one, be in the Intel community, which I was. Even as an instructor, I'm still considered, part of the IC because I'm teaching IC people. That's one of the criteria you have to have. And then on top of that, you just have to be able to contribute something. And I guess what I was able to contribute was my background and the knowledge of some of the Black World programs that we have, so that the task force was not wasting time on frivolous matters that, hey, this is one of ours. We don't have to worry about that. Let's move on to something else that's more conducive to the limited resources we have. So that's kind of where I got introduced to that. And that was in 2021 when I I came across the forum and then became part of the forum. Was 2021.
Awesome.
Chris, if you
I
have a
noticed
follow up, go ahead, and then we'll get to
yeah,
Courtney right after that.
yeah, just give me real quick. So Jason, you mentioned cadre and instructor. I'm assuming you said instructor to Intel. Would that be instructor to military intelligence, or would that be just like within the government agencies?
Well, to joint cyberspace planners, that's who I was instructing, who are also part of the Intel community, where you have to teach people how to take useful intelligence, create a proper plan, and execute it. That's kind of what I was doing, is mentoring people. I'd be going to all the combatant commands and teaching each of them. And that's what I did for about 10, 15 years.
So that's pretty weird coincidence, because AKA was naval cyber intelligence. Did you happen to teach him?
I could have. I've met thousands of students, honestly. And I get like when I worked over here at NSA for a while recently, that I run into people all the time. Hey, Jay, I'm like, I don't remember your name. I know your face, but jog my memory. So I could have met AKA, honestly. So I'd have to look at his face. I'm better with faces than I am names.
Thanks, Jason. So we're gonna go ahead. I want to give Courtney. She just got up here, but she kind of broke all of this through Steve. So Courtney, if there's anything you want to say, go ahead. If not, we'll go to Tom.
Yeah. Hey, Jay. Fancy meeting you here. I was on a space earlier today. It was kind of like a post-op of Steve's space yesterday. And I just want to say, I know I've said this to you personally, but I'm going to say it to the community here, that I'm sorry that you felt, pressured in any way to have to come out into the community, because I know how difficult it can be, for one. And there's a lot of conspiracy. I'm really glad that you're speaking about your direct experience in this space. It sounds like it's been good for you, and I'm really glad for that. But I do know that my role in this kind of forced you or pressured you or, forced your hand to come out into this public way, which was not necessarily on your timing. So I just want to say to everybody that, this is real difficult, especially for me, having had a role in this, forcing him to come out before maybe he was ready. And I do hope that people in the community, it sounds like from what I've heard, are being respectful and kind and taking your story seriously. I think that's really good. And you know that you're my hero. and I respect you, and I'm glad you're doing this. I was surprised to hear you were in here tonight. And I just hope people continue to have an open mind. People can believe what they want to believe. But in bringing Steve's story out, I just felt it was a privilege to both know both of you, for one, but also it wasn't just my private privilege. I always wanted to hear your story when it came out, and I'm sorry if it's come out too soon and it wasn't on your timing. That's all I want to say.
Yep.
Yo, huge props. This is like, to me, there's no whistleblowers coming out on UFO Twitter. And the fact that he's coming on before the fact and answering questions straight up from everybody in the community, huge respect there. And absolutely. And so
I
I
agree.
definitely appreciate
And
that.
Yeah,
honestly,
for
Courtney,
sure.
that was like the most graceful way you could have said that. Like
Yep.
you kind of pushed all this, and the fact that you're kind of almost apologetic is just shows your nature.
Yeah.
Hearts in the chat for Courtney and Jason. This is amazing, guys. Thanks.
Well, thank you. And I just wanted to say back to Courtney that I get it, but you knew that from the very first time we talked that I was going to go public this year. I just wasn't ready with the Dopser and everything else. And honestly, I've been, like I've told the audience here earlier tonight, that this is something that I've been contemplating quite deeply. And I just wanted to kind of put my voice out there now, even though I've got other people that might have other, talking venues for me later in the year. Regardless of all that, I wanted to give at least this forum because I did respect some of the talk that was going on here, and that's why I joined it. And because I've literally heard, probably hundreds of other podcasts that I didn't want to be part of, but this one I did. So I
Good
guess.
for you. I mean, amen, brother. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of everybody in this circle and in this community here tonight that's being respectful. Twitter is not necessarily known in the UFO community for being respectful, so I think you're setting a precedent. I'm really glad to see it. I'm glad to be part of it. And I know I just had one small part in a much bigger picture. And I think everybody, if we all get on board the same way, we can do the same thing. And other people like Jay will come out on their own time, and they'll share with all of us. This is just a huge shot in the arm for everybody who's been waiting and heard your name and heard in context what a vital part of all this disclosure you are. So I'm just very proud. I'm just very proud of you and everybody here tonight. That's it.
Well, yep. Well,
This sounds annoying, but honestly, like props to both of you guys. Go ahead, Jason.
no, I was just going to say that. Yeah, I feel like I've always felt a huge burden to talk publicly about this. Not the classified parts, but just that we're not alone. And like I said, I really did heavily consider this several times, going on other different shows that did have similar good talking going on, but I just didn't have my pre-publication squared away. So I couldn't legally do it. So this was my first opportunity to actually see a forum that was, really what I think is worthwhile. So I thank you guys from, I guess, prompting the whole thing and having a good discussion, because that's something I think needs to happen, is that we need to have a good, honest discussion. I don't care if you agree or disagree with me. It's up to you, every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth, to make their own decisions. But at least you'll hear from a guy that has been in the program and what I think about it all. And I think that's doing you guys justice, because you need it. And that's all I can offer, is that, here's what I think the truth is. It's the best that I understand it. That's all I can do.
Jason, based on your experience in the military, the government, whatever role you served, do you imagine there are other people in your same position who might want to come forward as well?
Yeah, that's always my hope. Like I said before, I've been walking this path alone for years now. I would dearly love, if we do have some hearings later this year, that I'm not alone. I'd really like not to be alone, but I'm prepared to do it alone. So if there's other people listening to this podcast and they're like me and they can see that, yes, there's a smart way that you can come forward and talk about the parts that are okay to talk about, that, yeah, take some encouragement from David Grush and Graves and Fravor and Lou Elizondo and everybody else and Chris Mellon and everybody else has had a hand in this, and all the great journalists as well. And just come on, let's get through this. We can talk it through. Honestly, we're just trying to be, do the right thing with the information we have, because we know the difference between national security and whether or not we're alone. I mean, the two subject matters, they're not relatable, really. And we can talk about that part that, yeah, we're not alone. Let's get that through at least. And
Can
then
I just,
that's it.
we do have a bunch of hands, Jason. Do you want to just delve into that real quick? I think that's fascinating. Like, where is actually, like, if there was a Venn diagram between national security and disclosure, which I think every human being has the right, almost a human right, to know what's really going on in order to, move the way they want to move in their lives. I mean, what's the crossover? Like,
Well, here you go. In my mind, it's very simple. I knew from day one, from being read in, that the NHIs were not classified at all. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, if there's another civilization out there and they are working with us, they're not going to care what classification guidance we use. They're going to come with their own set of laws, and they will probably likely want to be treated like an embassy wherever they're staying. And that's kind of how I would imagine that's exactly how they run it. And that's what I was told how they run it. And so that part of it is totally unclassified. Now, the classified part, yeah, that's the program. That's those are the weapon systems. Those are the technologies that we need to keep our national security alive. That will always be a classified thing. So just, that's the veil. It's a very simple one in my mind. It's not really complex. It's just one or the other. You're either working on a weapon system, and part of the program deals with NHIs, which is totally unclassified. That's what I know.
well said. So let's go to David, and then we're going to go to Daniel after that.
Awesome. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Just want to thank Jason again. This is really great. And I didn't realize, I just gave Courtney a follow, that she was following me, and things are starting to click in my mind. So I really appreciate all you guys. And personally, I have already crossed the Rubicon where I believe you 100%, because a lot of the things I hear you discussing and other people discussing, you know, you don't have to believe me, but I've seen it. So I'm going to go ahead and dive into some NHI questions. So if you are not as familiar with the biologics and can't answer it,
Yeah.
that's understandable. But to your knowledge, these NHI, are they, I don't want to use the word like flesh and blood, nuts and bolts, but like they are entities like us. Like the
Yeah.
way they get here, the way they're traveling may be utilizing some kind of technology or some kind of consciousness tech amalgam that goes beyond what we can do, but they are mortal and they can die and they are like us and they have a brain and they have a free will and they are coming and going from this planet with an agenda. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. And I'll never say that I'm an expert on how many races there are or what their biological makeup is. All I can say is that they don't look like us. And well, they're similar in humanoid shape, that they have a head, body, arms, legs in most cases. But I did not set any of them in front of me and do a DNA test on them. So I have no
Right.
idea.
But have you seen pictures of them or video or anything like that?
I stood 3 feet from one.
Right. Okay. Alive or dead?
Alive.
Oh, the blue one.
Yeah.
Right. And that's another thing I've heard. Like I know a lot of experiencers who have also seen the same thing. Like I kind of feel like whether you're in the program or not, contact has occurred. And so I heard you say that, everyone deserves the right to know that we are not alone. I mean, that alone is kind of paradigm shifting.
Yeah.
But is there some hesitancy to kind of cross the line where you say, okay, we're not alone, but we're also being actively engaged by these things?
Yeah, that's where you got to be a little bit careful, because I don't know the depth of it. I don't know if parts of that are, if there's something nefarious going on between, us and them. I don't know. All I know is that sometimes they were in labs, sometimes they weren't. But that it was very tenuous if they were in the labs. That's all I know. In other words, they didn't want to be actually in the labs with us humans, because, it's just not something they wanted to be part of.
Right.
So I know that that's definitely something I have some inkling of, and that's about as far as I can go with it, is that they don't want to be helping us build weapon systems.
Why not?
I would say because, any kind of technology that we use, and being sort of a barbaric race, I would say that just from knowing our own nature, that they probably are leery of that. They wouldn't want us to have a technology that we might be able to wield against them. But I don't think that we would do that. I'm not saying that that's what we would do, but just that, that just like we would think that, hey, we don't want, one of our enemies to have, or some person that we're not sure is our enemy or not, having some kind of technology that they could use against us. It's just a security measure that it just.
Yeah, it's like the development of nuclear weapons could even affect them, not even us so
Exactly.
much as
Yeah,
yeah.
because I'm not a scientist, but I know some of the power and the power generations and stuff like that, that it was pretty huge from what I heard. Because when we researched it, and some of the things that they were doing with gravity and other things, just freaking awesome what they can do. So,
Fascinating.
yeah.
Okay, so let's go to Daniel, and then we'll go to Tom.
Okay.
Also, Jason, how much time do you have tonight? I want to be respectful.
Oh, that's Saturday night. I got all night, dudes.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, I'll let you know if I get tired.
God, Rob goes to bed 2 hours ago, but it's all good. I'm in for the long haul, guys.
Yeah.
Here we
Yeah,
go,
Rob,
Rob.
you better keep this going. You're not even recording it,
Yeah,
you fucking shit.
No. If I do record, nothing like this ever goes down. It never fails.
Maybe someone else is recording. Who knows? Go ahead, Daniel.
Man, I hope so, RPK.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate you sharing, Jason. So, my question is more about some historical incidents. Grush got some flack for mentioning the 1933 Italy incident, and that's something a lot of people have been critical about. I'm curious, in your correspondence or involvement with any of these things, if you can share maybe about some of the earliest recorded incidents, and for my own personal interest and research, I'm curious if maybe anything, whether it's fact, fiction, or folklore, regarding the 1897 Aurora airship incident had ever come up in any of your correspondence or investigation.
Aurora came up, but I at the time did not know whether they were just talking about the town of Aurora or whether it was something else. As for the earliest that I would know of or have pondered is the Roswell incident. I do believe that actually happened, that some decisions were made during that time frame that set up what is known as the program today. And that's it makes logical sense to me that that's what happened. And I think some mistakes, not mistakes, but during that Roswell incident era, like I said earlier, that it was during the McCarthy era, that people were very paranoid about communist influences in the United States. And we had good reason to do certain things and be very paranoid. But I think that has endured in the program culture for quite a long time, or longer than it should have in my mind. And that's what is really kind of slow-balling all of the disclosure, is that you have a lot of people that quite literally have been there for their whole lives inside the program. I could have done the same, but I didn't end up sticking with it that long.
Wow. So
And
you have these people who maybe justifiably were paranoid against communist threats way back when, and
correct.
that same paranoia has then kind of transported over into the paranormal stuff.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, it kind of sounds like it makes sense to me too. Yeah, I would go with that.
Just a quick follow up there. When you had mentioned they had talked about Aurora, who is they, and what was the platform or medium through which this interaction took place?
Well, while I was in the program, I had read a book and seen some stuff, notional artwork, I think in a Popular Mechanics magazine that went over Aurora, and actually related to some stuff I'd heard on Mission. And that's as far as I want to go with that. I don't want to get classified or talk about classified. But yeah, that's
enough said for Daniel, right? Nice.
Yep.
Love to hear from you, Daniel, too, man. Thanks, man. And Tom, we'll go ahead to you. Thanks, bro.
Thanks again, man. So I know there's a lot of people that are trying to get up here, so I'm going to ask this last question and then drop down so other people get a chance to speak. So something you said earlier really resonated with me, Jason, because as an experiencer myself, there was a good period of my own type of loneliness that I experienced, dating back to childhood and into my teenage years, early 20s, not being able to properly share the things I had experienced, even with loved ones. What can we do as these people that surround you in this space? Me, Astral, Money Penny, Kimball, everybody. What can we do to help you through this process?
Well, number one is, like Courtney was saying, is just be respectful of not only me, but the other whistleblowers that we're all, some of them are still in the program, are in a much more precarious place than I will ever be. And it's important that when the conjecture starts flying around, that you give them a chance to speak first. And if you haven't, and hopefully you do have an opportunity to talk to them like you're talking to me, so at least you're not going off of imaginary suppositions, things, at least you're talking to the person directly. And I know that's difficult right now because, I'm probably the only whistleblower that's come forward like this, other than David Grush and Graves. And, well, I guess there's been quite a few, actually, now that I think about it. But just be respectful of that. But the other thing you can do is that Congress really, if you really want to help, we need, and Congress needs a fire. They need to have the public support on this and the pressure to get something done, because they are trying to fight. The people that are on the side of disclosure in Congress need that sort of support. And they don't need, a bunch of crackpots coming forward. They need people that are well informed, and that's part of the reason I'm here, is to, help inform everybody, to come forward and just to say, yeah, we want to get this done. We started the NDAA. We've heard the Arrow report. We don't agree with it, or we do agree with it. But we want to get to the bottom of this, because I can tell you, where is all this money going? Congress can't tell you. Maybe certain people around Pentagon and other places might be able to, but that's the travesty of it all, is just that there's a part of this that at least the oversight needs to be there, and that's not going to happen without public support. And the other thing is just, you guys, now that you've heard me and listened to what I've had to say tonight, is just take that, and if you're in other podcasts, just be as respectful as I have been with everybody here, that, yeah, this is my story, and, don't embellish it. Just tell it like it is. Try to be as factual as you can. Be educated about it. Because the one thing I've found very frustrating is there's a lot of different people with a lot of different opinions out there, and sometimes it's totally off base. and I hate seeing that. I would love to be able to give better context, and I think that's one of the things I'll do now that I can go public, is to try to give some of that context. So you have me now to ask those questions of, and I would hope that you would use me as a resource to do that. And as other whistleblowers might come forward, do the same with them, so that we're at least getting to a new level with the information we have, instead of all the conjecture and I don't know. So that's what I would say you guys can help me with.
Jason, thanks again, man. Just deeply, deeply appreciate it. I followed you. Hopefully, I can get a follow back, and I truly, truly hope that sometime soon we can speak again. And just from the bottom of my heart, I know I speak for a lot of people here. Thank you for what you're doing. I think you're a badass. I think you're extremely brave, and I hope that decades from now in history looks back at you and Grush and everybody as heroes, man, because you're telling your truth, you're telling your
It
story,
will. We know,
and it means a lot to
Tom. We know,
everybody here.
Tom. You and I, a lot of us in here know this is real. So
We
history
know,
books will
yeah.
definitely. He's in
Well,
the
yeah.
history books. That's settled.
Well, yeah, and
You're right.
that's the one thing I've always found kind of like, good grief, I really wish all of you could know and have seen what I've seen and experienced it for yourself, and then there'd be no doubt. But I know that hasn't happened, and it probably likely won't for quite some time, unless the NHIs themselves want to say, hey, here we are, what do you want to say? But until that time happens, yeah, we're still going to be stuck with, people that'll listen to people like me and just think I'm full of it,
Yeah, I get the feeling. Open contact is like a daunting. Like, it would be great in a lot of ways, but I don't know. We're definitely not ready for open contact. I don't think. But let's see. I don't
Yeah,
even
I
know.
agree.
I think Tech Tweets or JJS was next.
Yeah, Tech. What's up, man?
Hey guys, great space, and Jason, thank you so much for coming forward and for what you're doing. I just have
No problem.
I have a few quick questions for you. The first was, could you possibly comment on the Department of Naval Intelligence involvement in these programs?
Yeah, I'd say out of all the different agencies and intel organizations, the DNI has been probably more of an honest broker than literally everybody else. Everybody else seems to be kind of absent um, in trying to support any kind of an effort over the past decade, really.
Excellent.
So that's who I would. That's so I'd give kudos to the DNI.
Okay, a couple more. Are there any specific details of the NHI craft in terms of propulsion, origin, where, and when they were recovered, that any of the contacts within the programs have divulged to you that you
Well,
can
yes.
share?
Well, I don't want to give away any classified information, but
Sure.
I would tell you, and I've been asked this before, that the pace of retrievals has been about 1 or 2 craft every 3 to 5 years, ever since the 1950s.
Okay.
Wow.
That's crazy. And a little bit further to that, are there confirmations that the propulsion methods of these craft are indeed anti-gravitationally based?
There are a variety of different types. As you can imagine, if there are other civilizations out there, just like we can have a hydrogen-powered car or gas-powered or electric, they likely have other forms of propulsion. Most of the ones I know of or had heard of are electromagnetic in nature, or some form of it in one way, shape, or another,
Excellent.
to counteract gravity.
Okay. And then just another quick question. Can you comment, or did you have any knowledge on Edward Teller's involvement in these programs and or the Department of Energy's involvement?
Yes, I do know DOE does work some of the security around the area. I don't know about Teller. You'd have to tell me about him and what you're getting at with that, and maybe I do understand a little bit of it, but I may just not remember the name.
Yeah, he's like the father of the H bomb. Big. He was a huge involvement in the early DOE. And there's just and the whole UFO lore. There's lots of tales and stories about him being involved in the program from the beginning.
Yes, I would say that yes. The DOE was always very close to the area and everything else where, everything was homegrown. So I would like, well, yeah, thermonuclear powering of, things is something that they've been working on and we still work on. And I would say that there'd probably be a very close relationship between DOE and the program. And I used to go up range all the time, and sometimes they would be doing, nuclear tests, and that was DOE telling us to shut down the range for the day so that, they could do their test. And there was like even a big crater we used to drive by on the Tonopah test range, had a big crater or an area of sand that's where they used to detonate stuff.
Wow. Thank you, Jason. Estimate. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Neanderthal.
Yeah. So just a few points. So 1 to 2 craft every 5 years, that would average out to, I want to say, a little under 30 craft that would be in our possession. Just wondering if that would be a ballpark number. Two, what was the impetus for? Because you said the program started around 1954-ish, right? Or that's when the paperwork went back to. Do you know what was the impetus for that program to be started at that particular time?
Yes.
And one more after that.
Well, I would say it was just the retrievals. That was what it was. Whether it was from, a known adversary or not, that was what the program was stood up for. So it was very much related to actual wartime things that had taken place. And then it was a convenient place to start doing some of this other exotic crash retrieval stuff, because it's a really, you're doing kind of the same thing. You're reverse engineering, you're capturing stuff, you're researching the stuff. It just was a very cool workhouse for everybody to throw everything underneath.
And the other question would be, because what we've been frequently hearing is that this is so stovepipe and compartmentalized, at least today, that you have one person working on something and they have no idea that it's related to another project that is under the umbrella of something like this. So my question would be what was the mechanism by which you were able to overhear the scientists and engineers talking about this, and what were their thoughts from what you could gather? Thank you.
Well, I was actually monitoring their telecommunications is what my mission set was. So you'd hear exactly what, sometimes people are, as much as you tell somebody that you need to talk on an encrypted line, people are just lazy. And I hate to say it, but being in the business I was for the Air Force for many, many years, that pretty much everybody in every place we went to got some kind of a problem that you could use as a vulnerability. And that it was something that we came out to try to fix. So that's how I found out about this. Now, what they were saying, the scientists were saying, is, like I was saying before, is that there was a batch of stuff that was just, things that you would find kind of normal for a program like that, reverse engineering of adversarial things that people from or equipment from our adversaries that we were reverse engineering, trying to understand. And then there was the cadre of the exotics and stuff that the scientists were just clueless about and were finding very difficult to work with because of the stovepiping between programs and the strangeness of what they were looking at and trying to test.
I'm sorry, I should have been a little bit more specific. Where the notions of hostility come from in terms of what this might be or what the intentions? Because I'm sure motivations, once you establish that there's a there, the motivation part is a huge part of the conversation. And I think I heard you say that a couple of people thought that there were some hostile intentions from whatever it was.
Yeah, and I think that, in other words, the program was started from a serendipitous retrieval. So I think the NHI contact was also not expected, and the NHIs themselves didn't want to do it, but participate in a program with us, but they ended up doing so thinking that this might be the best way forward. Because here it was, we actually had some of their material and some of the biologics, and I think that's what sparked it. So that was the motivation initially, was just kind of like, we accidentally found it, we accidentally retrieved it, and then the NHI show up on the scene. They say, hey, we know something crashed here. Where's our stuff? Are you going to give it back? And the response was, well, let's barter about that. And I think that's how it all kind of grew.
Thank you, James. And Estimate as well. Check out Estimate of the situation. They've got a Kickstarter going on that's definitely worth it. So we got Neanderthal next, and then we're going to go to JJS after that, and then Darcy.
Hey, thanks. Great space. And I'm coming in a little late, so I apologize if somebody else has brought the stuff I'm going to ask about. Just have a couple of quick ones. So I heard you say earlier that like about like why you're coming out now and stuff. Like you mentioned that the stars are kind of all aligning to do this sort of a thing right now. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Oh yeah, that's just where I've seen Congress wanting to get involved. That the DNI and the task force and Arrow all have been doing, their due diligence to try to get some answers. And that's what I mean by the alignment of all these different things coming together. I've never seen so many things aligning all on trying to get to the answers we want from this. So we've heard from Arrow now, and apparently Sean Kirkpatrick and his analysts are looking at the data, and they think one way about it. But I'm also hearing that there's some blowback from that report as well. And honestly, I don't blame other people from kind of bagging on the fact that it was kind of sloppily written and maybe a little too cavalier in its assumptions that it made. And it certainly flies in the face of at least my going to Arrow and what I said to Sean Kirkpatrick myself. So I think we're in a place now to where we either go forward with this or we don't. And I really would like to see the celestial bodies continue to align and continue through, because I don't think we're going to have another generation for quite a while where this is an opportunity for all of us to, take the what we have now for synergy and just push this through and finally get to a place where everybody's either placated and, hey, we really are alone, or hey, yeah, there's NHI. I know that we have there are NHI, but that's for our society to come to grips with that. I mean, that's what I mean by aligning of the whole thing, is that I think this is the only generation that can get the answer that I've seen since I've been alive.
Wow. So real quick, Jason, you're not a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer, but if you were the way forward, right? You said we need to go forward. How would you go forward, knowing what you know?
Well, I have suggested that, if there are people that are in the program and or people in the private industry that is helping the program, now's the time to come forward. And there's already a process in place to discreetly come forward if you have UAP material, biologics, what have you, or even just information that you wish to share. I'm one of the people that can help you connect with the right Congress people and senators and whoever you want, and it'll be handled very discreetly. And because I know that some of the people in the program would like to do that. Now, if they want to do a public statement, I can go that route too. And there's, David Grush can point them in the right direction too. The Soul Foundation has a lot of really great people there too that can help. We all have a lot of really great networked resources to help folks do the right thing. So, yeah, that's what I would like to see happen.
That was awesome. Go
Hey,
ahead.
Kimball, real quick, if I could sneak the last part in. I was wondering if you could, Jason, talk about at all anything to do with the metallic spheres that everyone talks about seeing, even that were in the initial Arrow reports and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and anything to do with like their purpose and stuff.
I would say that if there is some indication, I would say, not from my own personal experience. Let me say that. This is just my opinion. From what I have heard, from what I believe are legitimate reporting, is that there's a lot of drones being flown around because of the danger of a crash. There seems to be directed energy weapons that affect the UAP. So I think if you were a smart NHI, you wouldn't have people on board anymore, just because you wouldn't want to endanger your own people. Just like we wouldn't want our own air crews to endanger themselves. So the orbs, I would say, they serve a multitude of different missions. There are some that are research. There are some that are interplanetary or otherwise, where they can come and they provide a conveyance from one location to another to get someplace they want to go. Then there's other ones that are just maybe even recreational, because intelligent races tend to want to be entertained. We love our football games. Who wouldn't want to come to the zoo known as Earth and observe some of the stupidity that goes on here? So some of them might actually be coming here for entertainment value, for all I know. It's kind of fun to play with that, but I'm just saying that it could be a lot of different reasons. But just about everything you can imagine you'd want to be on another planet, that may be why they're here, and that's what those orbs are about.
Thank you, Jason. So JJS was going to be next. Non-Credible's phone is about to die, and he's a solid researcher I trust, so we're going to let him go ahead real quick.
I'm good with that. Go non-credible.
I have just a quick question for you, Jason. Would maybe I have seen you trying to talk some sense into Richard Giordano on the Goof On show last year, and it just went over everybody's head except mine? Did I do that? Is that what you're asking? I was watching, I watched the David Grush interview premiere on the Richard Giordano show, Goof On, and then there was that was me. Yeah, that was me. I used screen name Ted at the time, I think. Yeah, that's my dad's name, and it's also my middle name. I got you. Cool, man. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't taking crazy pills, because your voice was very, very familiar. But I heard you there that day, and I appreciate that. I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't heard you there that day, in part. Appreciate that, friend. At that point, the reason I came forward on that one was to defend David Grush, because there were some things being said that just weren't true. So, like I said, I think you were trying to talk some sense into Rich. I heard your sense that you were putting out there.
I told you guys Non-Credible was solid.
Yo, we need to go back and get that shit down.
Unfortunately, it was only on this channel, Rebellious Unknown, for a while, because Rich, the Rich version got striked down because News Nation.
Hey, I'm making reach out to Lynn and get a copy of that. Non-credible, no big deal.
That would be cool.
You better post that, Rob. JJS, go ahead.
Back channel that.
Yeah, but that was me. I was trying to defend David Grush at the time, because he's been a really good, friend of mine all the way through this from the start. And I just was really upset to hear some of the stuff that was being thrown around.
Yeah, but you were probably looking at him and seeing what was going on pretty closely with when he was coming out and getting feedback and all that shit.
Yeah, right? Actually, last year it was the same week. It was kind of weird, because I was talking to him on the phone, and I was just like, "Hey, Dave, I'm thinking about going public, but I'm not ready for it yet." And he's like, "Yeah, that's kind of weird. I'm thinking about that too." And then he actually did. And I was like, "Wow, cool. You're my hero," And so here I am this year following in his footsteps. So I think it's appropriate.
Darcy, what's up, man?
Yo, oh my God. This is a momentous occasion. Jason, thank you so much for stepping up and out like this. It's pretty surprising. And I totally agree with Courtney and other folks. It is the shot in the arm that we needed right now.
Yeah.
I'm a fellow researcher, as many people in this room are.
documentarian. I'm excited to see your testimony included in the new documentary that James Fox is releasing. Mhm. But couple questions for you. First of all, if you can elaborate, what was the impetus for you coming forward so early? I think Courtney kind of touched on that. And yeah, go ahead, and then I'll just ask the other quick questions if you don't mind. Well, I guess to add on to what I was saying before is just that I've been working towards going public for probably about a year and a half, all told. Tonight was kind of something I've been thinking about for quite a while because I've been seeing the interest is still there, and the conversation was really, very good at the start here on this particular podcast, and I really appreciated it. And I thought, well, this is kind of what the kind of forum that I wanted to, have, because you guys in the public really need to start hearing the, I guess, informed version of everything, rather, because I felt so bad over the past year hearing some of the podcasts, and I'm just like, oh, gee, I really wish I could go and talk, but I just didn't have all of my ducks lined up to go public yet. And I would just be like, oh, wow, that's just really off base. And, they should be talking this way about it. And that's one of the reasons, that's really what I'm doing here. So to add to what I said before, is that's another big motivator, is just that I really feel like I want to give some context, at least from my point of view. And I'll at least give you my opinion as to what I think I was hearing and the things that I had experienced. And at least you'll hear it from a firsthand person. And I'll give you my best shot. I'll be as honest as I can. And that's all I can offer you guys. And that's another big motivator. But I think just that one thing, that if I was never in the program, I would appreciate somebody like myself coming forward to help at least give some context. So that's another big motivator for me coming forward tonight. Great. And kudos for you for standing up for David Grush in the middle of the troll posse over at Goopons Radio bullshit show. He's a total piece of garbage in my opinion. But I thought it was humorous. It was very, very humorous to me. But at the same time, they did have some good points as well. But yeah. Okay. Anyways, the other question I had for you, you said you stood within feet of a non-human intelligence. Was this like your typical gray? And no, it wasn't. My second question is, you said 1954 was really when this kicked off. Were the NHIs involved from the beginning, or did they come in years later or before the program? I think that it's possible that our government had some previous contacts, but I do believe that in 1954 that the program was stood up officially, and has been, striving forward ever since. So as for the person I met in the desert that was 3 feet away from me, he to me, his skin looked the same as what an albino would have, very, very pale white. And he was a little bit shorter than me. I stand about 6 foot. He was a few inches shorter, maybe 5'6", 5'7". So I had a very good look at him. I think people have asked me about it before, and I would say he probably looks more like a tall white than he does anybody else, but the ears are something that really threw me off. But you'll hear more about that when James Fox's film comes out later this year. And by the way, he is trying he's working his butt off right now trying to get that film finished up.
Yeah, James is awesome. Jason, real quick, just on the points you just made. So even someone who's into the topic like myself, when I hear people make delineations between like races, between the Nordics or the tall whites, that is like Wait, what? And I guess just given your background and like your experience in these departments, can you shed any light on maybe where uh, your opinions or your knowledge, I guess, comes from?
Well, just during the interview process, there was a lot of pointed questions about my encounter in the desert with this individual, and I'm never going to claim to be an expert and have like a catalog of exactly what all the different races are that have made contact with the human race are. All I can tell you is what I've seen and experienced myself. So this individual had that albino looking skin, had a blue under that skin. It was a bluish kind of a tinge. He had earlobes, but they were conformed to his skull, so they weren't sticking out at all like ours do. And his eyes were twice the size of ours. And the corners of his eyes were probably about where our temples are. That's how big they were. And the irises were similarly large and very dark, to the point where you couldn't tell the difference between pupil or iris.
Right, but
So,
why do you describe that as a tall white as opposed to a Nordic, or like your knowledge on those delineations or the grays or the ebens or whatever, where does that come from?
Well, there is two sources, and that is one is my own, listening to telecommunications within the program. The tall whites were mentioned and the grays. At that point, though, I had not seen what a tall white or a gray looked like. So I assumed that this person that I had met was white. So I assumed he was a tall white, not knowing exactly what they look like and not having, been around them all my life. I just didn't know. So I called him a tall white. But then during the interviewing process, somebody else said he could have been a hybrid, and I don't know why they said that, but that's something they postulated.
I've heard that as well. It sounds like you're describing a hybrid from what I've heard.
Yeah, and it could have been, for all I know, because I had no other context in seeing an individual that looked like that.
Thank you, Jason. These are some real questions, and it's awesome that you're just here for it. Like, seriously, like, we're getting past all the X-Files music. Just go ahead.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. I hope we can get them all answered. They talk about a galactic federation. It's in the lore. You had Haim
I don't
Ashad.
hear him.
Can you not hear me?
No, he can't hear you,
Might have to jump back out.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the Juan next while Jay just drops out and comes back.
Hey, I've got a couple of questions I'd like to come around to at some point too. But no. Everyone else, go ahead by all means. I'll come back around.
Can you drop
Yeah,
me
just keep
down?
it everyone to just
Yeah, it
one or
was.
two
Yeah,
questions.
it was a couple. It was a couple
I
of
can
brief
hear him
ones.
now. I can hear you now.
Oh yeah, I wasn't the one speaking. It was Jay Jess that was speaking. She dropped down. She's going to come back up. I was just going to ask you if you had any affiliation to Elizondo and Chris Mellon, and also why do you think it is that the Navy has carried most of the research on this, and the Air Force seems to remain silent about it?
I would say because of Lou Elizondo. He's my hero. I've told him that many times, and he's still my hero. The affiliation with Mellon and the other folks have been people that have ended up in my network over time, that people, that were on the inside who had been part of the task force, that the word got out, and people started contacting me, and I've gotten to know them. And I've yet to run into anybody that is not a stellar person or similarly a hero in my book. They've all done great things to try to get this further down the road.
What's up, the one?
Oh, and why the Navy? I think it's because their culture is not like the Air Force's. I think that they're more apt to come forward with their stories and things like this. And I think that they just had the right leadership in place, whereas I think in the Air Force, at least, that I've seen, they always have a leader in there that's been read in, and always that leader has been told to keep their mouth shut. So I think that's kind of,
Yeah, like we have Gallaudet coming out writing white papers saying we need to study USOs, seriously.
yeah. And you kind of, I think one of the other things, if we're going to move forward, you have to go where there's places where there's fruit to be born, and so if the Navy happens to be where the fruit is coming from, then they're the most willing. Just like some of the other nations around the world are more willing to discuss UAP than perhaps even we are. Well, yeah, okay. Well, let's go with that. Let's try to take some of those low hanging fruit and at least get it started, and then maybe the others will follow along when they realize it's not so bad.
Well, and early on, it seemed, I mean, total assumption here, but the Air Force, it would just seem obvious that like the buck stopped with them when it came to like air domain, and conventionally, right, UFOs were just people believed there was something in the sky, so maybe that made them apprehensive too early or something. But
Right.
awesome response. Let's see, Jay, Just, did you have a follow up before we get to the one?
Well, I didn't even get to ask my question. So because he didn't hear me. So if he still
That's right.
can't
I'm
hear
sorry.
me,
Oh
can
yeah,
you
can you hear
ask?
Jay just now, Jason?
Yes, I can hear you definitely. Yep.
Perfect. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so we hear in the lore that there's galactic federations and that there's NHI that walk
Oh, wait a
amongst
minute. Did
us.
you just ask a question? Because I didn't hear the question part.
Oh boy. Can you hear me now? No.
Jay, just why don't you ask your question and Rob will repeat
You
it to
okay?
Jason.
So
Yeah.
No,
we
I'll let you repeat it, Kimball. I got kids right now
All right,
running around.
go ahead, Jay. Just
okay. So we hear in the lore that
Yeah, I'm not hearing him
there's galactic
directly.
federation,
Jason,
and
Jason, we're gonna let you can't hear her again, so we're just gonna let her ask her question. I'll repeat it to you. So it'll be silent here for a little bit. Go ahead, Jay. Just
okay, so we hear in the Lord that there's like galactic federations and there's NHI walking amongst us. Is there any truth to that? Because even Hayam Eshed, who was the Israeli, ex-Israeli head of space, mentioned these things. So I'm just wondering, like, is there such thing as a galactic federation? Is there such thing as these things on Mars or on the moon?
thank you, Jay. Just so Jason, basically, there's in the lore the Galactic Federation, right? And there's purported to be NHI that are walking amongst us. And she basically just wants to know, like, from what you've come across, do you think the Galactic Federation is an actual thing? Are you there, Jason?
Oh boy, I don't know that I could hear Kimball either.
Oh, here you go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, could you hear Kimball?
Yep.
Yeah, I could. Yeah. So,
Okay, cool.
yes, I have heard not the Galactic Federation. I had heard Asher Command. That was definitely a term that I had heard, and I thought, what the heck is this? Um, Ends up that is something that is, part of the UAP community, kind of a thing that they claim to be part of the galactic organization or whatever you want to call it, that tries to help, lower technology civilizations such as ourselves. And they try to pave a way forward, in trying to help and be beneficial. So I think, yeah, I'm on board with that. Now, that's about as much as I know, is that I heard the name. There was not much given as to how the organization actually is structured, what planets, if any, are involved in that. I do know that that it is related to NHI. It's an NHI sort of a led organization, and that's as much as I know about any kind of an organization that's interacting with us. As for influence here on the Earth, I would say that, yeah. I would say, in my opinion, and this is again my opinion, and it's outside of my military career experience, but just from what I think I understand about everything, this planet has literally been in a influenced mode for millennia. If you want to believe the Bible and Mahabharata and Greek myth and everything else, if you want to believe in all of those things, there may be some truth to some of what we've been hearing about things that people in ancient times have said, that, the Anunnaki enslaved us, the Greek gods played with us, likewise the Hindu gods fought over us, and even the Bible states that, the forces of good and evil are constantly at battle here on Earth. So I would say that if NHI are related with all of those scriptures, then yeah, there's been an influence here for a very long time.
Jason, where did you get the phrase an influenced mode? That was interesting to me.
Oh, I just kind of said it. It's not because there was something that, I knew about that was influence mode or something like that. That's just what I happen to use as a word.
Yeah, that's
Cool.
wild.
Yeah, let's
You're
get
right.
around to the hands.
That's wild.
Sorry.
There's a bunch up. There's a bunch of requests. We'll get around to them. A bunch of people popping up. So we'll get around to the new people who have jumped up. I know the Juan's up, and then Money Penny.
Real quick, Astro, we got Leslie Keene in the house too. I'd like to get her up at some point if she's interested in coming up.
Oh, hell
Hi,
yeah.
Leslie.
Of course, always. Go ahead, Luan.
Guys, my questions will be very specific, and then I'll go ahead and go down. My first question is, Jason, do you know of any agreements between NHI and humans? So any knowledge you may know about that. Second question, regarding UFO crash retrievals, if you're able to share, do you know which of those in the UFO lore actually occurred? If you could share that with us, which ones for sure you can confirm, again, if it's not classified data or something you can potentially share. And then my third question is, what is their intention, specifically of the being that you met? Anything you can share about, why are they here? I know you mentioned about, material that they were trying to get back, but what about their overall grand intention? Could you share? Okay. So craft, Texas, Central America, South America, Vietnam, and several other countries are retrieval site areas. The types of craft it's like we discussed earlier. Just they're some of them were just drones with no biologics. Some did have biologics in them. That sort of thing. From the person that I had contact with and what I thought he was doing here, he felt like he was, because when there was a telepathic part of what he was communicating, because he wasn't speaking English and I didn't know what language it was, but I could understand him perfectly. So we were sharing mind space, and apparently there was some kind of residue memory from him that when I was being interviewed, some people were able to bring that out of me. And he just mainly he seemed like he was here as a worker, part of the workforce that was interacting with the program. Now, when you get back to the part of your question about, what interaction do they have in the program, the only parts of that I got exposed to was just the fact that they were helping in the labs under certain conditions that were highly, highly managed. And you could tell they did not want to do a free-for-all exchange of a technology at all. It seemed very, very controlled, like they didn't want to give anything dangerous to us at all. So hopefully that answers all the questions you had. Part about the agreements. Have you heard of anything, Oh, the agreements. Yeah, NHI human agreements. Well, that's as far as I would say, is that I know that if they're working in the labs, there had to be some kind of an agreement for them to do so. Because I'm sure they had to barter back and forth as to what part they wanted to play, how much they wanted to give. So that all had to be part of an agreement of some sort. I also heard at one point that the Holloman thing did happen, and that again shows that there was some sort of interaction between our own president at the time and them. And I would imagine there was some kind of an agreement, either verbal or written or otherwise, that has been probably enacted ever since. So those are the only two things I could bona fidely say that yes, there is some form of agreement out there that if those two things that I heard are true, then yes, that there's at least evidence that I have heard that yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
You're blowing a lot of minds right now, Jason.
Well, yeah, I get that, and I don't mean to do that. I apologize if I am going to blow your mind, and I've always thought that perhaps when I come forward that it was going to be gradual. But again, just like it was when I was doing this in the task force and people were asking me questions, it just went down some rabbit holes. And I couldn't, I want to answer the questions the best I can.
Yeah, I wonder if this is just a, like a shift that's happening to whistleblowers of the avenue that's coming out and being transparent, being able to come on Twitter Spaces and answer questions. Like, shit, this is what needs to happen. So I really appreciate this. We'll keep going with the questions. I know a lot of hands are coming up, a lot of requests. So we'll keep respecting that.
Getting back to the blowing of the minds as well, is just that Congress was the same way. I had 10 talking points. They wouldn't let me get past about the fifth one. It always ended up in another conversation. So I kind of expect that. Anyway,
real quick,
let's get to the next question.
Real quick, Jason, I wanted to ask you your thoughts on Doty, and then we'll move along to whoever's next. I've not been paying attention.
I think we got experience, and then Red Panda, and then estimate, and Paul.
Okay, Doty. I would say, no, is he the guy that claimed he was doing some kind of cover story for the program?
Yeah, he's the guy that was on the Benowitz case. I don't know if you're familiar. Former Air Force Office Special Intelligence. Yeah.
Honestly, I did work with people in the Air Force OSI that were doing part of the cover-up plan for the program. And I don't mean to bag on Doty or anybody that had to work that program. I mean, he's probably got a lot of stuff that he knows because he was in the same briefings I was for the missions. Probably, in some cases, I'm not saying I've never worked with him, but I do know that if he did have exposure to the program, that's how he was probably working. So that being the case, because he was literally doing a deception plan for the program, that makes it difficult when he wants to come forward and say, I'm an honest broker. People have to take that into context. Is he still blowing untruths out, or is he actually coming forward with the right stuff? That's something that, unfortunately, you kind of have to deal with when you've been doing that kind of work for a job. So I don't have a beef with Doty. I think he's telling the truth in a lot of cases, but I can't verify a lot of what he's done because I just wasn't exposed to him and what he was doing for his work in the program.
Also, real quick, what's your opinion on Chris Bledsoe and the lady? I'm sorry, guys, this is my space. I had a few questions I wanted to ask, and I had to butt in somehow. So.
What specifically do you want to know about Bledsoe? I mean, what statement?
Lady in white, Rob, like the non-human intelligence that Chris Bledsoe has contact.
Yeah, the lady more specifically.
Oh, okay. Well, I have seen some seriously strange stuff. I don't close the door on anybody, and even if somebody warned me that not to talk to Bledsoe, I'm the kind of guy that's just a nice guy, and I'm approachable. I will come meet you, and I will talk to you, and then I will make my call from there because I'm usually a pretty good judge of character at that point when I meet people.
Do you feel like there's a group of people who are more prevalent in or the government are paying attention to that have experiences with non-human intelligence often?
Oh, sure. Yeah. They've got the databases that have all the names in there. They got my name in parts of it, so they know I've been part of their program, but they're also going to hear from me that I'm trying to help, I'm trying to get through this so that they can maintain their program and that, we're just trying to get to a better place so that, the parts of this that don't need to be undercover anymore, they can come out. Just get that part done so you're not being bothered anymore, so hopefully, people know about it and people in the program know who they are. And they're going to target those people. I hope that they're done with the days of, threatening, but I think some of the stuff that David Grush has been exposed to shows that they're still capable of trying to, you know, take your clearance away and ruin your career and other things like that. And I find that kind of being like barbaric. And I think we can do better than that. I know the people in the program are much smarter than having to use those tactics. I mean, honestly, if they have a beef with me, they know who I am. I'm sure they know where I live. Come talk to me, for crying out loud. Let's talk like men. You know, let's get this over with, so that you don't have to pull all this chicanery. I'm sure they could have done that with David Grush too.
Thank you, Jason.
Mm-hmm.
Rob, if you don't have anything else, we'll go to experience and
Yeah, carry on.
okay, experience.
I know Moneypenny was up
Yeah,
too.
Yeah, let's get to Money Penny. She's been
Money.
waiting
Yeah,
a
money
while.
should. Yeah, she should go first. Go ahead.
Thanks, guys. What an amazing space. I am mind blown. As you can probably tell, Jason, I'm British. I think I'm probably the only British person
I
who
was
is up
born
at
in
5 in the morning.
I was born in Yorkshire. My dad was stationed in Menwith Hill, so
Oh my gosh.
I
Well,
used to have a British accent, but I lost it because I used to get beat up on the playground.
you do still have a bit of a northern accent. You've got that kindness in your voice. I know
Yep.
that may sound strange, but it's true.
Yeah. Honestly,
that's an
people from
American thing, Money.
Britain say that about me. You have to listen close, but I do have a bit of a twang in my voice that comes out that people catch on.
Yeah, it makes sense now.
Anyways,
So
what do you have for me?
I'm up past my bedtime for you. It's 5 in the morning and I haven't gone to sleep. I've been waiting.
Eh,
I come from a military family. My father's ex-RAF, and I live next to the GCHQ, which you probably will recognize as the head
yeah,
of intelligence agencies in the UK.
yes, I do.
Um, I have 2 or 3 questions, very short ones. First of all, as a former journalist, where would anybody go online for information that is in plain sight that would tell us the most that we could possibly get about the UAP UFO secrets? Because I use the CIA library for as a journalist, I use other sources. Where would I go if I want to find out more that is on the record and publicly available, but just not known about much?
That is a great question because it's one that has been irking me as well. Um, I would say the MUFON database, um, and gosh, what's the other one? Not MUFON,
New
the
Fork. New Fork.
New Fork. Yeah, New Fork is another great one um, because I like some of the unbiased reporting. Now, I'm not into this Enigma thing, and I'm not bagging on them as a corporation or anything, but um, I'm an advocate for having separation from church and state within the databases because you don't want to have just one place in control of all of it.
Especially when it's run by the government, right?
Right. And
Project Nanu.
right. So that's how
Props
I
to
would answer
Project
your
Nanu
question.
real quick.
Right. But then on the other databases, it's kind of hit or miss right now. And that's something I'd like to try to help with is that what is the good information as opposed to the bad information, at least from my point of view. And hopefully some of the other whistleblowers would help give some of that context as well, so that we can, at least within each of the databases, clean it up, and get a better source. But I would say if it's from the government in any way, shape, or form, or from the interagencies, beware. Um,
Yeah. So
that's what I would say.
thank you. I'm former BBC, so I need 2 independent sources. So that's what I look for. Now, in WikiLeaks cables, I found references to Kissinger and Nixon, for example, having certainly shown a belief in non-human
Yep.
intelligences. Which president came closest to disclosure?
Reagan.
Thank you. That's very important. And my last question before I'm
Well,
allowed
I
to
think
go.
actually I would pick 2: Reagan and Kennedy. Reagan and
Kennedy is obviously the one that we're all interested in. Absolutely.
Yep.
Last question on an international basis. 27 years between the Americans sending out a signal which was returned at Chilbolton in the UK with an imprint on a field that showed that whoever responded was a silicon life form with a population several 100% bigger than the Earth and a genetic makeup and stature similar to what you've described, with a much larger head, larger eyes, smaller in height. Do you have any knowledge of the Chilbolton issue, and do you believe it to be genuine?
I do believe that that one in particular really piques my interest because I've looked at the arguments both on the right and the left of that particular crop circle. I do believe that some of the crop circles were faked and hoaxed by people, and it ruined the entire batch of ones that really need to be researched. And I would say that that one that you just mentioned is at the very, very top of the stack that needs to be looked at. And I hope that some of that stuff got preserved because the vegetation and the way that it was manipulated, I think, is a very telling story in and of itself. But as I said before, there are so many pundits out there that are willing to fight tooth and nail one way or the other. It's turned into a real Loch Ness monster case.
Yeah. Well, three-body problem. They were sending messages out and told that somebody was visiting in a few hundred years. Should we be waiting for somebody to arrive?
They're here, in my estimation. They're waiting for the right time. And I think that's another part of my motivation, is that I do feel that the reason they are here is they're hoping for a time to honestly come forward. And I think they're just waiting for us to figure out who we are. And when that moment happens, I think they would welcome us and just say, look at the human race. They finally come into full bloom. Look how beautiful they are. Welcome to the family. I think that's what's going to happen eventually, but we're just not there yet.
Yeah, it's like us meeting them halfway somehow through consciousness development or technological, spiritual. That's the big question of, like,
yes.
How contact is actually happening or taking place.
Yeah, and so it has a lot to do with us finding our own way and our own path forward. But I think we're going to have to do a lot better at trying to get along with each other first. And I think that has a lot to do with, again, each of us knowing who we are and that, we do have to keep our own governments in check. And I think in America, that's a really, and in the free world, the Western nations and Britain included, that we have a great opportunity in these in the nations where the freedoms are tantamount and held high. We're able to get to a different place when it comes to helping things, but we have got to come up with a way to keep the government in check, because I've seen so many times where we've wanted to do the right thing, but somebody pays big bucks to make it not happen.
So, Jason, that was amazing, by the way. But do you feel like there's how can we dovetail these two topics? If the information you're sharing right now and others, right, as more of this data comes out about the phenomena, is there any way that you foresee that being dovetailed with something that kind of Reagan alluded to, where, like, can we come together as a race and just stop fighting each other and start making love?
Yes, I think that is something that in the Reagan era I was really hopeful for, because that's what I wanted our world leaders to hear. And that was the first time I saw Russia and America finally seeing each other face to face, and we were ready to get to the right place, only to have it all demolished within a few quick elections. And then it all got ruined again, and all the way back to where it was before. And I just was so disheartened after that. So, yeah, I would say you're right. It would have been nice to have seen that happen.
It feels like ufology in a nutshell.
Yeah.
But I know a bunch of hands are up. Paul's portal, and then I saw a UFO Joe jumped up. I don't know if you want
I
to
think
jump
we
in.
got
We'll go to
experience
Paul.
first, probably. He's had his hand up for a while.
Cool.
Okay.
Jason, me again. Thanks for the fielding the questions. I wanted to get some more
Okay, I'm not
specific.
hearing this person either.
Oh, all right. Let me drop down. I'll be
We'll
back up.
we'll let you right back, Experience. Red Panda, why don't you go ahead and then Estimate and then Paul.
Thank you. Jason, you said you wanted to go public to correct the record on some things you'd heard on some shows. Is there anything in particular that comes to mind, or trains of thought or thinking that you think the community is going, or that you think maybe they should steer this way, not that way? And also, think of Arrow and the recent FOIA from Arrow. And is that part of your reason for
Yeah, I'm
coming
not hearing
forward?
them. Should I reboot mine?
Oh,
Probably, honestly, Jason, if you want to close your app and then hard swipe up and make sure when you see X, you fuck your own ass.
Hold on, before you do that, repost
Okay,
it or follow
I'll
the
try that
host
then. Hang on a
because you
second.
don't find it anymore.
Yeah, I'll DM you a link to the space, Jason. That way you'll be able to get back in. I got you.
Okay.
did anybody ask the program name yet?
The
I
name
know
of the
half
doc
of it,
or the
but I've
actual
been
program?
sworn to secrecy.
Oh, we're already halfway there. Come on.
This is the time, Courtney. You gotta.
Courtney, welcome back.
You
Also,
guys know that I'm real protective, and I've been closed-lipped about a lot of this stuff, so you're not going to hear it from me. But there's multiple program names. I know you guys know that are out there, and they change as well, and they're always being moved to new locations so people can't find them. So you'll have to ask him that when he comes back on, if he's been able to track his program name, where it is, and if he can still get it in a FOIA request. That would be a good question.
For
And
sure.
guys, I'm so sorry about the bottleneck. We got like 24 people waiting in the wings to come up. We'll
So
try
we'll
to
get him
get
back.
you in at some
Courtney,
point.
honestly, spotlight on Courtney again, because the only reason this is happening, I think, is because Courtney isn't a little beta bitch like me. What were the steps you took? I know you're at Spaced Out Radio, but what were the steps you took to eventually lead to what's happening now?
Well, it all started because of the names coming out on Twitter. And so I got the names, and then I started to talk with mutual connections, like, are these confirmed? Then I had a mutual friend that said, yes, I have one of the names. We discussed that. And then the information had come through that there was a story that came through on the task force forum. So I went on Spaced Out Radio and I shared that, and that's what kicked everything off. And then I think I shared on another space that the NSA contacted us at Spaced Out Radio and told us not to talk about it. So I had the audio taken down, but I did reach out to Jay personally, and I started to cultivate a relationship with him to discuss, all of this. And I didn't know that he was going to come on tonight. I'm as astonished as everybody. I did talk to him earlier today, and we had a heart-to-heart about what's going on in the field. And I think that inspired him to come on tonight. So, yeah, very surprising. But that's how it all flowed.
It was. I'll just say that
Courtney,
you had your space a couple weeks ago, right? And you talked about this. And I will say, UAP Mike or UFO Late Group, give them a follow. Both of us were like, "Whoa, what's Courtney saying right now?" And our ears perked up. But then you just kept going with it, and then we had Steve in your space yesterday, and now we have Jason today. So seriously, this is awesome.
Yeah, well, Steve was part of all of it. So he and I also maintained a relationship and continued to discuss the programs and his experiences with it. And he's also an experiencer. As you know, he lost his job as a direct result of his encounters. And so he wanted to talk and come out into the community and be introduced, to other experiencers and be with all of us. So I did that space to allow that to happen in a safe way, because you guys all know that Twitter is really divisive. And I think that was a job well done. And like I've said in the past, it's not just my personal privilege to know these men and veterans, but it's everybody's privilege to know them. So I feel really honored that I played a small part in it, but now it's a much wider thing, and I'm proud to have been involved with all of it.
It started with you, honestly. Thank you so much. And Jason, thanks for coming back. You hear
Bravo,
everyone?
Courtney.
Yeah, I'm back, and I can hear everybody.
Courtney, was that NSA OGC that contacted you, and did they state why they wanted it removed?
Yeah, well, they didn't say take the audio down. I said take the audio down because of the federal whistleblower protection status. and we were being monitored on spaced out radio. And so, out of respect for everybody involved, we took everything down and we're just very careful. But after that, I reached out to both people basically to say I was sorry and to apologize. And then they both, accepted my apology. And that was a doorway into getting to know them more and being respectful of them and their stories moving forward, not to break any rules.
But I'd like to give a big shout out to Dave Scott. We're being cross-platformed over on Spaced Out right now live. So,
oh, that's good. Hey, Dave, how's it going? That's my shout out to Dave.
Oh yeah. Yo, I saw Keith has his hand up. I want to bring Keith in. What's up, Keith? How's it going?
I am totally excited and really in shock and so grateful for Jason to stand up for this community and really for humanity because we have been struggling with this issue for years. And I don't want to take any more seconds away from everybody else they all have a bunch of questions. So I'll be very brief. Jason, what can you tell us
kind of break
about
it down
cattle mutilation,
and
about abductions, about disinformation campaigns, and finally about the whether humans have traveled outside of our solar system?
Okay, cattle mutilations. I got no clue as to what the hell's going on with that. That seems really weird, but to me, I actually think it's more from maybe some sort of satanic ritual kind of a thing than it is anything else. They're just as capable of painting a black helicopter as anybody else. I don't think our government really needs to abduct cows. It just doesn't make sense to me as an analyst that they would do so because they can grow their own cows and put them on a farm that they choose, so they don't have to go to other people's farms and ranches to do that. Have other people been in a program like Serpo, I think is what you're alluding to? Yeah, that's quite possible. I would say that I do have a little bit of background in my military career that supports that thought, but I don't want to get into it because it gets into some classified stuff. So I would say, yeah, it's in the realm of possible. I mean, honestly, if we as a human race were a planetary or intergalactic race, I would say we also have the ability, or would want to have the ability, to have emissaries from those other planets come visit ours, just so that we would understand each other better. And I think that would be very realistic. That if there is some constant contact, that's a reality. So, what was the other part of the question? I kind of lost track of it.
Abductions, and disinformation campaigns.
Okay, well, disinformation campaigns, unfortunately, are a part of the business. The fact that abductions are going on, I think, is a bit of I don't know how to put it, a misunderstanding. If the NHIs are doing the abductions, yeah, I would like for them to come knock on my door and say, look, we would like to subject you to some scientific testing. But I think since they're telepathic and they can shut us down mentally, I think maybe that to them is more favorable and desirable because they've had so many bad experiences with people probably kicking and screaming the whole way through. And it's better just to control us and not to tell us they're coming because they don't want us to kick them in the nuts and pull a gun. So I think they opt for that. Now, the horror story abductions is a totally different thing. I don't know about all of them being from, evil-minded NHIs. I would say that some of them, in my opinion, are probably just misunderstood. As I was saying, that, if you're a telepathic being and you've just abducted me and I'm as scared as heck about being in your craft and being confronted with you and your odd looks, being telepathically linked to me, you might start feeling fearful because you're feeling it for me, and then it just turns into a big snowball of fear. So maybe some of the abductions go south because of that. But there might be a section of them that are quite horrific, and yes, they may have some ill intent in doing some of the things that they do, because some of them do seem like they're just flat out evil, but not all of them are. So,
hey, Jason.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jason, curious, are you aware if the government, or if NHI have stipulated the government couldn't use nuclear weapons or something along those lines, maybe?
Yeah, there definitely is a penchant for NHI and nuclear stuff. There apparently, I know that there's ways that even with just electromagnetics, that some of their systems can be interrupted or taken offline and things like this. I think that's how the Roswell crash was claimed to have happened as well. That it wasn't a directed energy weapon; it was more or less a radar that just happened to, interact with some of the systems on board the craft, and it fell from the sky. Totally unintentional. So there's that aspect of it. And I think that's as much as I could really venture a guess on in that vein. So, unless you had something more specific that you wanted me to address.
Thanks, Jason. Keith, did you have a follow up before we go to the next?
No, I want everybody else to ask their questions. Thank you so much, Jason. You're a hero.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Keith. Thanks, Jason.
So we're gonna go to Red, and then Estimate, and then Paul, and then J. Christopher King, and then Cat J.
Hey, real quick, Keith, I'm going to cycle you down too. If you want to come back up in a little while, feel free to request to come back up as speaker. So,
go ahead, Red.
Okay, sweet. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. You had said that there were some things that were being spoken about in public and on shows and stuff that you really wanted to correct, and that's part of why you came forward. Is there any that come to mind, like particular topics or themes? And then also, what's your thoughts on Arrow and the recent block FOIA that has to deal with Arrow of Kirkpatrick and Gresh's correspondence and setting up a meeting? Thank you.
Jason, did you hear that? Or
Yes, I did. Sorry, I muted my mic for a minute, and I forgot to turn it back on. Anyway, I find some of the stuff that floats around is mainly that's not good information in some of the podcasts and some of the YouTube videos and some of the shows.
Yeah, Jason cut out for me.
I did. Yeah. I was wondering if anybody else had lost sound. He's out for me as well.
Can you guys hear me now?
We hear you now, Jason.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yep, we can hear you.
Anyway, the whole thing was where did I cut off? Anyway, I'll just start over again. So the inaccuracies are mainly to do with some of the information about.
Lost you again.
Yeah, the mute keeps going on by itself, but it's mainly just to do with some of the whistleblowers and the information that's being said about them, and even myself. I'd prefer that people, if you want to, I think, know.
So,
oh boy, let the games begin.
Jason, a lot of people want to know what you're saying right now. I'm not sure what your phone says at the top right, most likely. But if you're on Wi-Fi, maybe turn your cell data off.
Well, just have them jump out and back in. That's probably the best way.
Okay, hang on a second.
The deep state is silencing, Jason.
Hey, I'm gonna dump my Wi-Fi as well. I'm in a shitty coverage spot, so let's see if that helps.
Okay. Yeah, I'm only on Wi-Fi now, so I think I'm okay.
You're good. We can hear you, Jason.
All right. Sorry about that, man. That's the first time I've seen my mic get turned on and off, unless it was NSA messing around. But
all right, now I can't hear anyone. Maybe it'll come back.
Yeah. But anyway, can you still hear me?
We can. I think the host can't. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, so it's mainly the inaccuracies about some of the whistleblowers and people that I know personally. I think they would prefer the questions be asked directly to them, but then again, it's on them if they want to provide some kind of a venue or spokesperson for people to ask them directly about stuff, about their background and why they said certain things. Because I hear that a lot of times that, people are taking out of context something that was said by David Grush. And I know that that's not what he said or meant. And that's mainly one of the things. And then the other piece is that, I don't know, I guess I don't know enough about intergalactic organizations and interplanetary stuff, but there's a lot of people that'll go out on a limb and talk about that stuff. And I just wonder where they're getting the information sometimes. Because I just don't either have that experience, and maybe they do, but I find that kind of hard to swallow at this point, because some of the stuff they say is just doesn't have logical flow, honestly. So it's just one of those things where I think most people have the common sense to know the difference between somebody who actually has knowledge and somebody who doesn't. And I think that's the other thing, is that we have to be good as a community to really kind of handle that, especially if you're the keeper of the podcast or the keeper of the video, to know when somebody's going off the rails and is losing your audience. Because they're also losing people like myself, where I'm like, good grief, what is this person saying? And then you're actually helping the people that are trying to cover it up as well, because they're like, haha, another podcast goes down the tubes for the people that are trying to keep up the deceptions. So those are the things that I think should be addressed in the UAP circles, and the people that really want to get to the root of it.
Thoughts on the Victor video?
Thank you.
One more time, Red.
Thank you. The second part was about Arrow and Kirkpatrick and this recent FOIA dump about the correspondence between Mellon, Kirkpatrick, and Grush.
Yeah, I think he was a bit too cavalier. I don't think he did justice to a lot of folks' other work. I don't think he looked at a lot of that before he put together his report. So it was mainly based on him and his group of his think tank, rather than collaboration. And that may be a fallacy that maybe he fell into, and it ended up being something that unfortunately might lead to some backlash from the people that actually have done some really hard research in the UAP community, as well as some of the people in the IC community that know better. And definitely from some of the whistleblowers that came to Arrow in good confidence to try to tell Sean what they had seen and heard and what their concerns were. I think he did a total disservice with some of that, because we're the ones who are actually in the program. He was not. And for him to say that some of the things about it, he could have done a much better job of describing it, other than just kind of, in some cases, doing some character assassination.
So do you have information that you gave Arrow that they didn't provide in the historical report? Like you seem pretty upset about it. Do you see the main discrepancy is like whistleblowers coming through to Arrow and then them not really looking into what's printed in the historical report that they just published?
Yes, I looked at it more or less like this was just, it very much had the feel of this was just Sean and his group of people's opinion, rather than, so like I was saying before, he's a good scientist, but I don't think he's the person I would have put in charge of the investigation. And I'm not sure who he had doing that kind of a thing. Hopefully they had good credentials and they did a really good due diligence on it, trying to track some of this down.
It was mostly volunteers.
Oh, okay. Then that's a fallacy also. I would really have liked to have seen some of the stuff that I had suggested early on with Congress when I came to give my testimony to them back in 2022. That
You mean the people AKA, you mean the people who are taking the testimony from the whistleblowers were volunteers, or
Both.
looking into the programs?
Well, not only taking testimony, but also that wrote that report.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if they're volunteers, then that's fine. I mean, you got to do with what you got for resources. But that's something that also I feel like wasn't really a big concern when I went to give my testimony to Congress, because I mentioned to them, I said, if I were you, I would definitely not just set up Arrow. I would also have like a third party agency that had equal power that did the investigative work to do that piece, because you're going to need a scientist to look at the data, but he's not necessarily going to be a good investigator. So likewise, the investigator may not be a great scientist. You're not going to find an individual. It's going to be very difficult to find an individual that has both of those skill sets. So like I said, Sean is definitely in the square of science and not investigation. Therefore, he's going to have to hire people. But now I'm hearing they were volunteers, so that may be a fallacy of the report as well.
Well, and didn't Congress originally, like their first proposal was to come up with their own independent task force, basically, and then the Pentagon responded with AIMSOG, which turned into, or maybe the UAP task force, then AIMSOG, and then Arrow. But no, I mean you're outlining like the ideal group of people to really investigate this.
Well, you're also asking them to investigate the organization that they represent.
Yes.
So that's a fallacy in its own.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say, is that my big beef with it is, why on earth would you allow somebody to write a report for themselves? In other words, why are you telling the Pentagon?
All right, I lost him again. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I guess I got some questions whenever we get done here, but maybe he'll be back.
Somebody please ask him about the Victor video, if you know what I mean.
Jason, you still with us?
The Victor video? What's that?
Yes, the so-called alien interview video that has recirculated over the last couple decades, but originally, was sourced from.
That. I would say that the alien and everything looks really great. I mean,
yep.
However, I think the alien was given a line of BS. I think the alien was just fed up with all the questions. He seemed like he was disengaged the whole time. to be honest, I don't think he was telling the truth.
All right, real quick. I was wondering if you were the interviewee.
Fallacy in those videos. I think the NHI is not giving the full truth, probably giving a shade of the truth that he wanted them to believe. Are you guys still there?
Wait, is that the same?
Yeah, we're still here. Can you hear us?
Because I don't think there was any dialogue in that video, right?
Are you talking about the one that was coughing a lot?
Yeah, that was Special Edition, just for you guys to know, to look it up for your own research. It was done by Special Edition. I think Bob Kiviak was the reporter, and the timestamp and the group that was on the bottom was, I think it was ODNI.
Okay. Yeah, I'd have to do the research then, because I'm familiar with only one, and it was kind of like an almond or shaped headed ET that claimed to be human or us in another timeline or something.
So, Red Panda, did you have a follow-up before we get to estimate?
Yeah,
no, thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to throw some questions in real quick too. I was wondering if you were the interviewee, whoever heard the communication.
But like I said, the one I know of, the alien seemed to be full of BS. I don't think
he can hear you, Rob. Sorry.
No, I can't.
Yeah, can you hear me, Jason?
No, he can't.
Okay, well, okay, we're gonna stop.
Rob, this is your punishment for not recording this space. Okay, Rob, this is your punishment.
Right, definitely.
All right, I'll just throw it around to Paul, and then I know Jay King, and then Jay, and estimate too. Fuck. All right, go ahead, Paul, and then we'll go to estimate.
Hey, real quick, can we cycle Jason after we get through these few hands? And can we get to UFO? Can we get to UFO Sarah too? She had a quick question, and she's been waiting for God ever.
Jeez, let me restart my app again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hadn't asked yet, Rob. Trying to skip me again, bro. Just kidding.
Okay, I'll
Oh
be
no,
right back.
it's all
We
good,
skipped
Paul.
In the
experience
meantime, though,
too.
I'm just trying to manage my own damn space. Cut it
Experience
out,
was
It's
up
your
guys.
here. We
signal.
we need to get experience back up here because we skipped him too. But Joe Murgia, I
Yeah,
love
we
you,
do.
bro. Are you here?
Yeah, UFO Joe, what's
I
up?
am here. What's up, guys? Thanks for doing this. Totally unexpected tonight.
Oh yeah, anytime.
AKA, are you saying that Martinez video is real?
Man, this has been an awesome space. Oh, we got to bring
Amen.
AKA back up. Oh, yeah, there's Jason back. Okay, let's get him back
Rob
up.
was killing it. All right, Rob. You there, Jason? All right, we got Jason back up here. Yeah,
Hey, I could have done this shit without you guys. I wanted to thank all y'all. I mean,
dude. What's
especially
crazy is how you
Courtney
started
and the
this
Spaced Out
space.
Radio team. I know, right?
Okay, I'm back.
You started this space as like some bullshit, right? And like it turned into like some historic fucking space.
It always does, and that's why it's not recorded. That's the only way to catch these kind of
Awesome.
spaces. You can't
Yeah,
record.
anyway,
Guys won't come
so
in.
I'm back.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
now,
I'm back
Jason?
in now.
Awesome. Okay. I'll let everybody else get to their questions. I'll regain my composure and then come back around. So.
All right.
Paul, go ahead, bro. Yeah, I know you had a question.
Yeah, if it's okay, I just wanted to see if I can throw in three quick questions because I know there's a lot of hands and people who want to go.
Okay, go ahead.
But yeah, Jason, I appreciate you coming on here. I think it actually really does mean a lot to some of the people here that are interested in this topic. If from what a lot of people here experience is a lot of a lot of stress. So we really appreciate you kind of alleviating us. So I just wanted to ask three questions here. Is there any plan that you might know of to integrate some of the advanced technology from UFOs or NHI into our technology that might be a part of an agreement that you're aware of?
Yes. The involvement of the private industry is a big part of that. I think that some of the scientists and engineers do create their own patents for things, and they are allowed to kind of start their own companies, and in some cases may have been helping us to do things in the computer industry, health industry, propulsion industry, energy industry. All of those things are things that I think the program has been a benefit to. Now, whether or not coming forward with some of that, that's why I'm pushing for a better world to live in with these guys, is that, some of this has to be discreet because probably some of these technologies are involved also in the weapon systems that they're working on. So they have to be careful. But perhaps having a bit more going on with, how we can help bring forward some of the more beneficial parts of the technology would be of benefit to both them and us, because to us, obviously, we benefit from better medicine, we benefit from better energy use, whereas for them, their patents would be more widespread and they'd make more money. So I see it's a win-win kind of a situation. But again, you have to get some kind of a mechanism in place or a process to ensure that the national security is not broached in any way, shape, or form, especially in a world where we still have adversarial contact with other nations until we literally are in a day where there is no more war. I don't think we can get around being fearful of our enemies right now. And that's why we can't really move forward, is because of the cloak of the need for national security.
Thank you. And my next question kind of ties into that. When someone like Diana Pasulka says like that they're gifting us, does that seem to be the case, or is it a combination of shooting them down as well? Thanks.
I would say that, yeah, it's possible that they have gifted us certain things that they felt comfortable doing because we had already either made breakthroughs in certain areas, It's like back in the 50s, we certainly couldn't have built the things that we can today. And perhaps over time that, the things that we have discovered either of our own innovation and or managed to reverse engineer and understand well enough that they were willing to gift us with certain things.
Okay, my last question here, and I'll make it quick. And I appreciate your answer, and again for you coming up here, Jason. Um, so, if that's the case, when you're talking about adversaries, what's stopping other countries from coming out about this whole thing? And as well, uh, if they have these reverse engineering programs, has there been anything specific that you're aware of where they might be making some plans for whistleblowers to come out in other countries as well?
I would say there's a strong chance that is happening with other countries, that they're setting up similar UAP programs. Some of their governments are much more amicable to the people that would come forward. As to the question of why is it that we still have these adversarial kind of nations, one against the other, I'd say mainly it's just a mindset that we need to come to a better understanding than, hey, you took over this part of the world, I'm going to throw a nuke at you mentality. And all this kind of stuff needs to stop immediately. I mean, if we want to get to a better spot and work on what really is the problem here on Earth, is that we have only limited resources. We all know every nation wants their fair share. And I think that's what war is really all about, is the stealing and taking of territories and resources. And I think that's really what the end war is going to be. If there's a World War III, it's going to be over resources. Like say China exhausts all of their ability to sustain themselves economically, or for some reason, that would lead to them wanting to, if they're not getting it through political means, they're going to do it through physical means. So until we can get over that kind of a thing where, we honestly do have a United Nations where everybody has a set of common goals that actually does benefit all of mankind, then we're going to be able to get to the point where we can actually get someplace. I think one area, that outside of UAPs that we all get along is not like human trafficking. That's a really great thing for everybody to work on. Likewise, UAP and, outside influences from other planets. That would be another good thing to look at. However, do we trust in each other enough? I don't think so. Not right now. So it's just a mindset. Until our world leaders finally, when they come into power, they realize that they are here to lead their people to a more peaceful future rather than a self-serving nation. I think that is the problem, is that we're also concerned about our own territories. And until we can get over that, I don't think we're going to get to where we need to be.
Well said. Okay, so let's do UFO Sarah, and then Experience, and then J. Christopher King.
I appreciate that. Experience was absolutely before me, so I would love for him to go first, and then I could pick that up after him.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah. I appreciate it. Jason, hello again.
Hey.
I wanted to touch back on the NHI. That's the intriguing thing to me. So your encounter with the slightly tint blue being, what kind of color blue? Is it like the blue in the water in my picture? Was it a navy blue or royal blue? That's one question. The second question is, you alluded to the fact that there's multiple races. Obviously, there's one that you had direct contact with other than ours. How many would you say that you've come across in your time doing the intelligence work that, like, have stuck in your mind as far as how many races we're dealing with here?
So the number of races, to answer that part, I would say that I did hear at one point, it could have been a totally different council that I had heard, but a council of 12 was what I heard. Whether it was related to NHI or not, I don't know. As to the color blue, I would say he looked exactly like somebody that I would have thought was freezing half to death in the desert. So it's kind of like the same blue that you and I turn when we are really cold.
Clothing?
So I'd say it was closer to like a sky blue undertone, maybe.
Gotcha. Sky blue. I'm just trying to picture what that would look like in my mind. Pretty
Yeah,
shocking. I assume that you see
yeah.
something like that.
Well,
Uniform?
yeah, he was in a BDU uniform, which led me to believe that he was actually working in the program before his craft got messed with. Maybe he had an altercation of some kind in with the program people, and they shot at his craft, and that's what broke it, and why he needed it to be repaired. And on
Interesting.
top of that, the only two suppositions I have as to why he was wearing a uniform was number one, he might have been working with the program, and that's what they wear, or since the previous week, I knew that other people that I worked with had seen his craft on the range the week before. He may have been trapped there over the weekend, and perhaps one of the other people, because there's people that stay there over the weekend on the range, maybe they also gave him a set of uniforms or something like that because he looked strange or whatever, or he looked cold to them as well, and or maybe he was able to manufacture them himself. Might be a third option. I just don't know, but he was wearing a uniform.
So last question in regards to appearance. Eyebrows, hair, any facial features
No
aside
hair,
from
no eyebrows, no hair. Facial features, he looked like he was probably in his 50s or 60s, wrinkle wise on his forehead and neck area. They did look a little bit deeper than a person of 18 years old or whatever. So he did look like what we kind of look like when we're getting in our 50s or 60s. So the other features I've kind of already gone over. His nose was a bit big, and his eyes were definitely big, and his ears conformed to his head. Other than that, it was very much a human-looking head. His lips were a bit thin, but not out of the realm of normal, you know.
gotcha. And then any communication. Sorry, one last thing that's thrown there. Like, did you have a chit
Well,
chat, or was it telepathy
it was
exchange or
both.
anything? Really?
His his oral. He did speak orally to me, and it was in a language that the only thing that I thought came close was like Norwegian, um, and because it kind of had that kind of a lot of ooh and ah kind of a stuff in it, in what he was saying, but I didn't understand a word of it. But telepathic, definitely. I think the way I described it to others is that you and I can talk like even like right now. When I speak, the meaning of the words that I'm speaking, I don't even think about that. It's almost like a totally instinctive thing. But however, my brain has to attach the meaning to each word I'm using as I communicate to you. Likewise, when you receive that as a listening, or when you're listening to me, again, you can understand me perfectly because you are also attaching meaning at that really very quick speed. So when I think back as to the telepathic part of his communication and why I understood every word he said, it's because I was receiving the meaning of every word that came out of his mouth before he was speaking it, and likewise mine was to him. So,
Was it friendly? What did he say?
oh
Did it
yes,
seem like there was a good?
very, very civilized.
Real
The,
quick, so
the,
Jason, just to be clear, so I talked to Steve a few times yesterday, but he recounted an experience of yours, I believe,
yeah,
secondhand. This was out on a range, correct?
yeah. It was at the Nellis Test Range.
Range 4?
No, it's off of a road called Fleur de Lis that leads up to a gate that goes up to a cantonment area. You can usually we would stay in a hotel in Beatty, Nevada. Very small town, has one casino, has just a few hotels, but that's where we would stay at the Burrow Inn. And then it was about an hour to 2 hour drive on dirt roads once you got on range. So there we were, just kind of going up in a convoy with about three vehicles most of the time, sometimes four, and sometimes five, depending on how many people were going up in the crew. And then we would stay up there for 2 weeks, and we would just go up to Black Mountain to what we called the schoolhouse on the top of that mountain, and we would conduct training for the air crews. And what we were doing was just jamming their radio signals so that they could learn how to survive in a degraded environment if they were ever in a war. So that's what we trained them on, was to survive that kind of environment. And there he was.
Hey, I just wanted to recognize one estimate of the situation. His Kickstarter just got fucking funded over the amount. So congratulations, my bro.
Dope. Bravo estimate.
Awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
Wow.
that's sick. He's also got his hand up for the question. So the floor is yours, my boy.
Hey, yeah, thanks. But this is definitely all about Jason here. So I know, like, Paul asked a question about international retrievals. Can you just reiterate for me? So, um, I'm assuming when you were monitoring these telecommunications that these retrievals were purely domestic. What would be the protocol if something were to land or quote unquote crash internationally? And is there any cooperation between the governments or the militaries involved? Or if it, obviously if it crashes somewhere in South America, that's different than if it crashes somewhere,
You're right.
say Russia and China. But what is there a procedure there? What does that look like? Is there an umbrella organization that might handle and coordinate that kind of effort?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So these are my
Well,
questions.
this goes back to when I first joined the program. They did try to recruit me into the retrieval program. It's made up of people that are inside the program already. Some of them are special forces, mercenaries, you name it, all kinds of different people, privately, uh, private industry kind of people that are fully capable of handling whatever situation. You are correct that it does occur in other parts of the world. It kind of depends. Are we allied, like Australia? I'm sure that we would work with them. If the second uh, factor would be, um, does that nation even know that the crash retrieval happened, and are they on the scene? If it's in a austere or adversarial territory, we might just go in there and just do an extraction like we've done with hostages, and we just don't even announce it. If it's like in a place that is unfriendly to the U.S. But if it's friendly to the U.S. and they do have possession of the craft, I think that they usually are cooperative because they know that we in this nation probably have more resources to lend to that. So I think some of our allied nations might even be aware of the program, or even have people that are read in.
So
So
how do we know if it lands in another nation?
I had heard on mission that there are certain things in the atmosphere, like ions, I think, that can be traced. And there's also things in the satellite range of like 1 point something gigahertz to 3 something gigahertz is a normal bandwidth that to be looking for some of these power plants, because I've heard that some of the craft have to switch from space into atmospheric mode, and that requires a switching inside of their own propulsion system that is detectable.
And one more quick follow up. So this would at least to me indicate that there's some sort of arms race between the nations. What is stopping somebody like a nation state like China or Russia, who seems to be behind? Because it seems like we have a leg up on this for a number of years. What would stop them from just coming out and saying this is happening, to kind of level the playing field, so to speak?
That's quite possible. Like I said, you have to think about, again, getting back to the climate between the nations and adversarialness. I'm pretty sure we're head and shoulders above the rest. I think we've been doing this a heck of a lot longer. And I think we certainly are way more further along than just about every other nation out there. And I think the NHIs know that know that fact, and they also may, in a way, have made enough contacts to where maybe there are some people in the program that they favor, and they may not be as favorable to some of the other nations. But I'm not Chinese, I'm not Russian, I'm not any of the other nations, so I can't really speak for them. But yeah, there is a danger that any one of them can leapfrog over us if contact was made in their nation and the NHIs were willing to start a war, let's say. That would be quite horrific, actually, but I think that it would also bring a knee-jerk reaction from the NHIs that don't want to see a war to react as well. So that it might end up being that that's what, would be considered the end times. It would spark some really strange happenings, honestly, because it would involve all these unseen NHI races either trying to save us or destroy us. It brings a lot of different scenarios in my head, and all of them are things that are just conjecture on my part.
Thank you, Jason. I wanted to know, when was the last time you talked to James Fox? Does he know you're kind of coming out publicly like this? And
yeah,
we'll go to Sarah.
Yep, he texted me while I was on. He was saying, hey, everybody's talking. You're online tonight. So it's just as recent as tonight, but we actually talked to each other quite a lot. He and I get along really well. He's like a brother from another mother to me. He and I just hit it off immediately.
Yeah, I think this is a wave you won't be able to stop either. It's like, like people, there's such good researchers on UFO Twitter. It doesn't surprise me that this has already come out into light before the documentary has been released. So I know Jay King jumped up. What's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, I appreciate that, Astral, and I'll keep it relatively brief. It's wonderful to hear your testimony, Jason, tonight, with the bit that I've heard, and it's great to see so many familiar faces. Jason, thank you so much for your courage. I really appreciate it. Earlier, when you were speaking about your personal interaction with an NHI that you said may have been what's people think of as a tall white with this blue undertone, and around when you were talking about Bledsoe, for example, you mentioned a database of names that maybe you were even on. That brought to mind for me this longstanding idea that there are people on the inside in various groups or agencies in the military, IC, or even private contractors that keep lists of actual close contact experiencers with NHIs. Have you heard at all about databases like this existing, or more active experiencers or abductees, where groups or programs where certain experiencers' names are being collected or even being tracked, watched, or studied?
From what my experience was in the 90s, I didn't hear of or know of a database that was being kept. At that point in time, most of the people that were security concerned were just pop-ups, surprises, like, oh crap, somebody's talking about this, we got to handle it. And I think I'm seeing that same kind of a thing going on today. It's not like they're spending resources on maintaining a database on American citizens. And for the most part, I mean, even my team was not allowed to keep the privacy information on people. We still are good people, Yeah, we're in the program, but it's against the law for even NSA to collect the information on U.S. citizens and use it unless there's damn good reason for it. And that's something I wish Snowden would have said, because he had the same training I did about signals intelligence. And you can collect raw data, don't get me wrong. And yeah, they have the capability to do that. But when you've only got teams of like 4 individuals that can even review that data, you're not looking for, my wife's shopping list and digging up dirt on people. You only have enough time to honestly act on the things that are most important. And I think that the people in the program are even more finite because they're a much smaller group. they don't have the number of resources to be able to do that either.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jason. A follow-up question there. You were talking earlier about the situations involving abductees and talking about situations where people might be, brought in and kind of, as you put it, turned off, right? And
Yeah.
that some of those situations might go south, and many of them would just be kind of go in a smoother direction, but would still be something that some people might refer to as an abduction. Now,
Yep.
along those lines, people at the that haven't made it to the internet yet, and who knows if they will. But I think the fourth point that Valet mentioned was he was saying like, what about the abductees? What about the abductees with regard to the Schumer Amendment? And it seemed to be a cause for alarm. Do you think that there was any talk on the inside about in terms of anything that you've seen back then or more recently with regard to um, consideration, concern with regard to what would happen if the general public found out that these programs on the part of the NHIs were happening?
They were not mentioned on any of the missions, but again, using my, I guess, experience and outside of the program, I would say that there's a good chance that the NHIs are doing things that they know we would not approve of. Just like, we probably wouldn't tell them if we were testing some of their individuals in our own spaces and doing things to them. I think that no matter which way you cut it, when you're doing the abduction thing, it's not good. If it's non-consensual, it is not good. And I think that's a general supposition, but I think it's a good supposition. But that's just my opinion more than anything else about when it comes to the abductions. But it was not something that I think the program people instituted. And I think that if the NHIs did have abduction things going on and other types of programs, some of that they didn't even discuss with the program people.
That's fascinating. One more question along those lines. There's a popular conception with abduction scenarios that it's primarily for kind of medical, biological study, maybe even something to do with our reproductive systems, and also potentially anthropological survey in a certain form. Was there any kind of understanding with the group of that you floated around with then or more recently as to what the intentions of programs like that would be?
No, I wouldn't venture a guess on that because the intentions, again, are kind of hidden agendas and very hush hush. I may have in my head some little bits of information that I might be able to piece together, but I'd need other people to give me some context and maybe I could put something together on intentions.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate you answering so candidly. And again, I appreciate your courage. Thanks for coming out tonight. I I relinquish the conch shell. Thanks, Astral. Thanks, Kimball, and thanks everyone else.
Yep.
Thanks, Jay. I think Sarah was up next, and then Jay.
Yeah, later, Jay.
Yes, thank you so much. What a beautiful day for this revelation. I just want to take that moment and say that, Jason, I mean, I have tears in my eyes when I think of this year. Bravery is beyond, and I understand that my brother is a veteran, so I thank you so much for your service
No problem.
to not only your country, but also to us as humans who have mothers and fathers and friends and have always questioned where we are and who we are in this world. And my questions, I have two. One is, as being a JFK researcher for the last 3 decades, my research has brought me to obviously the material that is out there. But I've always had this slight feeling that the reason why he was assassinated was because of UAPs. And I'm curious what your thoughts are, just knowing what you know and our history in and of itself, what you think that reasoning might be and what draws you to that conclusion. As well as my second question regards Lou Elizondo, and when he was asked on Theories of Everything what our reaction would be to this revelation, he said it would be somber. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are on his remark of it being somber. Thank you.
Okay.
Again.
Getting to John F. Kennedy, I think, yes, I do know some friends that are very involved in researching that case. I've heard their research, I've read through it, and I agree. I find it very telling that there were some fairly hush-hush conversations between him and probably members of MJ12 that they were going to. He was literally going to divulge the program, and I find it strange that the assassination was very close in proximity to those discussions where he was going to do that. So I find that strange, and that might support your, some of the theories you might have been working on. As for the somberness that Lou spoke of, I agree. This is a sobering revelation to know we're not alone. And then on top of that, until the NHIs are willing to come forward and actually be forthcoming about why they're here, we should be somber, because ultimately we could end up in a position where if they do come and we're not receptive enough, we could blow this whole thing up and just never get to a good spot at all, and or even endanger our own path forward, because maybe they think that we're just not capable of getting beyond ourselves in this generation and the problems we have. So there's a great risk in this for mankind. You're right. I think there's a lot of reason to be somber, and I think I agree with Lou in that regard. That I'm somber about this, because it's very. This is a big revelation, and honestly, having to walk this path alone for so many years myself, and trying to figure out what on earth did I get exposed to here. It's changed my life, honestly. The information changes your life. You realize, or at least for me, I realize that I need to be more actively involved. I can't just sit by anymore. Not just about the UAP thing, but it's made me a better person in a lot of ways, because it's made me think that what's been missing is, and I can point fingers at all these different flaws that us humans have, but I can also point that finger at myself and that I'm flawed. And it's made me work harder, all the harder on those flaws. So again, it's a somber walk to be able to, really look at yourself in the mirror and go, look, am I really helping this effort? Am I really helping mankind even, let alone the NHI presence? If that's true too, what on earth am I doing here? Am I just here trying to, eat at good restaurants and buy the next fancy car? Or am I really trying to change people's lives here? So I wake up every day, and to me, it's a choice. Am I going to try to be the best man I can be or not? And the same goes for everybody else that's listening to the talk show tonight. It's just, who are we? Who do you want to be? I mean, that's the big question. I think even the NHIs are wondering, who do you want to be, mankind? When you're ready, are you going to be this beautiful rose that we've been waiting to grow and mature, or are you just going to die on the vine? And it's
Yeah.
if that doesn't make you somber, I don't know what will. And so I totally agree with what Lou's saying.
Yeah, that's two of
I
the biggest questions in human history there. Who are we and who are they at the same time?
Yes, I absolutely love that. I was thinking along those lines. And then if just one more follow-up question, just regarding also everything that you've learned and experienced thus far and have come this far, what do you think our purpose is being here as human beings with the life that the animals that we have around us, and how everything is set for us to live here, gravity, the oxygen, everything, and what does that what does that bring your thoughts to with life after death, quote unquote?
Well, I am a believer that, there is a life after death, first of all. As for the planet, all of its makeup, it's quite obvious that we're indigenous to this planet. We're very well tuned into it. There's so many benefits from being out in nature. There's so many benefits from even having a pet cat, and just petting your cat. There's so many doctors saying that immediately they see, physiological changes that are for the better. Your blood pressure goes down and all this other good stuff. So those are all really tangible things to me. Now, when it comes to the, uh, life after death piece, I think that is something for everybody to decide, because, you got people on both sides of that issue right now. If you're an evolutionist, you just think you're going to go back to the dirt and be dust. Then there's the other part of it that, that science can't even explain, that there's a certain amount of weight that leaves your body when you die. That kind of thing happens as well. So they can't explain that. And that's an area of science that's very difficult to even measure at this point, let alone understand. But then you have all these really great spiritual people that, can say that they do they see a lot of different things that we can't. And, hey, yeah, that's quite possible too. There's some people that are tuned in, some people that are tuned out. What was the other thing I was going to talk about? You mentioned it was the first part of your question. It was about, oh gosh, I can't remember now. Refresh my memory if you can. You had a question.
I, I think we might have lost them. We can go down to Jay. I know you jumped up and have your hand up for a while. What's up, Jay?
Hey, everybody. Thank you very much, Jason, for coming on and talking with all of us. This is hugely important and very momentous. Back in the 1990s, I'm a lifelong experiencer, but I was involved with MUFON. And I started going out and interviewing experiences with a journalist friend.
Mm-hmm.
And we noticed a pattern of immune system dysregulation to the point where we were actually able to target specific support groups that had specific immune system conditions, and we actually found experiencers within those groups. And statistically speaking, this would have been right off the chart. In the book Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, they discussed the immune system effects that people have, and they listed quite a large list of things like Sjogren's, Hashimoto's, myasthenia gravis, lupus, fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue, and other sort of rheumatoid diseases.
Yep.
Have you come across any information while you've been involved in this program that indicates an interest on behalf of the phenomenon in the human immune system? Is the government aware of this, and are they focused on this? And is there any context to which the very specific term that was used by Grush was biologics? Does that go beyond the physical body into other things? Because biologics actually also includes medical products, vaccines, and stuff like that. So that's question number one.
Yes, I would say that yes, I agree with that statement about it goes beyond just the body. So, oh gosh, how do I explain the other? The other part is, yes, I have heard from other people, but not inside of the program, discussing, and had, there are other people, that are part of the CIA and other agencies that I know are in my network, and I've talked to them. And some of them have said that, yeah, those programs do exist. Some are ongoing. That, yeah, there are literally some anomalies that they have researched, and they have found that there is a good chance that there is more to life than what we think right now. And that there are certain people that, just like we all have gifts, some of us are artists, some of us are guitarists, some of us are good at science. They're finding people that actually do have acute senses for this sort of stuff. And they actually have been invited to be part of the program from time to time. And now we have a lot of our society that's willing to explore it. But I would say it's kind of a dangerous area because, if there is a spiritual realm out there and you don't know what you're doing, maybe you could open yourself up telepathically to some of these people that don't want us to survive. So you got to be very careful what you open your mind and your soul up to, I think, if that's what's going on. And that's how I would address that.
Thank you, Jason. Jay, did you have a follow-up question?
No, not for now. I might in a few minutes.
Go ahead, Genga.
Hi, Jason. I wanted to ask, considering the last topic you just touched on, were there any traces of non-physical NHI being present in any of the signals intelligence or any of the programs that you were aware of or your friends were aware of?
Yes. There's
Okay.
there's a book that came out, I think in the 60s or the 50s, about a guy that was called Stefan Denard. He had in Norway or in in the fords up there in Norway or something, he had encountered a race from another planet. Apparently, they continued contact with him from a long distance, and it was detected through NATO, I believe, SIGINT, and the report is actually in that book. So if you read a book that's about Iargans, spelled IARGAN, and Stefan Denard, which was kind of the pet name for him, I guess, for that book. But he wrote a book about that experience, and it did have the mention of the NATO report, and I think somebody found that and published it along with the book.
My second question is, considering you were talking earlier about the telepathic communication with the blue-tinged being, and I'm familiar with what you were describing, but my question is to your knowledge, based on all that interaction and awareness of that being a reality, has the military in any of its branches actually adapted their security protocols so that these NHI won't influence or cause any undue influence on the community of intelligence or military? Is there any security protocols you guys go through to screen out these types of things? Or I'm not asking you to reveal anything sensitive, just a simple yes or no.
Yes, but I don't know about the effectiveness of it, because I think when you think about it, we're outclassed, we're outgunned, we're out technologied. How on earth are you going to create a security feature that can prevent anything? If these guys wanted to own us, we'd be dead already. Is my other thing to counter that argument, is that obviously somebody wants us alive. For what purpose and intent? Again, I have to go back to what other people have asked me about, is I don't know what that intent is. I would hope that they're not trying to influence us into becoming cattle for them and or slaves of some kind or indentured servants of some kind. I would hope that they're looking more towards our freedoms and that they want us to find our path forward and become a unique civilization just like they are. So that's my thoughts on it. But I have not heard of any protocols that I heard a solid, yes, this is to prevent NHI influence.
Any thoughts on Havana syndrome or how it relates to UAP?
No, I have not seen a connection with that. I think the Havana syndrome was due to chemical exposure that some of our soldiers got involved with. I'd have to really, I don't know. I'd have to talk to some of the experts that have done some of the research on the UAP and offer up my opinion at that point. But right now, I'd say I'm less informed, and I would not. In my mind, I've not seen any reports that raised my eyebrow enough to go, yeah, this is related to UAP.
Thanks, Jason. We'll hop back to experience, and then Red Pen, and then Lou reviews.
Thanks again, Jason. Wanted to call back. I believe you said that, or if you could clarify, if you spoke with Arrow or given your witness testimony to Arrow in Congress, how many Congress men or women have basically heard your account?
A lot.
Really?
I know.
Okay.
Well, when I was there, I spoke first on the Senate side of the House. Then I went on the Senate side of Congress, and then I went to the House side. In both situations, there were approximately 7 to 10 people. And from there, I'm sure they went back and talked to their own other committee members, and I'm sure the senators and congressmen and women that they were with. But I only spoke to committee members. I did not speak to a senator or a congressman.
Okay. And this is 2022?
Yes.
All right. So 2 years ago.
And they have pet names for me in their circles. So.
And I would assume if there's any public hearings moving forward, that you would have no problem testifying.
I haven't. I've already offered that to Congress, and they know that I'm ready and I'm at their disposal.
Awesome. And then one last follow-up in regards to your telepathic communication with the NHI. Was it a brief exchange? What did he say that you comprehended quickly? Was it brief, or was it 5, 10, 15 minutes back and forth?
It felt like it was only like a very quick 5 minutes kind of conversation. However, I do have spots of missing time for that day. I suppose I could tell you guys a little bit more about that because it's not part of the film that's coming out. But
hell yeah, go ahead.
The missing time. For some reason, after talking to him and him deciding that there was no need to continue the conversation and went back to his craft and took off. We went on up to the Black Mountain, and I had a strange compunction, even though it was deathly cold out there, to go eat my lunch outside. And I don't remember. I remember walking about 150 yards down the dirt road from the schoolhouse, and then I don't remember much else after that. But I have these flashes of memory of a star map. I have a flash of memory of being about 150 foot above the schoolhouse and seeing the rooftop. And also being at the Community College of Nevada, where I was taking classes, because I had mentioned that when he was dissatisfied with me pointing him to, perhaps, some of the people in the program, maybe they can help you. And then he was like, no, I'm not going to go talk to them. They're barbarians and murderers. He was like, well, do you have any other suggestions? And I could only suggest that, there may be a metallurgist on staff at the college that I go to. And he just said, where is that? So I have like another flash of memory where I remember walking into my college with him and talking to some clerk at the desk about whether they had a metallurgist on staff on his behalf.
So your encounter with him was fairly a long period of time then?
Yeah, because I don't remember much of my lunch at all, honestly. I don't even know where my lunch went. I don't even remember eating, honestly.
And then you just said, let me quote, you just said that you saw him go into his craft and take off. Is that correct?
Yeah, but that was like 50 yards off the roadside. That was when we were stopped in the convoy for the first time, and that's when I first talked to him.
Okay.
And then the missing time occurred after I went up to the schoolhouse.
Gotcha. Well, what kind of craft was it? Was there anything special about how it took off?
That, I think, James Fox's film will cover.
Cool. Appreciate it, Jason.
Hey, thanks, Jason. Thanks for all your time, brother. Hey, real quick, we got Joe Merja. He's unable to raise his hand. He wanted to ask you a question real quick, Jason, and then we'll fall back into the flow of
All right,
hands.
let's go, Joe.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Jason.
No problem, Joe.
I don't know what we're dealing with. I always struggle. Is it extraterrestrial, interdimensional time travelers? And I see Gary Nolan come out and say he does not think we're dealing with extraterrestrials.
Mm-hmm.
When I hear your experience, it screams extraterrestrial. What do you think? What's your opinion? Are you open to it having absolutely no connection to something extraterrestrial?
I believe it's extraterrestrial. Whatever you want to call an extraterrestrial, that you can split hairs on all you like, whether they're us from the future, all of that kind of stuff is out of my purview. Like I said, I've never had one of them laying on a gurney and had staff around me that could tell me their DNA, where they came from, and all that kind of good stuff. All I know is that the reason I believe it's extraterrestrial is because that star map that was implanted in me that day, it was not from around here, and I didn't even know where that part of the galaxy or the stars was until somebody told me that was part of the constellation Leo. And apparently, there's something to do with the big red star that's inside that constellation is where he was from. I definitely got the impression that that's where he was from.
Jason,
How,
just to maybe compare your account with people who have recited your account, did the being have any sentiment or message to you about the driver of the vehicle you were in or the other individual in the vehicle?
No. Other than the fact that he was very civilized. There was another person in the vehicle. I thought he was by himself. Yeah, I did not see any other entities or anything.
I meant so you were on the range and you were out there in a vehicle, right? And there was.
Oh, yeah. There were other people in the vehicle. And yeah, it's what Steve said. I think Steve knows more about that than I do. I've been told. I tried reaching out on the behalf of the task force to those individuals, but they all ghosted me. And then Steve, after talking to him today, yeah, I agree that he probably had heard. And like I said, I had one other person confirm what Steve told me today.
Wow. Okay.
With that, yeah.
So you and
Something
Steve are
happened.
confirming the same account from two totally different perspectives.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of what it was happening. But yeah, there were, let me see. There were 3 other people in the vehicle with me. Okay. There was another 2 or 3 vehicles behind me in the convoy, but they probably couldn't have seen the guy that was standing in front of me because I'm pretty big to begin with. And they probably only would have seen what looked like me talking to somebody in a uniform. So the only people that were there in the car with me, at a certain point, I remember looking over and they had this blank look on their face, like their mind had been numbed.
Wow.
And so they may not even remember the experience, for all I know. But like I said, they ghosted me.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Red Panda, go ahead, and then Lou.
Thank you. I have somebody who's in the audience wanted these questions asked. Are you in the historical report as the interviewee who overheard communications between 2 military bases in the 90s? Are you one of the witnesses who Rubio referred to in the media? And what terms should people be FOIA-ing related to NHI? Thank you.
I'm not sure if I'm the individual that in the 90s. They might be talking about Lazar. I came on board just after Lazar came out. So they could be talking about Lazar. I don't know. And for the other part of your question, I don't know, honestly. I couldn't answer that. I just don't have any information as to that would help one way or the other.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Go ahead, Lou.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. I've got a couple questions, if that's okay, Jason. The first is, I noticed I was going through your Twitter account. It seems like you're new to Twitter, but I did notice that the 2 people you follow, the first is James Cameron, and the second is Representative Eric Burleson.
James Fox.
Or James Fox, excuse me. Thank you for the correction. the second is Rep Eric Burleson. Curious to know, did you meet with Eric Burleson?
No, I have not.
Okay, and what do you think of his recent statements from last week when he came out of a SCIF meeting saying that his skepticism was more validated coming out of that SCIF meeting?
I would expect that. I mean, honestly, the only people that have been interfacing out of Arrow and the Pentagon are those people that are probably part of the program, and why would they change their story? I mean, we need a third party investigating this, and so whoever's telling and reporting on all of this to Congress could, be just continuing the cover up story or the cover plan for the program, and they might just be towing the line.
Okay, I am curious to know, do you think that the people in this conversation in this room right now, there's almost 1,000 people listening right now.
Oh, you got to be kidding.
No,
There's
I'm
only like
not.
90.
Yeah, no, there's almost 1,000 people listening.
Oh, this shit's popping off. Yeah.
And we're being broadcast on Space Scout Radio right now as well.
So my question here is, speaking of third-party investigators, I think you have a group of some of the finest investigators on the planet. So why can't you, or if you when will you reveal the program that you were a part of that confirms the existence of NHI or reverse engineered programs? When will that be public so these group of researchers can begin to FOIA the programs that are being hidden from the American taxpayer in the world?
I would say that it would be when something I would love to have happen occurs, and that is when the Fight Club of whistleblowers is finally able to meet and start to piece this all together amongst ourselves. Then, because I only have a piece of the puzzle, I'm sure the other whistleblowers have other pieces that I have no idea about. I'm sure that David Grush has a better handle on a lot of what they have to say than I do, because he was talking to people that are probably part of other parts of the program that I was not. And
well, can you clarify for me exactly what you're whistleblowing then?
I'm whistleblowing on the fact of what I've told everybody here tonight, and the fact that we're not alone. I know that for a fact. I wish everybody did. That is unclassified currently and should be made more publicly known, that there is good reason for the program to maintain the national security and what it's working on. However, there needs to be more transparency in a classified environment where the committee members and Congress is more aware than they currently are, so that everybody has a good comfort level. And I think that will get some of the heat off of the program people, and it will help in the long run, just if they're just more forthcoming, even in a classified environment. And I think that
I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
But when it comes to the FOIA requests, I guess ultimately, there probably is some stuff that I know that I could FOIA, but
we can help you FOIA it. Again, like, you've got 1,000 people here. A lot of them know how to do great FOIA requests.
Yeah, I would like to discuss that with some of the lawyers that I have on my side first, to make sure that I'm not overstepping any classification bounds.
Well, is any of that information in the film for James Fox?
No, because it'd be classified. He wouldn't be able to show his film if that was the case.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, just so I'm not confusing anything. What you're whistleblowing is your personal belief, not any knowledge or direct access or firsthand hands-on experiences with any of these programs, government programs, reverse engineering, legacy programs.
No, he's saying he's a firsthand whistleblower, right?
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is,
well, how so?
I'm referring to the public aspect of this.
Right.
What?
So yeah, that's my point, is that you are whistleblowing your public knowledge of this phenomenon, not anything directly.
Oh, yeah.
He's spoken to Arrow too.
Yeah, I've spoken to Congress, and I've spoken to Arrow. I've spoken to the ICIG about all of this. I would have to say that honestly, if any one of those organizations were to ask me today, what can you offer? I would say, dude, not only did I hand you everything on a silver platter, names, places, everything you wanted to freaking know, but I'm sure the other whistleblowers filled in a lot of gaps for you too. What's the problem? And that's why I think it's kind of abhorrent for the state of what has been reported to Congress, and what Congress is sometimes saying is that it seems like somebody's not able to come up with a good way to present what they have in their possession, because they have been literally given everything on the silver platter. They just haven't revealed all of it because it's classified. And I think that's not quite doing justice by what these whistleblowers have done.
I agree.
Yeah, thanks, Jason, and thanks for the questions, Lou. Let's move on to the next one. You're beyond your 3 questions there. Yeah, we'll come back around though, Lou. Just feel free to hang out. It may be a while though. We've got a backlog still of people waiting to get in. So.
Mr. Cotter, go ahead.
Thanks for having me, guys. Rob, Astro, UFO Intros, and Jason. I just want to say that these 3 gentlemen, and there's a lot of other people in the space that work hard at this subject every day on X. So this whole coverage, yeah, these guys are just the best advocates. Some are small spaces, some go sideways, some make a lot of progress, but these guys are just working their butt off, man. So the one thing I want to just recognize what you said, then I have a quick question. What I want to recognize what you said was that if they wanted to blast us off this rock, they could. They're waiting for us to come together as a consciousness of humanity and raising our vibration, or more love and more tolerance with each other. When you said that, you're like, of all the people I looked up to in this category, in this space, not this space here, but the UFO ET space, you all say the same thing. That's a common thread amongst people that know a lot, like yourself. And I just want everybody in the space who's listening here and on the internet, like, to recognize that, and let's not just blow over that, because that is huge, I think. With that being said, I missed the first half of the space, but do you know much about 20 and back?
Yes.
Is that something you could talk about?
I'm not comfortable talking about it, but I
But it's
served it. I was forced to serve in it when I was taken out of the program.
okay. UFO Intros takes note to that, because I talked about that on one of your spaces like 3 months ago, and you're like, "What's that?" So, and the only reason why I know, and I'm not trying to throw Intros under the bus, because this guy's taught me more than anybody. But it was one of those things that I learned of about 3 or 4 years ago, and it's just been stuck in the back of my mind. And it seems like a lot of people don't know about it, or just don't ever even heard of it. The last thing I want to ask, and I'm not. I'm just I just need to ask to clarify my own brain. What's your thoughts on Stephen Greer?
Yeah, I know Stephen, and he and I get along great. And I think he's a wellspring of knowledge. I think he's been under a lot of pressure as well. And I think he's had to deal with that as best he could. And I think that it's led to some consternation in public spaces. Because just like any other human being, there's only so much you can take. And then you just kind of, you know, you say some things that maybe you regret later on. And I think that, I cut him a break in that regard. But I still talk to him today, and he's a great guy. He's trying to be an honest broker with things. And I think that, I've heard the same thing about a lot of folks, that get into this, and then they stick around for more than 10 years, and then all of a sudden, people are starting to doubt him. And he's taking his fair share of shots, and it affects you. It might even happen to me later on as I go through this, where I just get sick and tired of all the people that want to do me wrong. And I might say some stupid stuff, and then everybody will think that my credibility is no longer worth the shake, because I might blow up or something, at a certain time or whatever. So I'm just I guess when I talk about all of the figureheads that I know now, it seems like that's the common thread, is that there's a real tug on your life, and that's sometimes really difficult for some folks. And sometimes you end up in a bad way, but for most part, Greer has done nothing but good things for me, and I have nothing to say bad about him.
Thank you, Jason. I'll end it there. And I don't know if you want to finish, but I just want to say thank you. I'm going to step down. There's a lot more people, but thank you for your answer, and thank you for how brave you're being for all of humanity. I know it's been said before in this space, but this is this is monumental, especially for us here on X. So thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah, thanks, Cutter.
Penny, P. Durkin, and then we'll go to Nathaniel.
Hello, Mr. Sands. Thank you so much for being here. Your bravery is astonishing. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just had two questions, which is, do you live with an anticipation of seeing the entities again, or look to another interaction happening, or is it ongoing? Am I allowed to ask that? And the other thing is, what emotion do you carry forward with your experiences now? And do you think that there are specific things that we as a community should be looking to do to go forward with disclosure in the most positive way? And really individually, are there things that you feel that we should look to addressing within ourselves to anticipate this? Thank you.
Wow, great questions. So seeing them again, the NHIs, I after my experience, I was left. It changed me, and it carries through even today. Just the contact through telepathy with this individual that I met. I felt like I was a mess compared to the way that his mind was. He was very civilized. He was very much under control. You could tell that because the level of communication he used is mind to mind, that just like we have etiquette speaking, his was also mental. Whereas for us, we can be speaking one way, but we could be thinking all sorts of strange things. And that's the way I felt with him. And because of that experience, and sharing of that kind of mind space, I honestly think that he imparted some of his own life with me, and I with him. I don't think that when you communicate at that level, that you're not participating in that, what people call that larger think. And that's what I feel like I got exposed to, is a little glimpse of what it's like to be connected with everybody, like if everybody here on earth could hear each other's thoughts, sort of a thing. And have been doing that for thousands of years, and how civilized even your thought processes would be. Whereas right now, we tend to think that we're isolated and we just kind of let our minds go wherever we feel. So I very much want to meet them again, whether they're part of me still. I still like to think that I feel like I'm kind of connected to something that I was not before that experience. That it exposed me to a greater community of consciousness that I can't explain properly. And the best I can equate to it is just that, if you could just imagine that all mankind can do that, how we as a community of human beings would be. And that's kind of where I am with that. So the emotions, then, to get to your second question about what emotions do I carry, that's kind of it. that's the impetus part, the catalyst for who I am today. But I think it made me a better person because it made me realize one thing, and that is we're cared for. That there are civil people out there that wish us well and are literally brothers and sisters to us that are just waiting for us to come and become part of the greater community. And I think some of us are more prepared for that now than others. Um, but emotionally, it's made me want to change my life for the better. I feel like I don't want to be that mess of thoughts and emotions anymore. I would like to be the man I'm meant to be. I'm the person that was given certain gifts and skills that I need to utilize. I need to be the best dad. I need to be the best grandpa to my grandsons. I need to be the best worker, the best friend. I want to leave everybody with a smile. Those are the sorts of things that I want to do now that I didn't want to do before that experience. And so emotionally, I'm a different person because of that. And I wake up every day, like I said earlier in the program, I choose whether I want to participate or not. And that's something I realized that I didn't have before was good grief. I I just want to be a better person. Really, is what it left me with because I just felt like I was lacking. It's kind of like having one of those life revelations, you know, where it changes you for the better. That's what I feel like it did. And then for your last one, what can we do as a community for disclosure? We kind of discussed that earlier. I think we can do better just to get the story straight. And hopefully, other whistleblowers will come forward that are going to help give context to this subject because it needs to be uh, better handled, I think, in a lot of ways. There's been a lot of people that have said some things that I don't agree with and I think are a bit crazy. So we have to be careful of that. And that's up to every talk show host. That's up to everybody who does a podcast to, you know, just control the narrative and know when somebody's being a jerk, you know, and just has nothing good to say. It's kind of like, you know, oh yeah, Jay's just going off, you know, and that's all they have to say. They don't have anything meaningful to say. They just want to talk bad about me. It's kind of like, well, gee, thanks, guy. You really helped everybody out with that one. You know, we have to get rid of people like that out of the groups. So that's what we have to do.
Thank you so much for answering my questions. It's so appreciated, and thank you so much for being here. And thank you to the people hosting this space. It's amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you for the people in the group as well. That's the only reason I'm talking tonight is because of the way the conversation was going.
Thank you, Jason and Penny. Nathaniel, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for your time in answering questions. I'll be brief. I have 3 questions. And I wonder if you could confirm or if you've heard of Michael Herrera's story.
Refresh my memory. I've had so many things that happen.
Of course, I'm sorry. I was trying to. He was on the Sean Ryan podcast and said that he witnessed a human-led UFO-powered human abduction in Africa or Asia.
It was Southeast Asia, yeah. And I think Arrow actually indirectly kind of confirmed his report as well, by the way, in their report last month.
I would say that I'm not familiar with that. I'd have to read up on it. But so Arrow actually confirmed?
Yeah, he was a Marine and he encountered, I won't use time here for that story, but Michael Herrera, and perhaps someone would send it to you, or I would if you would like to take a look. It's powerful if true. I wondered then what you might make of the government or the corporate, the private side of this, the corporate structures. And if you take Stephen Greer's line of analysis, a cabal, if you will, that's breakaway and above national powers and constitutional interest, etc.
I would say that, yeah, that's a danger, and that's one of my concerns that I think Congress needs to get a hold of. I do know that private industry is connected through patents that do come out that are secretly brought out into the light. And I think that's also a funding source for the program, is that a portion of whatever patents are brought out into private sector, sometimes that some of the part of that is fed back in to sustain the program as well. So that's what I would say about the private industry. But I also believe that I've heard from folks that, is that really? I think the legal tint to that is this really a fair thing that, here they get to take their patents and literally not have to suffer any kind of competition or share any of the information. There are some legal arguments as to why that's bad. And likewise, they may have arguments that say, no, it's fine the way we're doing it. So I don't know.
Well, and additionally, what do you make of then the attacking the inventors and the subversion of discovery?
Well, I would say that, yeah, I've read and seen some people that have reviewed the way that patents are controlled, and that the government tends to buy entire lots of patents, and even things that are related to a certain patent that they didn't really invent, and then they utilize those to shut down other people. That also is a danger, and I think that even in corporate, competition, that some corporations and leadership are not afraid to hurt other people to stop them from making a few dollars and maintain their monopoly on something. So those are all dangers in our society. Being capitalistic does come with some drawbacks, and I think that's a big one.
Thank you. And last question: have you heard of a secret, buried, high-powered weapon system installed in or around the Skinwalker Ranch region?
No, that's a new one on me.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your answers, and much gratitude.
Yep, no problem.
Thanks, Nathaniel. Let's go to Christian, and then we'll do DB.
Okay.
You there, Christian? All right, DB, go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah,
there you
go
are.
ahead.
Oh yeah, we get you. We got you, Christian.
What up?
So somebody else was talking earlier about stories about my labs, and then you have stories about people getting silenced by, men in suits. And I've always been like skeptical that our government could do something like that and break the law. But I think these things happen, and I want to know what your theory is on that. Because like, is that like something pretending to be human, or is that like what they call a breakaway civilization using alien technology? Who are these people that silence those people and or abduct people? Do you have any opinions on that?
I think it's I think it's big money. Honestly, I think that the people that do get their hands on some of this technology are making a lot of money off of it, and they have the resources to squash other people's that are in competition. So I think it's big money that's to blame for that, not anything nefarious in particular from the program. Maybe there's some of the people in the program that might be snakes in the grass, but for the most part, most of the people I ran into in the program were good people, and there's very few people that really are worthy of jail time.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you a lot.
Thank you.
Doing a great service here.
You really are, Jason. Thank you for doing this. DB, go ahead.
Hey, Jason. I actually don't really have any questions for you, but I just, I served in the government for some time, and I was stationed at China Lake, weapons testing facility out there. And a lot of us mechanics had seen a lot of UAP activity and just various high strangeness out there. And, what you're doing is really important because, there's a lot of people who were scared to even discuss this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Scared for their careers, scared just they didn't want to be like a Vox Mulder kind of thing, including pilots. So, now they're reporting a lot more. So I just want to say thanks for coming out and reporting. I know it's not easy, so thank you for
No,
that.
it's not. Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, I've yet to see the full Brent end of things like David Grush has done. Thankfully, everybody's been kind of leaving me alone. I think for the most part, the people that know me, whether they're in the program or not, they know I'm not trying to be a bad guy here. They know that I'm trying to find a way for them as well as for us as a public to come to some kind of consensus as to, well, what can we do to get to a point that's better than where we're at right now. But I think that the start of that is just the revelations that I've been trying to give here is that, yeah, there's a program. There's a good reason that it's secret. And we can't talk about stuff on about certain things, but contact with NHI, I think, is a big piece that's for everybody in the world. And I think that's something that everybody can come clean on and just get that done with. And I think that'll clear the air quite a bit. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Shit, even just a reporting like AA with Graves of a reporting for pilots, like Debu was just referencing, a system to put in place where people can actually report UAP sightings and we can get to the bottom of, what's anomalous and what's not.
Right. And that's something I definitely can do from here on is, vet some of that stuff. You mean, if I know it, I know it. If I don't, I don't. I'll let you know I don't. But I can certainly offer that up, just like I did with the task force. That hey, this is something that's a waste of time, and this one's better for you to work on.
James, I just want to slip in real quick. How did this affect you? Being that this happened back in the 90s too. I mean, this one account that we've heard out on the range. How did you? I mean, we all kind of around that same time learned about Bob Lazar, and then there's all the stuff that's happened just in the past 5-6 years, with Elizondo and ATIP and the New York Times. Like back when this happened in the 90s, how did that affect you?
I would say when I was in my 20s at the time, I thought I was doing something really cool. I pretty much was a yes sir kind of a guy, and I just kept my mouth shut as I was told to do. Even though I was exposed to some high strangeness, I didn't do anything but what I was ordered to do, and that's who I was. So early on, I guess you could say that I was just a regular military guy, just doing a really cool job, and I just did what my boss told me to do. And then later on in life, I got a bit wiser and thought things through, and I just started piecing things together that I hadn't before because I was a bit, I guess, in shock as a 20-year-old with some of this stuff. And it does take a while to absorb, and parse some of the things that I'd been exposed to. Just like today, there's some things that I've gone over here in the group that some people just will be like, holy crap, I have no idea how to even think anything of this right now because it's going to take you a while to absorb.
So in your mind, you kind of put a barrier between what you performed and what you experienced on duty, as opposed to like this didn't really affect you in your personal life until later.
Yeah, not even my wife and kids knew that I had this going on, because literally I did my telecommunications monitoring and security assessments in classified realms, but it was more open, and that they knew of. However, there was this other part of me that was read into the program where I would get called on a Friday evening and be told to be at McCarran Airport at X hour with my bags packed, and we would just leave for 2 weeks, and I couldn't say anything to anybody. And then we had somebody in garrison that would give us, will fly cover for us if anybody asked, where'd Jay go? Well, he would just say, "Oh, don't worry, he's working for me, and don't bother him. Don't bother calling him. He's working for me." So that's how we rolled. So there was this very hush hush part of it, and that was the way I ran it. That's the way we all did it.
Thank you for that insight. Sorry, Rob, were you about to say something? Or if not, Darcy.
I don't think so. If I was, I've forgotten by this point. Yeah, go ahead, Darcy.
Hey guys, first of all, I just wanted to say huge shout out to the three of you for creating a safe space for Jason to come forward and talk tonight. I know UFO Twitter has been UFO spat fight crazy drama city lately, and I've kind of shied away from talking because of that. So thanks. Just want to say thanks, guys. But a few questions here for you, Jason. So first of all, you mentioned you had this encounter with this non-human intelligence on a test range. I'm guessing, I'm just visualizing here, maybe a desert or something like that. Could you kind of confirm?
Yeah, it's the Nellis test range, and it was October-ish, November, bitter cold outside, the kind of wind that just cuts right through whatever you're wearing kind of weather. And yeah, we're just going up range to get ready for the push, which is what they call it when the aircraft are off the ground and ready to do the exercise. We had to be up at the schoolhouse for the push to start, and this was just before we got there.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying that. And this was day or night?
Oh, this was morning. And we had actually been a little bit early because the UFO had come on the range the week before, and the video operator who recorded the whole Nellis Test Range UFO event wanted us to come and review the tape with him, and he took down everybody's names, whether you had been there the previous week or not, and had seen the UFO or not. So he had a list of people, and he also showed us all the video. So it's exactly as you see. It's online today. You can look it up, Nellis Test Range UFO. That's exactly what was landed 50 yards off the roadway when I was on the range and had my encounter.
Wow. Okay, now to a few other things that you mentioned, I just wanted a bit of clarification on. So, first of all, I've just been documenting stuff in the UFO phenomenon, sort of reality, for many years now, and I've kind of looked at testimony where people said that a lot of this stuff, like technology that's super exotic, or maybe non-human intelligence that are in agreement with us and working on programs with us. Some of this stuff has been taking place in underground facilities or underground bases. And one of my most recent pieces, I kind of looked at ocean-based phenomenon and structures and the sort of reality of things taking place or having an origin in our oceans. Can you speak to that at all? Did you come across any information that there would be bases in like underground on land or in an ocean-based sort of location?
Yeah, I can speak to the fact that, yeah, I've been in underground facilities myself. Underwater, no. Underground, yes.
Okay, you yourself have been in underground facility. Okay, interesting. All right, and you mentioned 20 and back. Now, are you confirming the Corey Good testimony, or are you confirming just that this is a phenomenon where people can go 20 years into the future and then be like regressed into their former bodies or something like that? Can you give a bit of
I can't
information on?
explain the experience, but it was similar to what he calls 20 and back. What I was introduced into, that we didn't call it 20 and back, but it was definitely something that I had to pay penance for getting out of the program.
Okay, interesting. I'm not quite sure how to wrap that around my head, but
well, I don't either, to tell you the truth. It was a very strange experience. I'm not quite comfortable talking about the whole thing in detail at this point because it was so in many ways, but maybe sometime in the future I'll be able to come to grips with it and be able to talk about it.
Okay, much respect. I want you to be comfortable here. This next question, just regarding, people that are speaking in the community, they're kind of leading people, I guess, the community astray. And I'm not saying you're trying to advocate for their cancellation, but what's could you mention names or just stories that might be leading the community or the truth of this phenomenon in the wrong direction?
Yeah, I agree. There are some people that are doing that, and that's why I felt like speaking up tonight, is that the conversation was good. It seemed it was intellectual enough and logical enough, and I wanted to engage because I've gone through all the legal wickets to go public. I've been working on that for about a year and a half, like I was telling people earlier, and I felt like I wanted to engage because I was kind of listening to you guys and thinking, I can add some context to this. And that's really what I feel like I need to be doing at this point, because all you guys deserve to know what I know is the truth and at least have a chance to understand it. If you don't want to believe me, fine. I'm good with that too. I've dealt with that many times. So that's all I'm here for, is just to try to get to that point. So honestly, trusting somebody is a personal choice. I mean, you got to look at my motivations. You got to look at the fact that I've been through Congress. They vetted me. I've been through Arrow. They vetted me. I've been through the ICIG. They vetted me. They know my credentials. They know I'm who I am. They know that I told the truth about where I've been and what I've seen. So anybody that's listening tonight, you should know that I have been through the wickets. I have gone through every legal means that I know how. And
I would say, this, you're not going anywhere, right? This is like your coming out party. Like, you're
right.
going to be here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
Like, you're not
this was my year.
splash in the
Yeah,
pan.
this was my year to come forward to try to do the whole thing justice, and to also strengthen everything that David has started, and Fravor and Lou Elizondo and Ryan Graves and Chris Mellon and Gary Nolan, all the great journalists, Corbell and Leslie Kane and everybody else that's been helping me along the way. It's quite an ordeal I've been through already, but it's been also filled with a lot of great people, and all of them, as well as you guys, should know that we're trying to get to the truth. And I have nothing to gain by doing what I'm doing tonight, other than to tell the truth. There's nothing in this for my career. There's nothing in this for my life, other than to clear my conscience and make sure that I at least tell people that there's more to life than what we think there is.
Sounds like a patriot to me, honestly. Thank you so much, Jason. For real.
Well, honestly,
this is awesome.
Well, thanks for saying so, but you're right. I am a military guy. When I started this back in 2022, and came forward for testimony. I call that the day I went on mission. I looked at it the same way as if I was going to deploy to Afghanistan, not know if I was going to come back. I'd had no idea if somebody was going to snipe me from a window as I went in to do my testimony. It could happen to me anytime, but I've prepared myself for it. I've decided, years ago, this is something I'm willing to do at whatever cost it takes. And that's all I have to gain from this. So there's really nothing for me to gain other than to tell the truth. Honestly, there's no other motivation that could possibly get somebody like myself into this sort of a business of coming forward.
I just want to say it's a rare person. I mean, especially, in our modern times, 2024, someone who went through what you did. I mean, you from an early age, you were involved in this. You checked all the boxes for them and you were trusted. And now you're coming out. It just is like, it's kind of almost seems counterintuitive for someone like you who has kind of devoted their lives in the service of their country to then come out, and you're not doing anything wrong or illegal, obviously. I'm just saying it just is you have courage, man. I mean, you're presenting a lot of courage right now, and it's a service to humanity, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I just think of myself as a normal guy that, this is just, I don't know, if you've got a conscience, you can't just let stuff like this just simmer away. Why other people that have been in the program could do that, I don't know, other than the fact that they did it for life. And perhaps because I got out of it earlier than they did, maybe I had enough time to think about it. But this is literally, something that I take no glory in. I've gained no monetary value of this at all. It's just me, just trying to be me, trying to do the right thing is what I'm trying to do. Honestly, that's all it is.
It's no small feat, honestly, and I hope others follow in your example, for real. Holocipher, do you have a quick question for James?
Not usually, but yeah, thanks for allowing me up here. I actually have a fairly complex and well-involved question, but I also wanted to do some system accounting because you didn't record this, so there was something he's covered just a little bit before about a site in Texas, and then another. I'm assuming we were talking about historical sites that were crash recovery. Did I hear that right? And I'm just going to add this to my addendum of ongoing archaeological crash recovery sites, starting with
So
Grush.
Holocipher, you got 60 seconds to ask James a question.
Okay,
Go for it.
good. Okay, so you got Grush with the Magenta site in 1933. Doty mentions two, one in the French Mediterranean, another one in Indonesia. And as far as I know, I got Jason's hands on record for one in Texas. Detail me the other one, if these are crash recovery sites, and the significance this might pertain to our hidden history that's needing to be unraveled at this time as to the full disclosure of what's happened on this planet historically. And I will take your answer. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. The other ones I mentioned was the Central America, South America. I think it was Peru, and then
Vietnam. Vietnam was the other one, Jay.
Yeah, Vietnam was the other. So all of those are places. I don't know the exact locations or geo coordinates or whatever. I wish I did, but I don't have that. But I think.
Is there any notion of dating with any of these sites that you know how far back they go?
Nah, not off the top of my head. I'd really have to think about it. I think.
And any exposure to any of the other ancient sites that were co-facilitated by any of the mill labs, like such as the Antarctic base or anything like that?
Those are outside of my program experience, but yes, I've read up on them, and some of it I believe, some of it I don't. Like the Nazis being down there, I don't think so. I think it's something else.
Thanks, James. Al, go ahead.
Wow.
I'm a little nervous, but I just want to say I'm not part of the UFO community. I am part of the spiritual community, and I am a high vibration spirit. And Jason, wow, you are what this place needs. I will protect you any way I can by sending the spirit, if you know anything about spiritual, all that. And
Thank
one
you.
question I have is there any kind of investigation into interdimensional travel? Thank you.
Yes, there possibly is. I think there's a way for interdimensional travel to help traverse very large spans of space. And I think that there's been a lot of studies done on that, that you can even get a hold of in the public sectors on. I didn't hear a lot of that inside the program, though.
Thank you, Jason.
Mhm.
Let's see. The Juan. Let's go to the Juan, and then we'll go to Jiggy, and then Darcy.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, my question is just regarding if Jason has ever heard of Dan Sherman. Dan Sherman of Project Preserve Destiny. The story is that he was responsible for telepathically interfacing with the Greys, part of that program called Project Preserve Destiny. Have you ever heard of that, Jason?
Yeah, I think I have, because I do have some friends that are into that kind of research. And yes, I honestly, having been a recipient of telepathic communication, I believe that it's possible that somebody can have contact like that. So yeah, that's in the realm of possible in my book.
Okay, but have you ever heard of that program itself?
No, I have not.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Juan. Darcy, what's up?
I think Jiggy was before me here.
Oh, my bad. Jiggy, go for it.
No worries, guys. Pleasure to be here. Epic Space. Thank you so much, Jason, for your bravery.
Yeah, no problem.
So my question, the wider audience, we got to get more people out there, and the pushback on Grush has been, the lack of firsthand. At least that's the perception, because maybe he didn't have the Dopser approval. So you mentioned you did get that last month. So I
Yes.
didn't know if I could channel my inner Ross Coulthard and say, can you say, that you have seen or touched the craft? I think that's the litmus test a lot of people are looking for.
I have seen it. I did not. Well, it's possible I touched it because, like I said, during my missing time, I was out. I was probably on board the craft when I remember seeing the schoolhouse from about 100 to 150 feet above the roof line. So I was probably on board the craft. So yeah, I probably touched it too, but I don't remember much of it.
Wow. Thank you so much. Quick follow up, and then I'll pass it back. You mentioned coming in the 90s after Lazar. From your experience, would you say that your experience in the program aligns with what Lazar had to say?
Yes. Again, I've been asked many times what I think about Lazar. I've always said, yeah, he sounds like he legitimately knows the process. He's been through the same things I have, getting access to the places he's been. He's described a lot of the same things. I was not a scientist like him or assigned to, try to figure out what a piece of one craft or exotic material was doing, but he did. And for the most part, yeah, I'd say that, yeah, he's pretty legit in my book. Lazar is. So yeah, I came on the scene a little bit after that and didn't even know about him at all until later on. So there's him. I would say that Mr. Hall also. I think people are familiar with his video. He claimed to be the weatherman out at the site. I believe in his story as well.
Incredible. Thank you. Amazing.
Thanks, Jiggy. Let's go to Harbinger. Go ahead, Harbinger.
Yeah, thanks so much, and thanks for coming forward.
Two questions. Wanted to ask first, remote viewing, your thoughts on that, Ingo Swann, the whole ability to, sort of absorb information from that, and your response to that, and then I'll say my second question.
I didn't stumble onto remote viewing until later, and that was, what I mean by later is like in 2022. I think I met a couple of people that had been either in the program and or were researching the program. Again, having my own experience with telepathy, it's in the realm of possible. Because quite simply, that star map that was emblazed into my skull. I mean, I can still remember it today, just like it was way back in the 1990s when I met the individual in the desert. That I could see where, if you can put that kind of imagery in somebody's mind, that, there's a way to do that remotely. I don't know how much distance there has to be that when it's untenable and you can't do it anymore, or whether you can do it from great distances and it's like a quantum thing where you can be on different diametrically parts of the universe and still do it. You'd have to ask one of the guys that was in the program and can do it. But yeah, I've heard people that actually have said that, I was part of the program and I used to be one of the people that could do it, or I still do, but I just don't do it for the program. And I think that there's some people that claim the program still exists. I cannot verify that, but I have been told that is the fact, that they say that,
Interesting.
Great. My second question, your thoughts on what's the source consciousness, aka some may call God, and or the phenomenon trying to, I don't know, sort of utilize energy from our consciousness and be able to whole reincarnation, that whole part of that spiritual phenomenon.
I would say that, I do believe that, if there's other higher intelligences, there has to be one at the very top of the food chain. So people would call that God or the supreme being or the supreme intelligence. So I get that part. And I do believe that, a lot of the stuff that we hear from experiencers is very spiritual a lot of times. And matter of fact, some of them have been just that, very spiritual. I mean, I've heard some encounters ending up with people crying about it because they were so emotionally involved with it and the message that was given. So, there is a very strong case for the spiritual side of all of this, and that, there is a supreme being out there that it may have been the originating consciousness of our universe and reality. Now, the trading of energy, that one, I'm not an expert in. I'll tell you that right off the bat. But from what I understand about science is that there's literally everything has some sort of electrical charge or energy or something going on. I mean, even our own brains work off of electrical charges in our nervous systems. So even our own bodies are like that. And scientists are starting to say that there's like a symbiotic relationship even amongst the trees. That they're all interconnected and have sensory perception as well, where they can actually see colors and things like this, along with some of the studies going on with dolphins, whales, what have you. So there's a lot of different things that I've heard of, but I'm not an expert in. And I would agree that there's a possibility that energy is a big part of it, and we express it a certain way, and everything else that has life probably does as well.
Thank you, Harbinger. Darcy, go ahead.
Yeah, just I'll have a quick question here and then I'll jump down so one of the many other people listening can jump up and ask some questions. But were you acquainted with any of the other 40 apparent whistleblowers that are kind of in the wings here?
I only know a few of them. I think David Grush knows more of them than I do.
Okay. And, prior to all of this going down with David Grush and the congressional hearing that happened subsequently, were you attending conferences related to this subject matter, reading books, or in contact with like Christopher Mellon and Elizondo, like people that are influential in the community at all?
Well, yes. Well, of course, Lou is very influential, and a lot of the people I know are very influential, more so than I ever have been or probably will be. What in particular, is there a part of the influence that you're concerned with?
No, not at all. I mean, it's even been said that David Grush attended conferences and stuff related to this subject matter in the past. I mean, it seems that whistleblowers are interested in, seeing what the UFO or UAP community knows, and they want to help.
Yes, I would say that. Yeah, that's pretty much what everybody that I know of the whistleblower cadre. That's kind of what they want to do. They want to get the truth out there. That's really what this has always been about. It's one thing to run the program for national security reasons. It's quite another to keep from all of mankind that we're not alone. And that's the big beef. I think the big dividing line is that, do these two have to be forever intermingled and never talked about? Are we waiting for the NHIs themselves to get the go-ahead? I don't know. I'm pretty sure that if the NHIs wanted to go public, they would. Why they haven't, I don't know. I think they've got their own reasonings for that, and different motivations.
Okay, with regards to the national security side of things, do you think that these energy systems or the exotic technology related to these NHIs would be seen as a threat to national security?
I would say, yeah, that's a possibility. Honestly, if there are, just like we have different factions on this face of the earth, and even in our own borders here in America, there's so many different competing agendas. There's so many people at each other's throats. I'd imagine that, other civilizations would be the same way. They've got their own agendas, their own motivations. They've got their own systems of governance as well. And all of that will come to light at some point. But yeah, some of them can be quite threatening, honestly. I mean, some of them could be even more barbaric than we are. Who knows?
Wow. All right. Have a great night. I'm going to jump down. Huge, amazing space. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Darcy. We are going to give preference to new speakers. So, Sarah, why don't you go ahead?
Hi. Thank you, everybody, for hosting the space. And thank you, Jason. Been listening for the last, since you started talking. So I don't know how long it's been now.
I don't think I'm getting tired.
Who is the robot talking?
That might be the host.
Oh,
it was
shit.
funny. So yes, very much enjoying it. I bet you have like a lot of water next to you because you probably had to talk a lot, but you have been.
Yeah.
So my question is kind of more about the program and kind of the social kind of network in it. Nothing too detailed, but kind of just I'd like to get maybe your vibe on this. Like, would you say your peers were apathetic to disclosing this to the public? Besides, like I know Grush wanted to. He said it. He's like, "Hey, I want to do this," and he followed through. Right? He's awesome. And then shortly this year, you're doing the same, following along. Would you say a majority of people in the program were just apathetic and didn't give a shit?
No, I'd say that it was mainly just the culture that they were invited into. Just like any other workspace, there are certain things that you do and you do not do. And those expectations were pretty obvious at first. You just keep quiet about it, and that's really what everybody did. So it wasn't apathy. It was more just that's the way things were. I know the people that I know in the program are very good people, very conscientious. One of them would even, go as far as when they finished off a 6-pack of Coke, would sit there with a pair of scissors and snip the plastic so that, if it ever got out in the ocean, that it wouldn't kill wildlife. So you can tell that that's the level of conscientiousness that the people have inside the program. So it's not apathy. I think it's more just the culture that keeps them quiet. And likewise, I may not even be coming forward right now if I was still in the program, because I'd still be part of that culture. And that's the other thing getting in the way, is that some of these people that are whistleblowers are still in the program. So they have a lot more to lose at this point because they don't have a safe landing strip to land on with their career, which is something I'm trying to start a bit of a foundation that I've been working with. It's called Firsthand. We actually set up the website already, but we're trying to set up a fund to maybe encourage some people in the program to come forward and know that there's a person like myself that is willing to help them, come forward and help them to get situated and start a new life if they want to, because maybe they have the same concerns that I did. Maybe they just don't want to be part of it. They don't have any answers for themselves, just like I was, because the biggest thing I've ever told anybody, even in Congress, was that this is scary for me. I don't know if I'm going to even have a life after this. So,
well, and I mean, I'm assuming here, but it sounds like you're later in your career, and that firsthand project you're setting up, honestly, is so laudable for like making progress on this issue. Do you have a URL for that? You said you set up a website for Firsthand.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's not like a GoFundMe, but it's more like I can't remember what Bill told me it was about, but it's one where you can still contribute to it, and it would be used to help people like myself to come forward. But yeah, I can share that out to the group. Let me see if I can dig it out while we're talking. But
Yeah, we got a lot of people here. We might as well give it some air. But
okay,
if you want to do that later, you can.
yeah, but apathy, I don't think that's the word I would use for it. I think it's more just culture and being told what to do.
Yeah, it's just sometimes when you think of that stereotypical like, oh, super secret program, you just think of a bunch of like kind of like, you know what I mean, apathetic, just like in a line, kind of towing status quos. But no, you gave me a much better picture of that. And I guess the only other thing I was curious about within the social kind of structure of the program was, would anyone new to the program have to go like absorb and kind of go through an inoculation process of like, holy crap, this is actually real? Like what? Like were people like that coming in?
No, it was kind of cute the way that it happened, actually, now that I think about it. But the first day I was on the airplane, my friend kind of nudged me and just was like, hey, watch this, as they disembark from the airplane. And it was the most orderly and civilized debarking of the airplane that I'd ever seen. Everybody was waiting on each other. Nobody, was jumping up into the aisle and grabbing their stuff out of turn. And he said, "This is why we're different in this program." And so there was all these little unspoken things, I think, that really set the tone for the whole thing. But nobody was really told everything right out the gate. It's like they never told me what I'd be exposed to. All I was told is I was going to do some security assessments for the program. And I learned all the rest just by being on the missions. And the same thing's to be said about a lot of the scientists that I heard discussing what they were doing, is that, yeah, sometimes they had nobody to talk to, and they were just left to kind of figure it out on their own, just like I was.
Thank you, Jason. We're going to go to Screen next, and then Rich.
Awesome. I appreciate it, y'all. And I apologize if this has already been asked. I've been trying to listen to the whole thing throughout the night, but it's been a lot. And please don't take this the wrong way either, because I've had my own experience that I'm not taking this off the table for it as well. But you mentioned that you tried to ask the other guys in the convoy or whatever, and they kind of ghosted you. Is there anything tangible from this stuff where like, how do we know this wasn't a conscious experience or something that happened in your head? Especially when you say the information is coming from like other people, you had to figure it out. Were you ever directly briefed on anything like that, or is there anything tangible from this? Thanks.
Tangible, yeah, there were plenty of people, even from the week before, that had seen that UFO before I encountered it while it was landed. So there's a ton of people that were already on that list. And the video itself is there for everybody to see. So yeah, there's tangible stuff there. I also know that the list itself of all the people's names that saw all that, that's floating around out there somewhere, whether it's in the media's hands or whether it's still on the range. I don't know, but somebody created that list and it's probably hanging out somewhere. Whoever finds it's going to have a gold mine because it has everybody's names on that. But tangible as to my experience in there, like I said, I've been fully vetted by everybody in the land, honestly. Already Congress, ICIG, Aero, they've all verified my background. So tangibly, you can tell you're talking to a guy that's probably had more scrutiny than most as to who I am. So all those are tangible. You can disagree with what I say, but that's what happened. I don't know how else to explain it. And like I said, I can I can go on and on about all the things that are a proof of my doing it, but I've run into people that just can't accept it, and I can only go to a certain point where I tell people tangibly, this is who I am, this is what happened to me, and it's just really up to you to whether you want to believe it or not, and I'm fine with it either way. I mean, I understand if you don't want to believe.
No, it's not that I don't believe it. I perfectly believe that you had an experience, and those things would be tangible of you having an experience, right? I mean, more along the lines of, did you have anything like to remember the alien by, or were any marks on you, things like that?
Yeah, there's an ongoing joke with me and James Fox, who's doing the film right now, with my experience. But yeah, there's a. I think I'll mention that after the film is out. But yeah, I exchanged a piece of my Aperol with the guy that I was talking to. So, and yeah, I was pretty cold for the rest of the day because I gave him my inner lining of my jacket because I thought he was freezing to death, honestly, and so I handed it to him. So
Okay, did he give you anything in return, or you just gave it to him?
no, I just gave it to him. I mean, I suppose just the fact that my liner was missing after that that time I was up range. I bet you my wife was like, "Well, what happened to your jacket liner?" I mean, that's about the only tangibleness I got out of it. And
okay, cool. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but that's kind of a funny thing.
Thank you, Screen and James. James, before we get to Rich, I just want to ask you. Let's pretend like I'm a super skeptic, materialist.
Yep.
All the other descriptors, and I just think this is all just crazy wackadoo stuff. What would you say to me?
You kind of cut out there for a minute. You did your robo thing.
That was someone else. So if I was super skeptical, I was a debunker, and you were just, you're in good company right here. We're all loving that.
Oh yeah.
This. But if it was someone else, and I thought this was all just bullshit, some government psyop or something else, like, what would you say to someone like that?
Quite frankly, I would just say, okay, well, you're welcome to your opinion, but you're talking to a guy that actually has talked to some very high-ranking individuals in the land, and none of them have thought that I was full of crap. Anybody who meets me, honestly, has said the same thing, that I'm very genuine. I'm just a normal guy that seems to have, been through some very strange stuff, and honestly, that's who I feel I am. I can't be more genuine than I already am, and if that's not good enough, I just don't know what to tell you, honestly. Because, like I said, there's going to be people that I know, even if I walked out of some facility with an alien in tow or UAP on my back, there's still going to be people that sit there and go, "Oh, you made this up," and you just can't help that. And so that's all I have to say about it, is that
Right.
I've done everything I can to verify who I am. If that's not good enough, then that's on you. I'm sorry. I don't know who else you can verify it with.
Right.
Because these people that verified me are in the databases that nobody else is privy to, except unless you're read in, and they already know who I am from those databases. And I don't know how much more real I can get.
Okay. So, and again, this sounds like a gotcha, but it's not. But you're basically, your argument is an appeal to authority, and that's, in my mind, that has merit. But whether it's when when James Fox's documentary comes out or whenever, like these credentials you're listing will eventually be publicly known, right?
Yeah, I guess so. If it ever comes to it, I don't know how much they can share because the databases themselves are classified.
So, but do you see the predicament there? Because there are some really skeptical debunker people who are like engaged in motivated reasoning against all of this, who will say, look, if you're not willing to list the people who vouch for you, that this appeal to authority, then how do we know to take you at your word?
Well, I guess I'd have to appeal to the Congress, Arrow, and ICIG, who did the verifications, and say, hey, look, if you're okay with telling people you verified me, then go ahead and make that statement in my favor. That's all I can do. I'm sure that, maybe at some point, like I've produced other proofs of my military service and that I was indeed stationed at Nellis Air Force Base during those years that I've already mentioned here in this podcast. Those are unclassified. I could probably share those on a public forum or something at some point if I felt comfortable doing so. And at least that would show that, yeah, I was where I said I was during the years that I said I was. But that won't tell you that I was read into this or read into that. So yeah, there's going to be a bit of disconnect there because those are classified databases.
Well, and you're not purporting to be, nor do any of us, I think, expect you to be the smoking gun all this. You're not capital D disclosure, but you are a stepping stone toward that, and I think we all appreciate that. So thank you for that answer.
Yeah.
Rich, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Jason. Are you aware of an amnesty agreement or a truth embargo forthcoming?
Yes, that was something I discussed with Congress a number of times, that there needed to be an amnesty clause for people that want to come forward that are in the program, that they can have the same immunities as I have had, and that they also have a safe passage to come forward and be dealt with appropriately in classified settings if need be, and all that kind of stuff. I think that everybody deserves that, because they are performing a service for our country, and that they should be allowed to do things like whistleblow without any repercussions and have immunity from anybody who meant them harm.
I also meant for the others as well. I'm sorry, for the others as well.
Others as in other whistleblowers?
No, the other beings.
Oh, them. That.
Them. Yep.
Well, that's a whole different can of worms. I would say that, yeah, they're welcome to come anytime they want. I mean, honestly, my impression, just having had contact with one of them, I don't think they have a real compunction one way or the other, whether they want to come forward or not. I think it's mainly just, they're operating here on Earth for their own reasons. And for the time being, that they have their own reasons as to why they don't want to be public. They'd rather be private. And for me, I can imagine what maybe some of their motivations are, just like everybody else, that we're just not ready for that kind of contact, that it also exposes them to the dangers of people trying to politically use them as a ploy to get elected, or to steal their technologies, or to capture them and imprison them. Those are all real dangers that they've already maybe even had reality with, that, some people have done just that. Matter of fact, I remember hearing about a lot of different people that have encountered UFOs that took their shotgun out and started shooting at it, and stuff like that. We're a strange bunch. So I think those are all good motivations as to why these people might, if they're NHIs or want to come forward. I would like to think that our government would give them amnesty. I would give them amnesty. I mean, honestly, I would view them as a friend mainly. But there's some people that are just totally not accepting of any of that, and they would probably just lose their mind.
Thank you.
Rob, you sound like Optimus Prime. Yes, we do realize that we are insignificant and live on planet Earth.
Yep. Well, I tend to think that sometimes of my own self. Yep. I'm pretty insignificant when it comes down to it.
I don't know what Rob just said. Rick Ford, go ahead.
Thank you. Nice to talk to you. Jason. You're doing your country well. You're a patriot to the people. And my question to you, how would you perceive about Russia and China, about their crash sites? I'm sure you've heard of something like that.
Yep. While I was in the program, I didn't hear of any interaction with either of those countries. I believe they would be just as interested in it as we are. I think I've heard China was standing up their own UAP program, and probably Russia has had that at one point or another because of some of the documents that got leaked out of their country once the Berlin Wall came down, and somebody came back to the United States with some of their UAP records. So I know that they've had a program as well. How successful those are, I really don't know. I would like to think that America's better at it than anybody else at this point. And I think that kind of rings true also for the NHIs, that perhaps they look more for societies like America that are not, I don't know how to put it, they're a little bit more free in being allowed to discuss these sorts of things, and to get to a place where people are not going to be shot and locked up in jail just for doing the things that they naturally do. Because in China, you could easily get in jail just for speaking badly about their own government, or Russia for that matter. And I think that's something that they need to think about, because, it's okay to let people speak their minds. I mean, that's what we do. We communicate. And if you can't accept other people's ideas, that's kind of on you as to whether you're acceptable to be part of that conversation, or you're accepting of it. Because, who wants to be in a conversation with somebody who's refusing to hear anybody else's side of the story? So that's all I have to say about China and Russia, is that they're probably going through some revelations in their own societies that may be hampering any UAP work and contact with NHIs, and they might be actually hurting themselves by being a bit too tyrannical in certain ways.
Well said. Rick, did you have a follow-up? And if not, Rob, you sound like a robot. So,
Okay.
Jason, is that the CIA right there, or is that something else?
I don't know what that is. That's Rob being Optimus Prime. I couldn't understand anything he said. Is anybody in the same room with him that can understand him?
He's hosting this room. I can't understand anything he's saying.
Private message him, Kimbo.
Yeah,
Okay,
do something like that.
Just
because I'd love to answer him.
Ulrich, why don't you go ahead?
Hey, you guys, Rob, Astro UFO Intros is awesome. You're hosting the space. Jason Sands, thanks so much for speaking to us, man.
Okay. Yep.
I mean, everybody is just, the mind is blown. I wanted to know, what can you tell us about basically this battle that we're watching split within the DoD and between the DoD and Congress as it relates to, and if you already answered this, then I have many other questions, but what is going on here where we're getting one message from Arrow saying that there's no real evidence of these things, especially if Arrow vetted you, then ICIG saying we need to investigate this more heavily, and then the Grush allegations implying contractors hiding their reverse engineering programs from the government itself. What is actually happening here in the government?
Okay. Well, first, let me make the announcement. I did send Rob, I sent you a direct message with that firsthand website that I'm trying to get started for other whistleblowers to come forward, as well as just to inform the public. I think that's the other charter we're trying to get started.
Yeah,
So,
Rob, I'm sure we'll share that soon, especially if it's that secondhand stuff, because that's so important. He did want me to tell you to check your DMs, Jason, but you can get to that maybe in a minute.
How do I do that? Well, anyway, I'll do that here in a second. Let me answer this question first. So DOD and Congress, number one, I would say that, as I was saying earlier, they have all of the testimonies at their disposal. They have literally all of the information that we could possibly hand them as whistleblowers. All at one time, having very similar concerns about this program. That it's not going to be one of letting all of this go public with Congress. There may be some taint to deal with because they've been dealing with this program for many years, decades, and they have always dealt with it a certain way, which is to pretty much deny that it exists. And I think that's something they're comfortable with, and that's to be expected that they would continue in that vein. And I think that's the way that they are handling it with Congress. So you're talking to Congress. Also, they're coming to talk to congressmen and congresswomen that don't know the program, and it's easy to pull the wool over their eyes and make it seem like, oh yeah, sure, there's a program, but it reverse engineers only things from our adversaries. There's nothing about UFOs in it. There's nothing about NHIs in it. You know, it's easy to make that, and they could even walk you into some of the installations. You know, people from the program could walk Congress people into those installations and hide everything that has to deal with NHIs and UAP. So even going to the facilities would be a problem. So this is a bigger problem that we're going to have to tackle, and it's going to be something we have to think through very thoroughly. And or DOD needs to just realize that, you know, people like myself, we're not looking to be adversarial about it. We're not looking to give away all the state secrets. We just want to get to a better place. And if you're willing to talk, then let's talk. Let's stop playing the old, hide the whatever from each other game and hide the cheese or whatever you want to call it.
So,
am I speaking in English now?
You are.
And Jason, you work for you work for the program that Grush is speaking of, one that has contractor involvement.
What, currently? No, I did.
You did, yeah, you did. And so Grush is alleging that there's embezzlement of funds involved in these programs.
Yeah, and that's part of my concern as well. I mean, honestly, if I was put on the stand right now in front of Congress, I'd be telling them, all right, guys, you don't believe me. Well, where's all the freaking money? Did you answer that? Did Arrow answer that question for you? Oh, they didn't? How about ICIG? No, they didn't either.
Anything from the...
All of you are like, we are going to stick to hands. So go ahead, Rick Ford.
Yes. Just recently, I was listening to a little presentation about something about England now. May want to talk with the U.S. on the same affairs because they have some stuff too in their background. Have you heard anything about that, Jason? I'm talking England's Parliament.
As we march forward together, because crashes can occur anywhere on Earth, whether they be from an adversarial nation or otherwise. So it's our allies are much stronger in that regard by working together. So yeah, I'd be willing to talk to anybody in Europe that has a government that's willing to tackle this. I'd be willing to talk to the UK, Australia, whoever, just to get them on board and see what we can do together. So I'd say that, yeah, maybe they've got some stuff, and whether or not they've shared it with us, I don't know. We just haven't developed the program that far, or maybe we have and I'm not aware of it, because maybe that was something that came about after the 1990s when I was in the program. Maybe they've, developed some really good friendships in that regard.
Yes, indeed.
So that would be my response. So yeah, let's work with our allies, man. That's a good thing.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Rick. Let's go to Lou Reviews.
Thanks. I'll be 100% honest with you, Jason. I, like a lot of people in this conversation, I'm very skeptical of the things you're saying. I have so many questions for you that wouldn't be appropriate in a space like this because I know a lot of people are waiting in line. I would love to speak with you on my show if you'd ever consider doing something like that. If the things that you're saying are true, then there should be no fear of answering any questions. I will say you keep referring to the ICIG and to the Aero office and to lawmakers as they have verified who you are. And I believe you are telling the truth when you say that. But my issue is that they have not verified the claims that you are making. Nobody has verified the claims that you're making from an official standpoint. And they could verify those things without revealing classified information or sources and methods. Not one lawmaker, not one person from Aero, and not one congressional person at all have come forward and said, yes, we have a whistleblower that has given us information that we believe to be credible, and his name and his identity will be coming out soon. And this idea that we're whistleblowing and the way we're doing it is through a James Fox movie. Like, to me, that's not the way to get this truth out there. If it was genuine, hard data backed truth, I could be wrong on that, but that's what I want to explore with you if you'd be open to that.
Well, I'll consider it. And like I said before, everything I've told them in the classified environment is the stuff that honestly I feel they did a disservice with, because if they had gone to the places and even taken me with them, they would bona fidely know everything that I have been telling you is the truth.
Well, then, in that case, if that's the case, Jason, I just don't understand why you don't tell everyone right now where those places are. If you're not getting the help you think you deserve, and that's been mandated by Congress, and that was helped written by Christopher Mellon and the people that you trust, I don't understand. Like, a James Fox movie.
Agents' names list.
Well, you're able to talk about NHI, right? And
Well, yeah,
so, was
classified.
that approved by Dopser? Because that should be classified, right?
It is not.
You are confirming the existence of NHI tonight.
Yeah, honestly, that's a God-given gift for every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth.
Okay, so was that something that was approved by Dopser, or are you going around the classification protocol to share that with us tonight?
No, I did the Dopser on all of that.
Okay, so the Dopser lets you talk about the existence of non-human intelligence, and that is a fact according to you, but you can't tell us the program that it was involved with?
The program name is classified, and the program itself is classified.
But not the NHI?
Yeah, not the NHI.
How does that make sense?
I addressed that earlier. If you were in earlier, you would have heard me say, because the NHI are not part of our government. They don't care what our classification is. They don't care what our government says. They don't care what you say about it. They don't play by our rules. They're NHI.
All right, Lou tripped over his shoelaces. What's going on, Matt? And then we'll get to Rob and then JJist.
Some good questions.
Jason, thanks a million times over again. If you're tired of hearing it yet, sorry. And it's a shot of adrenaline for everybody here. It's just real encouraging. And dadgummit, Sarah earlier kind of preempted where my question was going, but not quite. So I was going to ask not so much about the culture and maybe, as she put it, the social context of the Fight Club, let's say, to use your metaphor from earlier. When I first broached the topic with you of the insiders and where is everybody, is I think the way I framed it earlier in the space. But I want to know more about the psychology of them so that we can better understand what is it going to take to get them where you are, because that's, for me, that's one of my favorite parts of the space so far. Just like, it's like representative of our collective potential to choose and forge our own path forward, as you've kind of alluded to throughout this, and that is that your kind of evolution and waking up, perhaps spearheaded by your contact event on the range, and then it's like, that kind of woke you up and you percolated and processed it for a while, and then the way you talked about yourself, that's just so, and the way it changed you, that was powerful, and that just, again, for me, and I think other people, if they don't know it, that compounds your credibility, infinitely, because, that's where we all need to go collectively. So I want to know, what does it take to get those other Fight Club members? What do they need to experience? So that's the first part of my question. If you could say anything more about perhaps not just the culture, perhaps their psychology. Like, why are so many of them stuck where you were? Is it because they didn't have that experience like you did, or similar experience? And then perhaps just along those same vein, like, this stuff gets weird, and I think as the space has gone on, I've gathered that particularly in the last couple of years, maybe you've made some more contacts and had some real insights from people more in the know and on different levels. And it's like, I'm wondering, this stuff gets weird. And I'll give you one little tidbit that I think, for me is a compelling part of puzzle piece that I think is part of the story. I'm just curious if you could reflect on it. It kind of plays into maybe not the ancillary people, maybe for some of the true secret keepers, maybe what motivates them in the ways they are to keep quiet over the decades. And I'll give you one little tidbit. Melinda Leslie, I don't know if you're familiar with her. She's, I think we could all say collectively, most people would establish that she's a legitimate, trustworthy researcher, MyLab's focused, MyLab's experiencer. And I'll say it because she said it, unrecorded space here in our community with some experiences, some abductee spaces. She says way back when, she's heard it from other researchers as well, and she says this, I believe her, that's my assessment of her. Take it for what you will, that people, true insiders who have some sort of gatekeeping or authority, gatekeeping capacity or authority to really, have this is the way she characterized it, they have been threatened with their afterlife. That's one of the enforcement mechanisms, whether it's true or not, whether or not anyone actually has that power over them, but that's one of the enforcement mechanisms. Now, this stuff can go in a million directions, a lot of it doom and scary and dark, but I think that's part of it, or at least part of what we need to contend with, and part of the story, again, part of the puzzle pieces. So I just wondered if that also plays into why this secrecy has been so ironclad from the people who have not found the way, whether low level or high level, deep layers of the onion, anywhere in between. Why they have not had this transformation that you have had that's led them to say, you know what, my conscience compels me. I'm going to find a way to bring this stuff out. Again, back to what I said at the beginning of this space, like, where is everybody? I just wonder if you could maybe elaborate a little bit more on that, because I think it'll help me and us go forward with, how do we entice these people? How do we navigate them through, like with your website you're putting together that? I just love to hear more insight in that. If not to be if you have anything else to offer, I guess that's where my heart and mind is. I want these people to be where you are, and I just want to know more about how we can make that happen collectively. Thank you.
That was amazing, Matthew. Go ahead.
I was going to say that it hinges a lot on, if you've had your own experience or you have not. I've found that the people that have had experience, and there are a cadre of folks that haven't had experience but are able to believe other people that have had experience. And then there's the other bunch where they're either on the fence or they continue to, just doubt it, and they just can't help themselves from just doubting, no matter what they're presented with. So I'd say that that's one of the things that's missing, is that maybe, experience-wise, it's just that the psychology of it all has to do with that level of belief. And then the gatekeepers, yes, there is a very realistic threat to their careers, if not their, maybe even bodily harm. I doubt bodily harm, but just, not being sure of what they will do to you if you're still in the program and you're doing something that you think is risky. And as I've said, I'm out of the program, been out of it for many years. So it's one of those things where you have got to come to grips with it yourself and believe or not believe. So that's one of the things. Now, if I was to try to get things to a better place psychologically with everybody, is to do what I'm doing right now, and that is to allow people to talk to me. At least you can hear it straight from somebody who's been in the program. That's who I am. I'm not going to lie to you. I've been a man of integrity all my life, had my clearance from day one, and it's continued on till now. And that's something that I just can't do. I don't like to be, unforthcoming. I don't like to hide things that don't need to be hidden. I don't like untruths when they're spoken. And that's who I am. And that's all I can offer. I mean, honestly, that's the one thing that's missing, is that there's too few whistleblowers to help the public understand this fully. And I'm woefully inadequate. I only know my piece of the puzzle. I don't know everything. I have opinions on parts of it and things that I've figured out, but I can be wrong on some of my points as well, and I'll readily admit that. But at least I'll give you my best shake. And that's all I can offer Congress. That's all I can offer you guys. That's all I can offer anybody is to talk to me. And at least I'll give you a point of view that's from somebody who's actually been there and seen some stuff. And I don't know how much more real it can get other than you actually getting to experience it yourself. Because I think if everybody was exposed to it, then yeah, there'd be no problem. But even then, like I said, there'd still be a cadre of people that just would think it was a hallucination. So,
it's not really something you can like translate to someone. Honestly,
yeah.
I don't think the government can even disclose the full Monty. It's not possible through language. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I believe the same thing. It's just one of those things that, because I've tried so many ways, I'm like, did I just not say it right and get something across? I don't know to this person, but it just has to do with the person receiving the information. I can believe you're lying or I can believe you're telling the truth. And it's really up to each individual to go with one way or the other.
Well said. Well said. Jason, you're burning the midnight oil right now, and
I'm getting tired.
I mean, I want to be respectful of your time. Rob's being a champ hosting this space, but we have a few more hands up. How much more time do you have, Jason?
Yeah, let's take a few more questions, and then I got to get some rest, man.
Okay, so we're gonna preference the people who have not spoken yet. So, Rob the Great, we'll go with you, and then Zim.
Hey, Jason, I just had a quick question. What are your thoughts about the Nazca mummies and I guess the Peru attacks that happened last year? Thanks.
I find them intriguing, honestly. Some of the head structures I find interesting, but again, I'm not a biologist by any means, so I can't make those assessments. I do think that the bodies that they found in Peru are really interesting. I mean, they claim that they've had no kidding biologists and scientists looking at them, and they're verifying that they are biological, that they're not glued together or whatever. And I find that even more interesting. So, being an analyst, though, I'm still waiting for bona fide. Hey, let's have an exhibit with them in there, and really have more people studying these bodies and mummies and stuff like that. Because I think at some point our science will get sophisticated enough to where we can make more assumptions about the DNA is actually human or not. And those just seems to be some of the sticking points right now, is that people are still saying, oh, no, it's still just be a malformed human being and stuff like this. And it's the same thing like with the MH360 theorems and things like this. That there's so many arguments and counter arguments right now that it's hard for me to make a true statement. But I find it intriguing, and I'd like to think that maybe there's some evidence now that we actually do have some, more DNA to study. That'd be really cool to have that.
Thanks for that.
Mm-hmm.
Zim, you're up.
Hey, Jason, I missed some of the first hours of this, but thank you for coming forward. And question, I've had an experience that seems so real, and it was what people would describe the sleep paralysis thing, but there's a lot more tied to it. And considering your experience with the telepathy, is anything with the program tied to the sleep paralysis experiences, and is that considered something more of a reality than just a psychological phenomenon?
I would say that just from my experience in the desert with that individual, that yeah, he literally, I thought he had kind of numbed my friends' minds that were still in the car. while I was standing on the roadway with him. So I would say that, yeah, he probably had them in a form of paralysis to where they couldn't function anymore. Sleep paralysis might be a byproduct of exposure to that same sort of a thing in mind control.
Thank you, Jason. Zim, did you have a follow-up before you go to the next person?
Yeah, real quick too, before we get to the other hands, we got Steve Sprague. He was wanting to ask a few questions and he can't raise his hand. He had like 2 questions he wanted to ask, not really a few. So don't take that wrong.
Hey Jay, how are you, sir? Thanks for coming out tonight and talking. Are you okay hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay, I had just a couple really quick ones. I doubt you'll be able to talk about it. Do you know about, or let me rephrase this. Are you aware of Fort Huachuca?
I've heard of it. What am I thinking of here? I'm real tired right now. My mind's like going numb.
No, so it's the head of the intelligence for the Army, but there's some things that are specific to that location to do with UAP. The other question that I had is, do you think that at any time as you were going along with this, could you have ever been, and I'm not talking about your own firsthand encounter here or anything that you worked on with the program, but could you have ever been fed disinformation? Do you think that along the way, whether it's anybody that could be outside of, let's say, the UAP task force, like Greer comes to mind, or someone else, or I'm not picking on anyone individual particularly. I'm just saying, could you have been fed disinformation? Do you believe that might have been the case for anything that you hold as knowledge to yourself? And then really the third question is do you think and do you feel that you will have any attacks and reprisals for what you're doing and becoming a whistleblower, and is that a concern for you? And that's it. Those are my questions.
Oh, okay. As for folks influencing me, like I've said before, I don't really read much on UAP unless one of my friends throws me a link and says, "Hey, look at this or look at that," and then I might give some opinions on it. But even though I know Greer and other folks that are out there, yes, they've surprised me with some of the stuff they know, and I haven't experienced some of the things that they have said. And I can verify that some of the things they say is true, but not all of it. Like I said, I only know a piece of the puzzle. So in that regard, did it influence anything I have seen or heard? I highly doubt it, especially when I was on mission, because it would be a complete waste of thousands and thousands of dollars to have me and my team go someplace for an assessment and then waste time trying to feed me false information the whole way through, or to try to influence me and my team, because that would seem kind of weird to only have like 4 people read into your program, have them doing security inspections for you, and then feeding them a line of BS that is totally unproductive. I don't think that doesn't sound logic to me. Now, as for reprisals, no, I've done everything I possibly can to be on the up and up with all of this. I've kept the classified stuff out of our conversation tonight. The only thing I've been willing to talk about is the culture within the program and the existence of NHI, and that's totally unclassified. Those are all things that are in my DOPSR as well, so I've got coverage on all of it. So as for reprisals, yeah, sure. I'm sure any jerk is welcome to come forward and try to shoot me down or whatever they want to do. I just can't be bothered with that right now. I've got a team of legal people and lawyers that have been helping me from the start and the get-go. They've all steered me in the right direction, and I'm sure they'll continue to do so. But now that I've gone through all the wickets, I mean, I did everything they told me to do to be to the point where I can go public. So I don't think there's going to be any reprisals. There might be some people unhappy with me doing this. I mean, that's a given. But I don't know what to tell them. I mean, honestly, it's not their life, I guess. So you can have your opinion as to whether I should come forward, but it's what I chose to do with it. And I'm not overstepping my bounds when it comes to my obligations to the government and my classified clearances.
Jason,
I don't know.
Honestly, thank you. If you're who you say you are going to be in the history books. Sorry, I'm not trying to blow your ego up, and I know that's not where you're doing this, but this is a big deal. And I want to thank you for coming into this space. Rob, thank you for hosting. I'm being respectful of your time. Maybe we've got a lot more time left. I know you're toward the end. I did want to give one more question to a friend of mine who is smarter and more experienced on this topic than most people I've encountered in what is the Wild Wild West. Like, spaces, Jason, I'm not sure I would recommend doing a lot more spaces, but this is a great way to break your story. Paul, do you want to?
Oh, wait, real quick, and I would not recommend at all going on Louis Reviews' show, Jason, just for the record.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
Let's let
yeah.
Paul Vidal, let's let him ask his question.
Thank you, Kimball and Rob and Astral, for hosting this. Jason, thank you so much for coming on. This has been an incredibly special space, which I think we can see just by the amount of attendees here. You know, we broke 1,000. It's pretty incredible. So, yeah, I really appreciate it. My question is this. Luis Elizondo has been quoted talking about the idea of what constitutes humanity. He's brought up the idea of what if it's not mankind but mankind's, and to me that conjures these sorts of questions about whether humanity might not mean something. It might not be just about highly evolved primates, but something deeper, something to do with our sentience, our consciousness, our souls, or whatever. So my question is, what do you think constitutes humanity? And moreover, do you think that the NHI, and I know you've addressed this a little bit prior, I've been listening for the past few hours, but do you think that the NHI might have had any role in the ancient past or recent past in terms of the development of our sentience as human beings, or experimentation with our genetic makeup, or some type of artificial selection? Thank you.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with my exposure in the program, but in my opinion, after being exposed to all the stuff and the strangeness, I did go read up on some things, just light reading kind of stuff about ancient history. I have read through the Bible from front to back. And yeah, it seems to be, even the Mahabharata mentions the same sorts of things, that there has been an influence, at least, with mankind for a very long time. If you're to take the eyewitness reports and even the shards of the Bible and the manuscripts that we have available from ancient times, where eyewitnesses, in these books mentioning, beings and vehicles or other things that are quite inexplicably like what we would consider UAP activity and NHI activity. So I would say in that regard, yes, there has been some influence. And if you take the other parts of the stories within those manuscripts from ancient history, they describe some of the harsh treatment of our kind. And I think you're also referencing like Anunnaki and things like this. I did read up a little bit on that, not a lot, but just that how they had created a race to work for them in the mines or whatever they wanted to get, the gold or whatever they were going after. So if those are true, then yeah, we've been manipulated even in DNA. The Bible also describes how the giants came about was because the fallen angels or the watchers had been taking wives of mankind, and the offspring became giants. So you have all these really strange things that are hard to wrap your head around. I don't know how much of it to believe myself. All I can say is that when you ask about our soul and who are we supposed to be, I think that is the one thing that is unique to us, honestly. I think each one of us would agree that we feel like we're individuals, that we're each unique, that we each have a different skill set. There's literally no identical twin. You get close to people that are like you, but there's always differences. And I think that speaks well of, if there is an everlasting life after this, that learning who you are is more important than anything else in this life. And stop wasting time trying to seek after, frivolous things. And just learn who you're supposed to be, first of all, and then be that person. Is like I said earlier in the show. That's really what I think being in contact with your very soul is about, because I think that's who you are if there is an afterlife, that's who you're going to be as well. I mean, that's the shard of intelligence and life that you were created to be. So I would say that, yeah, it has a lot of meaning in your soul to learn who you are. And I think that if anybody could be that in life here on earth, it kind of makes them one of those people that kind of has an impact in your life. And be that great or small. I mean, some people are just good friends and they can change somebody's life for the better, and other people can be really famous and affect millions of people. It just depends on whether you latch into what you're supposed to be doing at the time. And I think that's the important thing, is just knowing who you're supposed to be.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Jason.
What
I think
do you mean by
you've done
that,
it.
Jason? Like, so the average person, who they're supposed to be, do you mean like what they could become, or who they actually they have an identity that's to be discovered?
Well, I think that's kind of it. As you grow, you it's like when I was young. I guess I can use my own life as an example. I loved to draw, and I became an artist. In my teen years, my dad played guitar, and he taught me how, and I liked to play guitar with my friends, and I learned how to do that. I'm also a good teacher. I found out that I fell into that by accident because my wife got ill, and I had to move out of my technical job and career, and I had to take a teaching job. I ended up loving it. Never knew I'd be good at it. And but the more I did the teaching, the more I realized, that really matched my life. That really matched my experience to be kind of a teacher, a mentor for people. And that's kind of who I am. So I feel like I'm in touch more with who I am by being a teacher. When I express myself in my artwork, or playing guitar for my friends and loved ones, or whatever, all of those things have an impact. And then, being able to speak well, of other people all the time. I always try to leave somebody with a smile. That's who I am. I don't like having dark conversations and arguments with folks. I like to leave people smiling, because I just don't see any reason to be sitting there bagging on somebody night and day just because you feel one way or another. I mean, it's one thing for me to disagree with you, and I'll let you know, but it's quite another for me to natter on about how I disagree with you. I mean, that's what I think the travesty is, but that's all part of learning to know who you are and becoming more in tune with those gifts that you've been given and what are you good at. It's kind of sad when you just waste away, like when you could be a better father and you're good at being a good father and you can be, but then you refuse to do so because you want to do video gaming. That's a struggle for some folks. Uh, there's all sorts of things that distract us from being who we are, and that's what I'm getting at.
I love that. Can I just say, it's so amazing how by getting to know ourselves better, by getting to know our nature, by getting to know thyself, that we learn what really matters, and then through serving others, like you're talking about, we also get to know ourselves better. It's this kind of like circular process of growth. And so I just really love what you just said. And my only follow-up question is simply, has your work in the program affected you in this way in terms of spiritual growth and your outlook on reality? And if so, how so? Thank you.
Yes, it did affect me. When you're confronted with any sort of a experience that really shakes you, it becomes a profound moment, whether it's, serving in Afghanistan and facing down the enemy and losing a friend, losing a loved one. Sometimes, good things as well, like getting married, having your first child, or having your first great relationship with somebody that you love dearly. All of these things have an impact in us in a profound way. And sometimes, when you're good or bad or indifferent, yeah, I would say that the program did that to me. It literally exposed me to parts of life that I didn't know existed, and parts of truth that I never realized that it really was what was going on, because I was very skeptical coming into the program myself. And when I left it, I was literally shaken. It took me years to parse what I'd been exposed to. But after I came to grips with it, I was pretty all right with it. And I was like, wow, it really taught me a lot about myself. It really taught me not to believe everything that's around me, but just to experience it for my own and make my judgment call by meeting somebody or engaging in learning about somebody or something that I didn't know before. And I'm much more open-minded towards those things. So I think I was kind of like a closed circuit when I went in, and came out an open mind at the end. And that's how it affected me.
I can relate to
Jason,
that. Thanks again.
You said there you were an artist. I was wondering if you had ever drawn any pictures of the night.
Yeah, I actually did. I posted those also in the forum that I spoke of earlier. And
Hey, can you DM me that link?
Yeah, I'll have to send that off to you. But I think that I've got it on my hard drive somewhere.
Thanks, Jason.
Yeah, I can do that. Okay, so I'm freaking tired.
All right, let's.
Jason, thank you so much for doing this.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for all listening. I appreciate all the good questions. I hope I answered them, and just I'm glad that I've been treated very well, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate everybody's respect. For those of you that I know were listening and are still skeptical, I get it. I was skeptical too. So I totally understand where you're coming from as well. And all I can say is that there's more people like me. I'm not the only whistleblower. There's a lot of other people that have come out. I'm not sure. I've not been told of everything that's going on in Congress. I'm sure if I'm given another opportunity to talk to the congressmen and women, I will ask them, why are you taking this stance now that you've been exposed to so many whistleblower testimonies? And I'll try to get some of those answers, and maybe I'll address those in another podcast or something later on in the line. But right now, I don't have a good firm answer because I don't know what was told to them in the classified environment up there.
Well, and one of the things I love about you, Jason, is that when you don't have definite answers, you don't give them, and that's a big green flag for me. I'm sorry, Rob. Go ahead.
Yeah, this has been awesome, Jason. Thank you for your time, and hopefully, when you do get those answers, you'll keep me in mind. So.
Yep. Well, we'll see what we can do. Like I said, I'll keep pushing. I'm on mission, man. I've been on mission since years ago. I'm not going to quit. I need to continue with this. I'm not going to be a jerk about it either. I'll try to keep everybody's interests in mind, to include those in the program and those in Congress and Pentagon, whatever. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I just want to get a better place.
How many followers do you start this day out at, Jason? You got like 653 now. So
popping up. I'll have to count them up in a bit, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, mine's blown up today too.
None of
This has been a
that
hell of a
matters.
space.
Obviously, Rob's the
Red,
beginning,
yeah,
so
for
it doesn't
sure. My
matter. But
follower count. Red.
honestly, Jason, just take it in stride. You're doing God's work. Like honestly, you're going to be in the history books probably. Even if it's just a little blip, like this is a big step. So thank you so much for not just coming in these spaces, but doing what you're doing for real.
Yeah, I think the application is not counting how many followers right now. It just says 20 plus. So I have no idea, but I'm looking through. There's a lot of stuff. You're right. This went bigger. I was so surprised to hear it went up to 1,000.
All right, Dave Scott, I may be crashing your way. It'll be for a short period of time. If I do, though, brother, I can't promise you much. I'm dead. It's been nearly 12 hours. This has been going on total. So, and God, we've been here with Jason for what, at least 6 to 8.
Yeah, we got to leave something to talk about later too. So we're good.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Rob.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody.
Yep. Thank you, and good night, and sleep well, everybody.
Great job, man.
Good night, guys. Love you guys. Thanks, Sam. Later, guys.
All right, bye.
Peace.